How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was, a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was, a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
And there will be opportunities, for example, as Mr Finlay himself identified, to put in written questions. The very issue that Mr Finlay raised was discussed at our meeting of the Parliamentary Bureau yesterday. So all the business managers discussed this, and the Minister for Parliamentary Business, Mr Day, did respond very positively to the questions that Mr Finlay has raised this now, but were raised through his business manager yesterday. What I can assure Mr Finlay is that we're going to have a meeting, or I'm going to call a meeting shortly, of business managers this morning. And I will put that point again, but I can assure Mr Finlay that the government is certainly aware of it, his business manager and all the business managers are aware of it, and the parliamentary authorities are also aware of the importance of scrutiny continuing throughout the recess, and the assurance that constituents, through members such as himself, need to receive. So hopefully we'll be able to get back to Mr Finlay at the end of the day, if that's okay. Now, to resume business, this morning. The first item is consideration of motion 21369 in the name of Michael Russell on treating the Coronavirus Scotland Bill as an emergency bill. Could I call on Mr Russell to move this motion?
Moved.
Thank you very much. Can I just inform members this allows us to treat the bill today as an emergency bill, and it means that the votes at stage 1 and at stage 3 and on a financial resolution will follow immediately after the debate. In other words, the vote in stage 1 will follow at 11 o'clock, not at decision time as it would normally. So the question is that motion 21369 in the name of Michael Russell on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. The next item is consideration of business motion 21365 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Bureau setting out revisions to today's business. Could I call on Graham Day to move this motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Day. No member has indicated they wish to speak on this motion. The question, therefore, is that motion 21365 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Now, before we turn to the debate, can I advise members that the nomination period to elect an additional Deputy Presiding Officer is now open and will close at 10:45 a.m. this morning. The Deputy Presiding Officer is to be elected for the duration of the response to the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Nomination forms should be collected from the Parliamentary Business Team in room T103, and completed nomination forms should then be returned to the Parliamentary Business Teams as soon as possible before the deadline of 10:45. The election of an additional Deputy Presiding Officer will take place at 11 o'clock this morning following the Stage 1 debate. Now, the next item of business is consideration of business motions 21366 on suspension of standing orders, 21367 on referral of SSIs, and 21376 on a committee meeting at the same time as the Parliament. Can I call on Graham Day once more on behalf of the Bureau to move these motions?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No member has indicated they wish to speak on the motions. Therefore, the question is that motions 21366, 21367 and 21376 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And again, the final issue before we turn to the debate is, could I invite the business managers to join me in room 5, that's the Adam Smith committee room, room 5 at 10:15, just to discuss voting arrangements. We're expecting, possibly expecting more members than there are voting terminals, given the social distancing that's taking place in the chamber. Any additional members this morning can contribute and take part from the public gallery, but there will be arrangements put in place to make sure that everybody can vote. Every MSP is entitled to vote and everybody will be able to vote. But if I can discuss arrangements with the business managers at 10:15 in room 5. Thank you. So, we move on to the first item of business today, which is a debate on motion 21370 in the name of Michael Russell on the coronavirus bill. We've got a new format for this because of the wide-ranging nature of the debate. We're going to have 4 opening ministerial contributions, but the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, is going to begin. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I can assure you that the sum of the parts will be the same length as if there was only one, just to relieve members. Presiding Officer, responding to a global crisis and a national crisis is about people coming together to help one another through this most difficult of times. Today, as a Parliament, we're meeting to consider emergency legislation solely designed to help our country pull through. We've all seen the way that those on the front line against coronavirus, the hospital staff, those keeping social care going, the national services, have risen to the occasion. And the people of Scotland are rising to the occasion too. They are now subject to restrictions that none of us could have imagined a government would have to impose in our lifetimes. I know that the people of Scotland recognise the necessity for those restrictions, and they recognise that by working together, by following the rules, by staying at home, they are slowing the spread of the virus, protecting Scotland's National Health Service and saving lives. And that is what it is about. It is about saving lives. In this Parliament, we've been working together too, not as representatives of our parties, but as the men and women entrusted by the people of Scotland to make their laws, supported by all those with whom we work, and I want to pay a particular tribute on this bill to the team that has worked on this bill and done an amazing job in less than a week. Our laws need to change for a while in response to the coronavirus crisis. We took the first step last week when the Parliament gave its consent to the UK bill, now the 2020 Act. We have further work to do today, and we will have further work to do in the weeks ahead. This Coronavirus Scotland bill will make changes to Scotland's laws across a wide range of subject areas. It will, I imagine, Presiding Officer, be the only piece of legislation any of us will consider that amends both the Anatomy Act and the Freedom of Information Act. This bill provides essential and practical help. It will help people who are in difficulty because of COVID-19 to keep a roof over their heads or who are struggling with debt. But the bill also makes dramatic changes to our laws that many of us will find uncomfortable and challenging. And I don't shirk from that. I find them very difficult too. But I am satisfied that they are necessary and proportionate given the scale of the challenge we face. The changes this bill makes are far-reaching, but they will not be forever. Unless approved by this Parliament, the provisions of the bill will expire on the 30th of September 2020. That date is written onto the face of the legislation. Parliament can extend that period for 2 6-month periods if it chooses, but the changes in the bill will last no longer than the 30th of September 2021. Again, that date is written onto the face of the legislation. Now, I have a lot of ground to make up, I'm sorry. I will try and take points later on. The longest this bill can last is 18 months, and then only if this Parliament has positively approved it on 3 separate occasions. I commit the Scottish Government here today to keeping under review every single change in the bill and to only keeping them in force as long as they remain necessary and proportionate to deal with the coronavirus outbreak or its effects on our society. Because of this, the bill allows us to suspend any of its provisions at any time, and even to repeal them completely earlier than in the 6-month cycle I've just described. And we will do so as soon as it becomes clear that any provision is no longer needed. These will be decisions made in conjunction with and informed by the Scottish Parliament, by all of us. Our unity in these matters is important. We need to work together if we're to defeat the greatest challenge we have faced as a nation for many generations. And unity is worth working for, no matter how hard it is. It is to the credit of everyone here that we have already agreed a great deal between the parties in this bill, but there are still areas which need further work. And accordingly, the Cabinet Secretary for Justice will confirm this morning that we are withdrawing Schedule 4, Part 5, in order to allow an intensive and wide-ranging discussion by all interested parties, including victims whose voice has not yet been fully heard, about the right way to ensure that justice continues to be done in Scotland. We will come back to this chamber with a standalone bill on this issue, along with the regulations to implement it, on the 21st of April, which is anticipated to be the next sitting day. The courts must be allowed to function. By the end of this month, we must have the means to ensure that can happen. But we want, and I stress this, we want those means to command the widest support possible. Now, the bill requires the Government to report to the Parliament every 2 months on the continued necessity of all the measures in it and the use of powers. And I am open to a discussion, as Mr Fraser knows, because he has raised it with me, about how that should take place. And if the Parliamentary Bureau wishes to put in place special arrangements for that, I'd be very happy to discuss that with them. I commit the Government to involving the Parliament and its committees and any special arrangements as much as is humanly possible in the monitoring and scrutiny of the changes made by this bill. And it is on the basis of this process of scrutiny, of constant review, of a commitment to unwind these changes as our public life returns to normal, and to the unity of this Parliament and the work across parties and between individuals, Those are the reasons I invite everyone in this chamber to pass this bill today. Presiding Officer, we have a national emergency. That's why we are today debating emergency legislation. All of us recognise the gravity of the challenge we face, the scale of the response required. This is the greatest challenge we have faced in this young Parliament's history. It's one of the greatest challenges our country has faced in modern times. We will only get through it by working together. And it is in that spirit of solidarity that we can look forward to better times. So I now pass over to my colleague, the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Planning, for specific issues in the bill. That will be followed by the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and then the Minister for Europe and International Development.
Calling Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We've all been told to stay at home to save lives. And I'm pleased that so many folk out there are doing just that. Our homes provide the very foundation of our health and well-being, and we can all imagine the impact if we did not have a safe and secure place to stay, particularly during these challenging and unprecedented times. Yet the inevitable economic challenges unfolding as a result of the steps to halt this pandemic mean that there are households that will face significant financial hardship, which in turn could impact on their ability to pay their rent. We don't want anyone to feel that they could lose their home because of an unparalleled public health emergency. And that is why we're introducing provisions in this bill to prevent people from being evicted from their homes by temporarily extending the notice periods for eviction. This measure will apply across the private and the social sectors, irrespective of the time a tenant has spent in the property. The extended notice periods will apply for all statutory tenancies currently in existence in the private and social rented sector for 6 months. So for cases relating to a landlord needing to move back into a property and serious antisocial or criminal behaviour, the extension will be 3 months. We have advised strongly anyone in hardship or facing financial problems to speak to their landlords to make arrangements. And we want landlords to recognise the financial pressures and the challenges that people may be facing. In turn, we encourage all landlords, if they are having difficulty, to speak to their lenders about a mortgage break, and we have encouraged the UK Government and UK Finance to increase this to 6 months and to cover all mortgages. And we have also encouraged anyone who needs to apply for universal credit, which has a housing element, to do so. I welcome the commitment already shown by many landlords around the country in response to the outbreak. We're seeing great work being done to support tenants in the social sector through all that they do. And the Scottish Association of Landlords are asking their members to be proactive in helping tenants who expect to experience difficulty paying their rent. The Scottish Government, I'm sorry, I really don't have the time. The Scottish Government will establish a fund that eligible private landlords will be able to apply to if they are experiencing difficulties securing rent as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. This will be an interest-free loan with deferred payments, and it is intended to take the pressure off landlords in the short term if their tenants are having difficulty in making rent payments. And we expect to have this in place by the end of April at the latest. The measures being put forward in this bill, Presiding Officer, seek to find the right balance between protecting tenants from eviction due to financial pressures arising from the pandemic, while also ensuring that landlords across the private and social sector can continue to operate effectively. Crucially, though, this provision is needed to ensure that we can keep people in their homes at a time when that stability and place of safety is more important than ever. And I'd pass on to my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Justice.
Thank you. Colin Humza Yousaf.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The most important duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe and maintain public order. And we will therefore do everything we can to maintain a fair and effective justice system. Excuse me. But we also need to respond to the realities of the current public health guidance. Our current system relies heavily on physical attendance at court and indeed physical evidence itself. Our courts are extremely busy places. Where possible, moves have already been made to switch to digital systems. The use of physical court estate has also been rationalised, and national custody hubs have been established. However, workforces across the justice system are being affected, and we must anticipate that this will continue. We must ensure that accused people, victims and witnesses are not disadvantaged or unable to access justice because they are sick or are following public health guidance designed to keep us all safe. It is essential that the justice system continues to function and public confidence is maintained at this time. We know the significant distress which delay and uncertainty causes for victims of crime. The impacts on people detained in custody and held in remand are also extremely profound indeed. We're already in a position where a backlog of cases is building up. Our best efforts, including this legislation, can unfortunately only hope to mitigate that to a certain extent. Presiding Officer, I intend to focus on the two provisions that will be the most high profile, relating to solemn trials, which my colleague the Cabinet Secretary has already referenced, and indeed to provisions around prisons. As I come to speak to the provisions around solemn trials, can I echo what my colleagues have said before me? All of us understand, all of us bear the weight of responsibility for the times that we are in. This is not a time to be bullish, not a time for egos or petty partisanship. All of us, be we Conservative, Labour, SNP, Liberal Democrat, Green or Independent, we are all part of the national endeavour needed to help us overcome this virus. If ever we needed a reminder, Presiding Officer, of the gravity of this situation, we gather in the Chamber today, the day after the youngest victim of coronavirus passed away in the UK, 13-year-old Ismail Mohammed Abdul Wahab from Brixton. I cannot, as a parent nor a step-parent, who my stepdaughter is only a couple of years younger than Ismail, imagine the heartache and devastation his family are facing. It is with his death, and sadly the many that have passed away in Scotland, across the UK and indeed globally, that we work in a spirit of compromise and a spirit of consensus to do the best we can collectively to not just overcome this virus, but ensure that our rights are protected. In that vein, as the Cabinet Secretary has indicated, we understand how vital the principle of trial by jury is. The Lord President's proposal acknowledged that too, but indicated the real threat to the delivery of justice that was posed by the pandemic. The solution in this bill is proportionate, but it has not secured the support, as we know, of this chamber, and we're also, of course, aware of the concerns of the profession. Accordingly, I intend to move an amendment at stage 2, which will remove that section of the bill. The Lord Advocate and I will immediately institute further discussions with the judiciary, the legal profession, the political parties here, and let's not forget them also, the victims, many of whom would want this change now. We are seeking a practical, achievable solution to meet the objectives we all have, which is to ensure that justice is done and not delayed insofar as we can prevent that, while, of course, upholding the vital human rights we all treasure and enjoy. The solution needs to be in place this month, so I am also making a firm commitment to this chamber and to wider Scotland that we will table emergency legislation for debate here on the next due sitting day, which is the 21st of April. We would also aim to bring forward draft regulations to implement the legislation at that time. I would ask all in this chamber to accept this offer, which seeks to take us forward together as we must move at this incredibly difficult time. Whatever measure brought forward, let me reiterate, will be temporary. What is being proposed will simply be temporary. Of course, after we get through this pandemic, we will always return back to trial by jury. If I may briefly speak to the other provision in the bill, which I think will gather a lot of attention, and that is the emergency release of prisoners. Moving on to that section of the bill, I have previously cautioned this chamber that we cannot rule out releasing prisoners if doing so is in the best interests of public safety, of keeping our establishments and those who work in them safe, but also keeping those who are in our care safe as well. The coronavirus outbreak is already causing a reduction in staff levels, as members will be aware. This is being well managed, but it means restrictions in the prison regime and indeed to visits. In order to ensure that we have the ability to reduce the prison population rapidly, if necessary, to ensure the safety of staff and those in our care, this bill contains provisions to allow the creation of a bespoke system for early release. This is similar to the emergency release powers the UK Government already has. I should stress that this power in the bill by itself does not release prisoners. Secondary legislation is required for that, and much of the detail, including which classes of prisoner might be released, will be addressed in these regulations, and of course they will be subject to parliamentary approval. In conclusion, while much of the detail will depend on the exact circumstances we are seeking to address, I can give an absolute assurance that public safety will always be a key consideration for us, and any such release would be subject to an appropriate level of risk assessment. In this regard, members may also note that the bill explicitly states that a prisoner cannot be released if they would pose an immediate risk of harm to an identified person. We've also included on the face of the bill a number of categories of prisoner who will not be released, for example, those convicted of a sexual offence. Presiding Officer, my colleague, the Minister for Europe and International Development, will now conclude this statement on behalf of the Government.
I call Jenny Kilruth.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I shall conclude on behalf of the Government by setting out for Parliament some of the other provisions contained in the bill. Measures were only included in the bill if strict criteria were met. We required them to be necessary as part of the response to the coronavirus outbreak and urgently required in order to be included in emergency legislation. Members will see that for every single measure, the policy memorandum for this bill explicitly sets out why, in the Government's view, it is required as a result of the pandemic and why it is necessary and urgent. Many measures are required to reflect the reality that at a time when our public services are reprioritising and refocusing to fight the coronavirus, they are also struggling with levels of staff absence and workforce disruption much higher than normal. That disruption can be expected to continue for some time. So, for example, the bill gives additional flexibility in complying with statutory duties like responding to FOI requests, laying reports before Parliament and publishing documents in a physical format. We have listened to the concerns expressed about the changes to freedom of information, and as such, I will bring forward amendments at stage 2 to adjust the provisions to reflect the Information Commissioner's suggestions on extending the period to respond to requests. Presiding Officer, the bill also takes measures to respect the additional needs that many Scots will have as a result of the financial pressures the effects of the virus are causing. So the bill extends the current statutory moratorium on debt relief from 6 weeks to 6 months. It also provides additional protection for commercial leaseholders, increasing the statutory period of irritancy from 14 days to 14 weeks, for example. The bill makes changes required because of the simple fact that we can no longer go about our daily lives or run our public services in the way we used to. Public health advice regarding social distancing and public health regulations requiring people to stay at home mean that we have to think differently about how to regulate ourselves and how to do business. Presiding Officer, these are dramatic, unprecedented measures for dramatic, unprecedented times. There is no aspect of our lives, public or private, that has been left untouched by the virus or by the measures necessary to control and limit its transmission. But the seriousness of these measures reflects the seriousness of the mission. This is about saving lives. I look forward to hearing from other parties in terms of their views on the bill's provisions and to taking part in today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the ministers. And I call on Murdo Fraser to be followed by Alec Rowley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by reminding members of my register of interest, specifically my interest in property and my membership of the Law Society of Scotland. And can I just start by joining with the Cabinet Secretary in paying tribute to the Bill team for the remarkable work they've done in producing such a complicated piece of legislation with all supporting documentation in such a short space of time. The Bill runs to 69 pages with a huge number of detailed provisions. In addition, the explanatory notes and policy memorandum had to be produced, and this required a huge amount of effort from a small number of individuals, and we should be grateful to them all. Can I also record my thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for the cooperative way in which he has approached this legislation, working with the opposition parties. And that is particularly important, given the very limited time that is available for scrutiny of this legislation. Most members will only have seen this bill yesterday afternoon, and we're now being asked to consider it, potentially submit and vote on amendments and vote on its entirety within the space of a few hours. And that is a challenge for all of us. And I think we should recognise at this stage that it is likely that we will not get everything right in the very short space of time available to us. There will be aspects of this bill that we, with the benefit of time and hindsight, will realise were wrong or perhaps could have been better worded. But we are in an emergency situation, and that is why we have to press ahead with legislation without the normal level of safeguards. What this bill does is introduce a whole range of new powers to Scottish ministers, which in normal times would be deemed to be unacceptable. We are agreeing for these powers to be granted, and on occasion for human rights and for civil liberties to be curtailed because of the challenge we have in fighting coronavirus. That does not mean that these powers should be unfettered, nor that there should be a suspension in its entirety of normal scrutiny and the need for reporting by Scottish ministers. Indeed, one of the areas in which this legislation could be strengthened is looking at the need for regular reporting by ministers and how Parliament can hold government to account for the extraordinary powers it is taking to itself. We believe there is a case for a new committee of Parliament to be formed to look specifically at the powers of this bill, particularly important, Presiding Officer, when the normal business of the committees of this Parliament may not be continuing in coming weeks. And I'm pleased that the Cabinet Secretary signalled earlier that the Government is open to this, and I look forward to that being discussed in the Bureau as we go forward. Looking at the specific measures in the bill, let me start by looking at the provisions to protect those renting property. We absolutely agree that new protections should be put in place to avoid people having to move home while we have the coronavirus situation ongoing. We also need to recognise that many families are being put in a very difficult financial position because of the economic disruption, perhaps because they have lost their normal employment. So on that basis, the extension to 6 months of notice period for eviction for non-payment of rent seems reasonable. But it is worth reiterating that this does not mean that rent should not be paid, and indeed rent arrears built up during this period should be the subject of an agreement between landlords and tenants for repayment in due course. There are two other important points to make in this respect. Firstly, we would not want to see an end to evictions in all circumstances, and that is not what is proposed in this bill. There will still be cases where tenants can be evicted for antisocial or criminal behaviour, and that is important, because I'm sure we have all had situations where individuals have had their lives made a misery by antisocial neighbours, individuals who have in some cases been waiting for years to get an eviction order, and it is simply not right that they have to suffer further misery for months more because of legislation which would protect those who were behaving illegally. And the second point I make here is that many landlords do depend upon the income from private rent. For some retired individuals and couples, it might well be their primary source of income in the absence of any form of private pension. For individuals in these categories, they could face real hardship. And so what this bill does, in effect, is potentially extend the period in which a tenant might avoid eviction for non-payment of rent for up to 12 months, given the current delays with the Tier 1 tribunal. And that could cause real financial difficulty for individuals, sometimes not very well off people, whose primary source of income is one or more private rental properties. For that reason, we called for a hardship fund to be established for landlords in this situation, and I was pleased to hear what the Minister had to say about this a few moments ago, and we look forward to seeing the detail of that in due course. Presiding Officer, there is a great deal in this bill in relation to the criminal justice system, and my colleague Liam Kerr will comment more on this in detail later in the debate. The major area of concern we had was the suspension of trial by jury in more serious criminal cases. Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights gives a right to a fair trial, but does not specify that this has to be by jury. But it is a long-established Scottish legal tradition for jury trials to be held in solemn cases, and a removal of that right would be extremely prejudicial to those accused of a serious crime. It is our view, therefore, and it's one shared by the legal profession, that the removal of jury trials would be a retrograde step and hard to justify, even in the extraordinary circumstances that we are now in. So I welcome what was said by the Cabinet Secretary earlier about taking this back for further consideration. There are other solutions here I think need to be properly considered. One would be simply to delay all solemn trials until we're through the current difficulty. That would be prejudicial to the accused. It would be difficult for prisoners on demand. It would be difficult for victims of crime and for witnesses, but might be a better outcome than simply allowing trials to proceed with one judge. We could look more seriously at the issue of having juries by remote TV link, or there are practical difficulties with this. We could look holding cases in larger venues where jurors could be spaced out and allow social distancing, or we could look at the testing for coronavirus of all jurors at the start of proceedings and the start of each day, in order to provide some protection for those for whom there will be in some proximity. Now, none of these solutions are ideal, but we believe they all need to be properly examined because of the very serious nature of what is being proposed to remove the right to jury trial, and we look forward to continuing these discussions in the weeks ahead. Presiding Officer, there's much more I could say, but my time is up. Can I say I'm pleased with the progress we're hearing from the Government this morning on the issues of concern to us. Assuming the amendments come forward at stage 2, as we expect, this is a bill we hope to be able to support at decision time this afternoon.
Thank you very much. And I call Alec Rowley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to be able to speak in the debate today on the emergency legislation relating to the coronavirus pandemic. We are in a strange and unprecedented time, and I would like to start by paying tribute to everyone who's been working on this bill to be able to get it before the Chamber today in such difficult circumstances, and also to acknowledge the joint working that is taking place across this Parliament. I think it would be also important at this time to know all those workers who are on the front line, whether that's in our health and social care services, or in the shops serving food, or lifting refuge. All those frontline workers need to know that this Parliament is going to work collectively in their best interests in this time when they are all putting themselves and their families on the line. We are facing something that none of us has faced in our lifetimes. It is still just as important, however, that any legislation being passed in this country affecting the lives of Scottish people faces proper parliamentary scrutiny. The bill tackles some difficult areas, and I can see that difficult decisions are having to be made, and indeed will continue to have to be made. I should say that we face this crisis at a time when much of our public services are under massive pressure after years upon years of austerity that have left some of those services with real difficulties facing up to normal day life, never mind the crisis that we face at this time. I saw last night somebody say that today would be the blackest day in legal history if the bill was to proceed and the jury trials were to be stopped on a short-term basis. We believe that the Law Society of Scotland make a fair point when they say there is a need to have further information, and the issues require fuller consideration and consultation in order to avoid unintended consequences. So I am pleased that the Cabinet Secretary this morning has picked up on those points and is proposing to address those points and bring back legislation here on the 21st April after doing so. But let me say, we are facing the blackest period in our history, and the blackest days, I feel, are still to come. So we must, as parliamentarians, accept our collective responsibility to make the right and the necessary choices. In this extreme circumstance, it is clear that what is required is a balance between competing interests. That said, the health of our country should always be considered as a paramount concern, and I hope that this is the intention behind the introduction of many aspects of this bill. The difficulty lies with the competing interests, particularly in relation to civil liberties and human rights. I agree with Amnesty when they say that any restriction on the individual human rights must meet the criteria of necessity, proportionality, legitimacy, be time-limited and subject to regular reviews. And I know that the Cabinet Secretary is proposing that the legislation itself is reviewed every 6 months, with the powers in this Parliament to be able to either continue where necessary or not, as the case may be. I also note the proposal for 2 monthly reporting back. I believe one of my colleagues is looking at an amendment to that today, perhaps to 1 month reporting back. But having the confidence at a time when you bring forward such legislation, having the confidence that the scrutiny and that the government being given these unprecedented powers is being held to account by this Parliament will be important. And that's why the point that was made earlier by Neil Finlay about the accountability of the government through this Parliament is so crucial. I do believe the emergency legislation is necessary, and I welcome the fact that the government have brought it forward. Indeed, I suspect that we may see further emergency legislation coming forward as we grapple with what at this stage we don't know are going to be some of the outcomes of this virus. But we must now ensure that, even if well-meaning, there are as few unintended consequences as possible, especially given how quickly we are dealing with this fast-moving situation. The economy, Presiding Officer, is going to go through a major difficult time. So whilst I accept that we need to look at what further support is going to be needed, I think we need to accept that the economy is not going to be the same as it was, and that government will have to play a far greater role within our economy and within our society in the coming months that lie ahead. Thank you.
Andy Whiteman, up to 4 minutes, please.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. And like all members, I'm sure we will have regarded the provisions in this bill as we would all have regarded the provisions in this bill and in the regulations that came into force last Thursday as something of an April Fool's had they been floated a few weeks or months ago. The Parliament's provisions for emergency legislation, however, are appropriate in these circumstances, given we face such a major public health crisis. And in such a situation, any bill's provisions should be, as other members have said, strictly necessary in the current situation, specific, time-limited and subject to review and reporting. Now, there's very little time for scrutiny of this bill. I'd like to join Murdo Fraser in commending the drafters and government officials who've been involved in this work, and all the organisations as well who've turned round briefings in a very, very short space of time last night and this morning. And for the record, I just want to make some brief observations, principally on Schedule 4, the justice provisions and the housing provisions, and a couple of others as well. Our justice system is at the heart of our democratic institutions, designed to ensure a law-abiding society, the liberty of the individual from the power of the state, and sanctions for those who transgress agreed norms of behaviour in the civil and criminal spheres. And the bill, focusing as it does on the justice system and how it can operate in the weeks and months ahead, is practical and sensible. We welcome the removal of the provisions that would give the executive powers to suspend jury trials. And we do look forward to engaging in discussions as how the problem of how to conduct jury trials can be tackled with a view to ensuring the right balance between human rights, public health and the efficient administration of justice, because it is incredibly important that Parliament achieves consensus on this extremely sensitive question, and we therefore look forward to taking part in discussions in the weeks ahead. On housing, we welcome the provisions that ensure that all statutory tenants will be provided with extended notice periods to ensure that, as far as possible, no tenant will be evicted during the emergency period. However, welcome as this is in comparison to the government's original proposals, it is not sufficient. Many tenants will be facing unprecedented declines in their income and job prospects over the coming weeks and months, and whilst it's of some comfort to know that during the relevant period you will be safe in your house, it remains open to landlords to commence eviction proceedings at any time, with vulnerable tenants having to live through the crisis knowing that they will be evicted in 6 months' time. So we argue and will bring forward amendments that there should be no notices to quit and no eviction proceedings initiated at all during the emergency. They can all wait. Furthermore, we need provisions that deal with eviction applications already in the system, and perhaps most crucially of all, for the most vulnerable group of all, those against whom eviction orders have already been granted, but which have not been enforced. And the proposals explicitly do not deal with those who have already had eviction proceedings initiated or orders to quit granted. While some comfort is available from the de facto suspension of many court proceedings, it's our view that all such proceedings should be suspended for the duration of the emergency period. On a couple of other provisions, we welcome those on land registration. This has been the subject to intense debate between the Keeper of the Registers of Scotland and the legal profession over the past few days, highlighting the fact that despite having the world's oldest system of recording titles to property, we've still not managed to move into the digital age. On debt, we welcome the debt arrangements. One of the most significant impacts of the pandemic will be the numbers of those facing unsustainable debt, not because of their own actions, but because of the financial circumstances as a result of the pandemic. On freedom of information, we have serious concerns about the proposals in the bill, and we are not persuaded that they are all strictly necessary. And I heard what the Minister had to say earlier. Look forward to engaging discussions later today. Presiding Officer, in conclusion, this legislation should give no legislator much pleasure in enacting. It has a sunset clause, which is good, but it still contains extensive powers for ministers to legislate by regulations. We understand why, but no one should be under any illusion as to the unprecedented powers we're being asked to hand to the executive. Over the coming months, it will be vital that Parliament has the time and resources to ensure the powers contained in this bill remain proportionate and necessary. In that context, Greens will be voting for the general principles of the bill. Thank you.
Alex Cole-Hamilton for up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. We live in exceptionally difficult times, and this is a piece of legislation that in virtually any other circumstances we could not have imagined supporting, but support it we will. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his engagement and with my party over recent days, and for his remarks in respect of jury trials, which I'll come on to later. The bill was written in just a matter of hours. That is no mean feat, but it is precisely because it was written in just a matter of hours and it hasn't been consulted upon that we must be robust in our scrutiny of it over the course of this day. Now that the Cabinet Secretary has confirmed the removal of schedules for Part 5, we will support this bill with some minor amendments. We support it not least because the bill contains some vital and much needed changes to give comfort and security to so many people who would otherwise face destitution in the teeth of this crisis. Of great importance, as we've heard many times, are the provisions around evictions. Now, I would hope and expect landlords to be understanding in this emergency and recognise the flexibility being afforded to them by the banks, but nobody should be made homeless in this crisis, and responsible private and social tenants need that extra protection against eviction. Presiding Officer, that sense of national urgency is why the vast majority of the provisions in this bill are necessary, but we still harbour some concerns, particularly around FOI deadlines. But above all, we could not have supported the introduction of the new powers contained in Part 5, Schedule 4, around the ability of ministers to remove juries in trials of indictment for the duration of the emergency. I raised this at the cross-party meeting last week when the bill was first mooted, and I had issued drafting instructions to Clark to remove that section. I'm very grateful to hear the government will respond to that. Jury trials have been part of Scottish justice since the 13th century. They have survived the bubonic plague, the Spanish flu, and 2 world wars. They are a central pillar to our unwritten constitution and our social contract. The English Courts and Tribunal Services are pausing all trials that would require a jury until such time as they can find a way of proceeding safely. They recognise the challenge and the danger of asking juries to sit at this time of heightened infection risk, but they choose not to abandon the jury system, but to pause them while they seek solutions. Indeed, it looks as though across all the democracies in the world, no other country is ending jury trials, and were we to have pressed ahead, we would have stood alone in that regard. Presiding Officer, once only before in the history of these islands have jury trials been replaced by judge-led hearings. The diplock courts were created in Northern Ireland in 1973 so that terrorism offences could be tried in front of a judge because of risk of reprisal or tampering to juries. The focus of these provisions were around keeping jurors safe, but, Presiding Officer, we are not trying to keep jurors safe from terrorists. We need only find a solution to keep them safe from infection, and I look forward to working with the government before we return in April to that end. As Murdo Fraser said, that those solutions might be bigger venues like theatres, theatres or cinemas. It might be about testing everyone on site for the virus every day, and it might involve computer link-ups. We also need to make it easier for witnesses to give testimony via computer link-ups, and I will be bringing amendments at stage 2 to that end. But there will be a solution, and we need one, because the provisions in this bill have been met with a howl of outrage by the legal profession. The Faculty of Advocates, the Law Society, and solicitors the country over have all spoken in opposition to that schedule. It is a marker of the strange times we live in that I find myself in an alliance with Joanna Cherry and Michael Gove in opposition to these provisions. I am glad the government have heeded those calls, because juries matter. They matter because the burden should rest on the prosecution to take a group of everyday people through the evidence and through the details of the law and persuade them of guilt. Above all this, to participate in a jury is to fulfil the social contract. We cannot just simply bypass that. Presiding officer, I conclude by saying this. We are just 1 week into lockdown, and unamended, this bill would have interrupted an unbroken tradition of Scottish justice that has endured for nearly 800 years. It is a measure that no other democracy has embraced, and it has been roundly condemned by the profession. We should listen to them. I'm grateful for the government's intention to remove it, and I assure them of our support for this bill tonight. Thank you.
We move now to the open debate, and we're already short of time, so if you could come in at under 4 minutes, that'd be appreciated. Rona Mackay, followed by Graham Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't think anyone in the Chamber today would disagree with me when I say that none of us want to be proposing this legislation, and none of us imagined that we would have to, but of course we must. We must ensure that we can adapt to this extraordinary crisis by following due legal process and providing clarity for organisations and the public. We're in uncharted territory, but I believe the general principles of this bill are sound, justified and absolutely essential. We're in an emergency situation. And as others have said, the very positive all-party discussions that have allowed this legislation to be drafted so quickly are welcome. These are not normal times, and party politics should be put aside. The bill complements and supplements the Coronavirus Act 2020 passed by the UK Parliament and to which the Scottish Parliament gave its consent last week. There are several aspects of the detailed bill focusing on justice, public health and the economy. We know that the majority of people are complying with the advice to stay at home to avoid the spread of the virus and to ease the burden on our amazing frontline NHS workers. And we know that, as the Minister said, having a roof over your head during this period is vital, which is why the legislation to protect people having difficulty paying the rent from eviction, prevent them from eviction for 6 months, is most welcome and necessary. Out with the bill, I also hope that measures to provide the homeless with accommodation is rapid and successful. Presiding Officer, in the short time I have, I'd like to focus on provisions relating to justice and policing. All of the measures in this bill are practical and common sense and will allow our justice system to continue operating in these extraordinary times. As we know, measures to allow solemn trials without jury are controversial and serious and will be amended and brought forward on the 21st of April with emergency legislation as outlined by the Cabinet Secretary. But it's important to say that Rape Crisis, Victim Support and Women's Aid do support these measures and they believe that this is vital to help minimise the distress of delays for victims of sexual and serious crimes. Ministers will have the powers through secondary legislation to release certain classes of prisoners, but of course this is subject to a strict set of caveats and public risk assessment. Prisoners serving life sentences, terrorists, sex offenders, untried prisoners, all those serving sentences for the most serious crimes would, of course, not be covered. The important details of these measures are detailed clearly in the bill we're considering today. Schedule 4 of the bill relates to children and vulnerable adults. Changes to enable the children's hearing system to function are being introduced, such as reducing the number of panel members required. Alterations to child protection orders and supervision orders to prevent them from lapsing are included, and again these changes are detailed in the bill, but the rights of the child will be upheld during these temporary measures. Presiding Officer, the Equality and Human Rights Commission have stated that actions to protect people that complement or enhance equality and rights will maximise consent and compliance and ultimately best safeguard public health. And that is what this legislation proposes to do. The initial time period for the law is through to the end of September, when these laws could be extendable, if necessary, through the affirmative procedure. The bill will be reviewed by Parliament after 2 months to ensure its effectiveness and proportionality. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, in this emergency situation, for all the reasons I and others have outlined, I recommend supporting the general principles of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Simpson, followed by Ruth Maguire.
Thank you. None of us expected just a few weeks ago that we would be sitting here dealing with what is genuinely emergency legislation with far-reaching consequences for the power of the state over individuals. The encroachment into human rights is unprecedented and it has consequences. I want to concentrate my remarks on the proposals in the bill around evictions. There are around 340,000 households in the private rented sector and 550,000 in the social rented sector in Scotland. And some of those, but not all, struggle financially, and some will have lost their jobs as a result of the coronavirus outbreak. Some will have to socially isolate in the coming weeks and months, and we're all being told to stay at home. Where people have lost their incomes as a result of the restrictions imposed by government, it will take time for the very generous packages on offer to kick in, and it would be entirely wrong if people were to lose their homes in those circumstances. So both of Scotland's governments are right to restrict the circumstances under which evictions can take place. They take slightly different approaches, but the aim is the same. And here in Scotland, the bill before us today temporarily extends the notice periods for all evictions except in certain limited cases. The extended notice periods are either for 6 months in most cases or 3 months for antisocial or criminal behaviour, or where a landlord or their family member need to move into the property. We need to make sure that, as the Chartered Institute for Housing have pointed out, that victims of domestic abuse are not trapped in their homes with the perpetrators. Now, the legislation before us today relates to the notice period that a landlord has to give of their intention to start eviction proceedings. It's not, as Aileen Campbell first promised, a 6-month ban on evictions. The reality is that it's a stop on evictions and therefore no rental income for some landlords for over a year. Many private landlords are retired. Many have 1 or 2 properties, not vast portfolios. Some rely on the income from rent to pay their care home fees, for example. 95% of landlords have between 1 and 5 properties. So by any measure, it's not sustainable that you should expect these people not to be paid for over a year. So we suggested to the government that for those landlords who do suffer loss of income as a result of these measures, there's a hardship fund put in place. And I'm pleased to hear the Minister commit to that. And I would simply invite him, if he wants to intervene on me, if he could say whether that fund could be applied for to cover the whole period that a landlord may be without money.
Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As I mentioned earlier on, we are looking at this landlord loan fund and we'll make that loan fund available as soon as possible and for as long as it's needed. We hope that we can have all of that in place by the end of April at the latest, as I said in my opening remarks. And we're developing the detailed criteria around about this. But we will make that loan available for as long as possible, as long as it's needed. And we envisage that that would be up to a year, and we would backdate that to March the 1st.
Graham Simpson, if you could come to a close, please.
Yes, certainly. I think that's very encouraging and that's good to hear. And I think on that basis, we could support these provisions in the bill. It's proportionate. It's unfortunately necessary. I think on the basis that what we've heard, we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Ruth Maguire, followed by James Kelly.
Presiding Officer, I know firsthand how worried and anxious people are right now at the changes to their lives. I have lost a friend to this virus. I'm acutely aware of the seriousness of what our communities are facing. We're in the midst of a national emergency. Stringent steps are required to suppress the spread of the virus to save lives. Public bodies across the UK must have the tools and powers they need to carry out an effective response to save lives. Across this chamber, I think we all understand that this bill cannot be scrutinised in the way that we would all normally demand. It's a huge transfer of power to Scottish ministers and through them to local authorities. And it's clear that the effect of some of these powers is to temporarily overturn and or bypass some of the human rights protections established in law by the Scottish and UK parliaments. This is legitimate in response to the emergency we're facing. That said, I'm mindful that the legal test for derogation from human rights standards is rightly high, and that most importantly, hard-won human rights protections are both most vital and most at risk at times of emergency and crisis. Extraordinary powers must come with proper limits. Regular renewal is essential, and the burden of justifying restrictions must lie with government and be open to proper, timely scrutiny and challenge from existing bodies out with the Parliament and, of course, from the Parliament itself. In giving over extraordinary powers to government, our first question should be how we take them back. Significant powers are provided to police, immigration officers and public health officials to arrest people deemed infectious, to place them in isolation and to take biological samples without their consent. These actions may at some point be required to save lives. It would be helpful for the Scottish Government to confirm what additional safeguards will be put in place where the infectious person is a child or a vulnerable adult. The people I represent will also want to know that the prompt action being taken against individuals who appear to be acting out with the strict confines of the life-saving advice and instructions will be taken just as vigorously against employers and businesses who put staff in harm's way. I know there's also been concern around a relaxation of child protection and safeguarding legislation, which would enable an individual barred from undertaking regulated work with children to continue to do so. Clarity from Scottish Government ministers on the circumstances in which this power might be exercised is crucial, including, importantly, how children's rights to protection from abuse and harm will be protected. I would also seek assurance from ministers on how we ensure the protection of those whose rights are most at risk, with the suspension of legal duties to assess the needs of children with additional support needs, disability, care-experienced children or young carers. Presiding Officer, 4 minutes only gives time to raise a couple of points, and I'd like to end on this one. The cross-party working and productive scrutiny, coupled with the unprecedented reprioritisation of resources and powers, shows what can be done where there's a will. Once we get through this crisis, let's demand that of ourselves again in tackling poverty, addiction and inequality, the other things that threaten the lives of the citizens we represent.
James Kelly, followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It would have been unimaginable even a few weeks ago, the sweeping powers that are embedded in this bill, imagining that it would have been passed by the Parliament in a matter of a day. However, the circumstances in which we live, where we fear for those in our communities, we fear for those who are close to us, means that the Government is right to legislate in these emergency circumstances, and we will support the general principles of the bill and no doubt the concluding bill at stage 3. I'd like to touch on a number of matters. First of all, the provisions in the bill in relation to prisoner release. There's no doubt the prison environment is a very challenging one. We spoke many times in the Chamber about the overcrowding in the prison estate, and it's been reported that there are 111 cases of people displaying the symptoms of COVID-19 in prisons that have had to be self-isolated. And that can be understandable in the circumstances in which people are living in the prison estate, and also very concerning. Therefore, the provisions in relation to prisoner release are correct for prisoners who are coming towards the end of their sentence, and where there is no threat to public safety. I wonder if I might ask if the Justice Secretary or Mike Russell, if he's summing up, can address the issue of public safety. Because in terms of prisoners being released, I believe that it is important that they are tested for COVID-19, because it's important that we have a duty of care to those prisoners, and also to those who they're going to come into contact with in their communities, and also the support workers who are necessary to give them the proper support to ensure their smooth transition back into the community. So I would ask that that issue that is not mentioned in the bill be addressed. In terms of the issue on the jury trials, I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's announcement that that will be taken out of the bill with an amendment at stage 2. It seems to me that the Government moved too hastily on this proposal and also failed to explain why it was required. It seemed to me that they described the fact that there was a crisis and the need for a power, but without outlining why that was necessary. I welcome the fact that there's going to be a proper consultation between now and the 21st of April. I think the strength of the opposition that we've seen overnight, particularly from organisations like the Law Society, shows that the Government had got it wrong and had moved far too quickly on this issue. I think as we move forward, it's important that we build consensus, not only from organisations like Victim Support and Rape Crisis Scotland, but also among key figures and key organisations within the legal profession, because it's important at this time that legislation is built with consensus and support both in the Parliament and outside the Parliament. Final point I'd make is in terms of the review period. Never before have we seen powers like this go through in a day. Therefore, I think it is important not only to look at the review time scale, perhaps reducing it to a month, but also the process that underpins that, because it will be important to review these powers and their operation and implementation as time goes on. Thank you.
Kenneth Gibson, followed by Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I first pay tribute to the Bill team and others who have worked with ministers around the clock to deliver a robust bill under these difficult and volatile circumstances. As others have indicated, these circumstances are unique in our lifetime. We have a common goal, and judging by the measured contributions so far, I'm confident this pivotal bill will pass today. Much continues to be said about the devastating consequences of this outbreak on our economy and society, and we must do all we can to help our constituencies and businesses through this. Like all colleagues across the Chamber, no doubt, I've been in constant communication with community organisations and individual constituents. It is a monumental task, with hard-pressed staff, reduced in number, trying to help millions, almost from a standing start. Nevertheless, if possible, I hope the UK Government will speed up the process of identifying and making payments to those who are self-employed. June is still 2 months away, a long time to wait to begin making the first payments. Many will struggle to pay their bills and loans, credit card bills and overdrafts. Some banks, sadly, have increased their interest rates from 9.9% to 39.9% for unauthorised overdrafts, while they benefit from a base rate of 0.1%. This is nothing short of daylight robbery, kicking people when they are down. And while the Scottish Government has no powers to stop these practices, I'm pleased to see it is using its limited powers to protect those getting into debt by including a temporary extension of moratoriums on diligence. The bill seeks to increase the length of the moratorium against diligence created by sections 195 to 198 of the Bankruptcy Scotland Act 2016 from 6 weeks to 6 months for moratoria established during the period covered by this emergency legislation. The bill also removes the restriction that only one moratorium can be applied for in any one 12-month period and contains a provision for trust deeds. Making it easier for individuals and families to apply for a moratorium may provide just the respite they need while awaiting payments, or for business to pick up during these deeply uncertain times. Also helpful and incredibly important to those who have been through trauma is the temporary relaxation of some requirements for legal aid applications in paragraph 22 of the bill. With these ongoing changes, we must keep Scotland a functioning country with a working justice system, and the proposed adaptations, such as the extension of time limits in criminal proceedings in paragraph 10, offer a workable solution to maintain this. Police Scotland is doing a magnificent job coordinating responses and keeping everyone safe, and we must ensure the legal framework continues to work. As domestic abuse will continue and likely increase during this crisis, although it's clear to survivors that during the lockdown they are encouraged to make their way to safety if they can. To assist some of the most vulnerable people in our society, the bill extends guardianship for adults with incapacity, the period of existing certificates and provision of services to expedite the release of adults with incapacity from hospital. The majority of measures in this bill will automatically expire 6 months after they come into force, which I believe is appropriate. A mechanism where explicit action and agreement from the Scottish Parliament is required to extend those measures for another 6 months and then potentially a third time until a total of 18 months from when this bill is passed. Scottish ministers will provide a report to Parliament every 2 months about the use of these emergency powers, and I welcome that. Presiding Officer, I thank all those working to save lives and keep Scotland going and extend my condolences to those who have lost loved ones to the coronavirus, including at least one of my constituents, and wish those who are currently suffering a speedy recovery. Let's all keep being responsible and doing what we are doing to make sure we beat this pandemic together. I support this bill and ask all colleagues to vote in favour.
Liam Kerr, followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I remind the Chamber I'm a practising solicitor holding current practising certificates with the Law Societies of Scotland and England and Wales. The principles of this bill are to provide new powers to help the Government deal with the coronavirus outbreak effectively, and the justice provisions at Schedule 4 are therefore extensive and wide-ranging. Many are unprecedented, yet we can support many of the powers as drafted. Indeed, some are measures which are welcome. However, we are not without doubts. And there are two areas in justice where we have particular disquiet, and the Cabinet Secretary for Justice was right to focus on both. The proposal to release prisoners early from sentences is difficult. It is difficult for victims of crime and their families, who will understandably ask about the punishment element of prison and will worry about the mechanism for assessing prisoner risk being sufficiently robust. Difficult for those victims of domestic violence who fear that their attackers could be back to haunt them, and Scottish Women's Aid are right to demand robust safety arrangements, including appropriate notification of victims and intensive monitoring in this area particularly. It's difficult for the public, who will worry about their safety, particularly in times of lockdown when already stretched support organisations and local authorities may be unavailable. And to those concerned, I say simply, we are too. And by way of reassurance, I remind those watching and associate myself with the comments of the Cabinet Secretary earlier on in this regard. This proposal arises from the unprecedented and grave situation that Scotland faces, and there is no doubt that the prison environment poses a unique challenge, not least for the health of our dedicated prison staff. And I understand why we must think the previously unthinkable if we are to reduce the spread of this virus in prisons. But we must be sure that there is no danger to the officers, no additional danger, the public and victims by releasing criminals before they're ready. And that means, once released, any breach of home detention or any other condition must be detected and dealt with. The police must have the resources to monitor released offenders properly. And if this measure has to happen, it must be for the shortest time possible. It would be helpful if, in closing, the Cabinet Secretary could give the public some idea of which type of prisoners might be eligible for this release and what sort of numbers that might involve being eligible for release. Secondly, Presiding Officer, with only 4 minutes, I cannot elaborate in depth on the proposal to suspend trial by jury. But had this proceeded today, it would be an extraordinary change to the present situation. Alex Cole-Hamilton spoke very well in this regard, and I respect his views thereon. Trial by jury is a fundamental and important protection and a vital safeguard to the powers of the state, which forms a cornerstone of human rights. Let us not forget that the proposal would substitute the decision of 15 people from normal society for a jury of one, who will often be male, one of society's top earners from a particular educational background and of a certain age. Furthermore, I'm not persuaded that such a proposal will prevent delays. Indeed, there's a suggestion that it could exacerbate backlogs in the system. But I think the Law Society make the most sobering point when they say the interests of justice and the rule of law are not served by taking the proposed step at this time. Correct. And I'm pleased to hear the Cabinet Secretary's assurance that he will amend this at stage 2 to seek further discussions on a practical, achievable solution which upholds human rights. Such solutions do exist, and Murdo Fraser listed some of them earlier. Presiding Officer, our support for the principles of this bill is a function of the situation, but it is also conditional and in some cases reluctant. Nevertheless, support it is.
The last of the open debate contributions is from Stuart McMillan.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, first of all, I do want to thank the Cabinet Secretary and the Scottish Government for bringing forward this legislation and also for acting so swiftly. I can't welcome it. I don't think anyone can welcome it, but we are where we are in terms of coronavirus. And I think that the swift action that actually has been taken, sadly, has been necessary. I do want to put on record my thanks to everyone who is working on the front line to actually try to help and save lives and help our communities. I want to touch upon just a couple of points briefly, and the first one is on the issue of Schedule 1 regarding housing. And I'd be grateful if the Housing Minister, when he speaks later on, if he can provide some clarity on just kind of one aspect of this. Yesterday, on hearing the announcement about the issue of the extension periods, I received emails and phone calls from people concerned, from constituents, people whose lives are absolutely miserable due to antisocial neighbours. They genuinely are concerned. Like most people, they're staying at home, but so are their antisocial neighbours, particularly those who spoke to me yesterday of a private landlord. But the Housing Minister stated earlier that the antisocial tenants can still be evicted, although this process will be extended by 3 months. Can the Minister provide further clarity on how this will proceed? Will it remain the same process as just now, but only with the 3-month extension period? The second point I want to touch upon is the issue of private landlords. Now, this Parliament hears on a regular basis about the issue of bad and rogue landlords, and there are plenty of them across the country, but also there are plenty of good, decent landlords as well. They are worried about their properties being trashed, the rent not being paid, and also the effects on the neighbours of the property with these extensions. So in the summing up, can the Minister provide some assurances to my constituents who are blighted by antisocial tenants that the extension period will actually not have too much of an adverse effect upon them, but also can the Minister provide some assurances that further engagement will continue with local authorities and also with the private rented sector to ensure that antisocial tenants will not be free to continue to abuse their neighbours without censure?
Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I won't be summing up, so I'll answer Mr McMillan now. The exceptions, as I outlined, are for antisocial behaviour or criminality. I think we all will have constituents who face difficulties. We know that this may be exacerbated during the current situation, and that's why we've made those exceptions.
Stuart McMillan.
Thank the Minister for that clarification, that intervention. But certainly, can the Minister just assure me as well that further discussion will be taking place with local authorities and also with the private rented sector, as this, obviously, once the bill has been enacted, to ensure that those assurances are there for all the tenants, certainly not just in my constituency, but across Scotland. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to the closing speeches. And I think that was a yes from the Minister for Mr McMillan, for the record. Closing speeches. Alec Rowley, please, up to 5 minutes. Mr Rowley has metamorphosed into Miss McNeill. Pauline McNeill.
Not an easy thing to do. Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to begin by thanking Scottish Government officials, as others have done, for the incredible drafting work that they've done in an incredibly short period of time. I wholeheartedly agree with Cabinet Secretary Mike Russell that we must work together, we must unite where we can, taking the right steps to manage our society in a dreadful period on everyday issues, and we hope it will be a short period. But I'm sure Cabinet Secretary would agree that we should still do our jobs as an opposition party, but where we think the Government can make an improvement on the legislation. We did that last week on the Government announcement on a no-eviction policy, and we were delighted to welcome the announcement by Aileen Campbell on that. No government, whatever their complexion, can get everything right. So we will be constructive and we will get behind the Government in managing the biggest ever crisis our country has faced. So we want to make this work effectively, and I would make the points echoed by Neil Findlay and Alec Rowley that we don't want to overwhelm the Government with letters and questions. We do want to scrutinise your work. It would be helpful if you could tell us how. Humza Yousaf said in his opening speech, "It's not a time to be bullish or ego-driven," and he is absolutely right about that. Transparency is essential, I think, as Murdo Fraser eloquently said, and it's essential that we have an ongoing review. I'd like to mention that in Gender have asked specifically that the government look at the impact on women during the coronavirus crisis, as the impact may be different, and whether they'd be willing to give some report as we go forward in this period. I want to address the government proposals on no evictions. I think the banking crisis that we had in 2008 sadly will be a walk in the park with what people might face in this oncoming period. So I welcome everything the government has done here, but there are some things I would like the government to consider going forward. I tend to agree with Andy Whiteman that perhaps isn't the right construction of the legislation to have eviction notice hanging over people's heads, and I want to discuss that further at stage 2. I think the government should also consider going further to help tenants who, no fault of their own, may not be covered by a government scheme or universal credit. So I recognise that we can't see the full picture at the moment, and we'd hope that the millions of people who are self-employed or who have lost their jobs are not covered by the government scheme or are getting a percentage of their wages. We won't see the full impact on that yet. I wholeheartedly welcome the announcement on landlord funds that Graham Simpson raised. But I'd also like the government just to talk to us about whether a system of rent breaks as a last resort. It could be considered further down the line when we have a clearer picture. Looking at even a temporary fund attached to the Scottish Welfare Fund, which will not cover rents at the moment, I appreciate that. For those who may fall through the gap, but who maybe need some short-term help. I'd like the government to look specifically at rent arrears debt. I'll let the Minister in if she so wishes in a minute. I'm just envisaging that one of the issues might be that there might be huge debt that arises, and government may want to consider whether or not a specific scheme might help tenants to try and avoid poor credit ratings and get them back to an even position.
Kevin Stewart.
Presiding Officer, I think one of the key things in all of this is getting messages across to tenants to talk to landlords, and folks should be applying for universal credit where that is the right thing to do. Beyond that, Ms McNeill will know that we have discretionary housing payments and other methods as well. The key thing for me is that folk should pay their rent if they can pay their rent. If they are having difficulties, they should immediately talk to their landlord, whether they're in the social or the private sector, so that we can bring about the flexibilities that are required.
Pauline McNeill.
So there's nothing in that I would disagree with, that people should continue to pay their rent. What I'm trying to address is in cases where we might envisage where they just will not be able to, through no fault of their own, because they may have lost their job or their income. I'd also like the government to look at extending the time that someone can stay in temporary accommodation, that's specifically raised back by shelter. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, as others have done, I recognise that the Cabinet Secretary for Justice has withdrawn probably the most controversial proposal for judge-only trials and solemn procedure, and it's helpful that the Cabinet Secretary did this early in the process. As we all agree, I think, removing the fundamental right of an accused person to be tried in front of their peers, to have comparative justice, and that is the same justice as everyone else, is something that we do need to take a bit more time to look at, and I support the idea of a consultation on that. There are dangers in proceeding with juries, obviously dangers to the public. I'm going to wind up at this. I do welcome what the government have done. We will take full part in the consultation. We could look at war times, for example, where they reduce the juries to 7, but we will work with the government to find a solution to this.
Adam Tompkins, for up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to start where the Cabinet Secretary started, which is to say this, that unity in this endeavour is essential. He said it was important, it's essential. We need to work together, and I am grateful, my party is grateful, I think we're all grateful for the way in which the government has tried to ensure that we can work together. This bill, as published yesterday, and as it currently stands, contains measures which in our view go too far. At least in our view go too far at the moment, because the case for their necessity has not been made out. And I want to reflect a little bit more, like I did last week, on that test. We all accept that there is a public emergency threatening the lives of our citizens and threatening, indeed, the life of the nation. We all accept that this is a public emergency which requires an extraordinary response and which requires us as parliamentarians to confer on ministers powers which we wouldn't ordinarily contemplate. But the test which we must vigorously and rigorously apply to the examination of whether those proposals for extraordinary powers are required or not is a test of necessity. Not are they administratively expedient, not would they make our life easier, but are they strictly required? Jenny Gilruth referred to this in her opening remarks. Last week, when we discussed this in the context of the legislative consent motion for the UK's Coronavirus Act, the Cabinet Secretary indicated very strongly his agreement with that, that this is indeed the test. We will cooperate to confer powers on ministers which are necessary to confer upon ministers to meet the exigencies of the crisis. With regard to, I want to say something about how we apply that test to the two most controversial sets of proposals contained in the bill, the proposals with regard to juries and the proposals with regard to freedom of information. And I very much welcome the fact that the Cabinet Secretary and his colleagues have indicated this morning that they will withdraw from the bill today the proposals with regard to juries, albeit that doesn't mean that we've solved the issue. The issue has absolutely not been solved, and we know that we will have to revisit it in a matter of weeks. If there are talks about that process, then I commit myself and my party to take part constructively in those talks. We want to solve this aspect of the coronavirus crisis. Courts must be able to function. But courts must be able to function in a way which uses means that command the widest possible support. That's what the Cabinet Secretary said in his opening remarks, and that do not unnecessarily trammel on the rights and freedoms of those involved in the criminal justice system. And the Cabinet Secretary is right to say that that includes victims as well as defenders. But the rights and freedoms of the accused are paramount in ensuring that we have a fair justice system in our criminal justice order, and there are measures which we need to think about, which are much less restrictive on rights and freedoms than simply abandoning all jury trials for the duration of the crisis. We can think about the consequences of delay. We can think about the logistics of testing jurors or empanelled jurors for coronavirus. We can think about remote juries. We can think about virtual trials. We can think about larger venues. Every cinema and every theatre in Scotland is lying empty at the moment. These are large spaces. They are larger spaces than criminal courtrooms. There are ways, if we can do it here in the Parliament and come together and debate legislation such as this while maintaining social distancing, then it should not be beyond our wit to conceive of ways in which the criminal justice system can do that too. It can't be shown to be necessary to abandon criminal trial by jury in Scotland if no other Commonwealth country in the world is contemplating this when we are dealing with a global pandemic. The Lord Chancellor is not contemplating this in England and Wales. And I just want to say something about the way in which the argument for this has been constructed, because if you read carefully the views put in the policy memorandum accompanying the bill as to why this step was one that the Scottish Government wanted to take, it isn't an argument of necessity. It is an argument of administrative convenience. If we don't do this, they say, there will be a backlog of cases. That's not a good enough reason. That's an argument of administrative convenience, not an argument of necessity. And the Law Society are absolutely right to point that out in blunt terms in their submission for today's debate. The potential for a case backlog is not on its own a sufficient reason for departing from the need for jury trial. So we will take part in these talks on a constructive basis, but we will vigorously and rigorously apply this single and simple test. We will support those extraordinary measures which are necessary, and we will not support those which cannot be shown to be necessary. I don't know if I have time, Presiding Officer, to say something about freedom of information in my closing minute or so. The proposals that Jenny Gilruth set out in her opening remarks are welcome. I regret that they don't go as far as I would have wanted them to go. I am not convinced, personally, of the need to extend freedom of information deadlines for anybody other than those working on the front line. I completely understand that health boards, that GP practices, that pharmacies, that anybody working in the NHS has much better things to do, much more important things to do right now than responding to FOA requests. But I am not convinced, personally, that the same argument holds for all government departments. It might hold for local authorities, but I'm not convinced that the same argument holds for all government departments. And I think that even if we take out the extension from So, as I understand the proposal is that we will continue, that we will extend the deadline for dealing with FOI requests from 20 days to 60 days, but we will not thereafter allow the 60-day deadline to be further extended to 100 days. Well, that's welcome, but I just note this, and we'll come back to this, no doubt, at stage 2 and, if necessary, at stage 3, that the bill, as I understand what Jenny Gilruth had to say, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, will continue to provide that Scottish ministers may by direction specify further circumstances in which a Scottish public authority may extend a relevant period beyond 60 days. So there's still a substantial degree of flexibility there to avoid or evade ordinary FOI rules, which I think we'll need to look at very carefully indeed when it comes to stage 2.
Thank you very much, Mr Tompkins. And can I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, to conclude our debate?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's been a great deal in this debate. I will deal with as much as I possibly can, and then, of course, I'll be happy to address other issues outside the Chamber as we go forward. And I'll explain that in a moment. Can I just say a couple of words about two things that haven't been mentioned in this bill? The extension of provisions under the Anatomy Act, which is not a minor matter, but which does require to be done, and a very major matter in terms of provisions under the Adults with Incapacity legislation. These are designed to try and assist in these present situations, but there are times in which space within medical premises will have to be allocated to victims of the disease, and we will have to be able to take appropriate actions. I'd be happy to answer specific questions on those matters. Can I deal with one or two issues very briefly? Under the issue of reporting, Mr Rowley indicated that there may be an amendment from Labour on a one-month reporting. Of course, that would be an entirely legitimate amendment, but I just want to stress that there is, as I indicated, discussion going on about a structure of reporting within this Parliament, which might even be more regular than that if a special committee was set up. So I wouldn't necessarily want to tie anybody's hands on this matter. There is an effective protocol in place. We negotiated quite quickly on secondary legislation for Brexit. I'm sure we could negotiate a protocol with the Parliament very quickly that would allow a special committee to have a function in reporting. And in addition to that, I'm about to start commissioning work on guidelines for reporting across the government. That committee could feed into that, and that work could start almost instantly. So I hope we could perhaps take that forward rather than changing the legislation. We could take that forward as something we needed to do. Under public safety and Mr Kelly's point on prisoner release, just to make the point that there will be robust criteria and assessment for release. The regulations for this, giving this power does not mean it will happen. The regulations have to come into place. Clearly those regulations are open to influencing, and I know the Cabinet Secretary will want to discuss those regulations. Certain categories are already exempt in the bill, and the first choice in terms of the issue raised by Liam Kerr, the first choice would be people to go on home detention curfew. So there would be no blanket release at that stage, but that would reduce the prison population in the way that it would be effective. But again, the Cabinet Secretary is happy to discuss those matters. Mr Gibson raised issues regarding real hardship that exists, and so did Pauline McNeill. I have to say we are very aware. Every constituency MSP will be aware of real hardship that exists. We're getting emails and contacts on that, not on an hourly basis, almost by minute, and have been for the last 10 days. There are people who fall between the gaps, and Pauline McNeill indicated that at every level, whether that be assistance for self-employed, whether it be in rent, whether it be long-term questions of debt. We do not have all the answers to that at the present moment. I want to stress that because it is quite unfair to criticise either ministers or officials for not answering inquiries. Sometimes information simply isn't there. And in a system that is being run in terms of some of the support systems from the UK government and some from here, it is difficult to keep up with some of it. We are doing our very best and will continue to do so. The points made on hardship need to be addressed and will be addressed. Mr Gibson's point about junior self-employed is a very big issue. But an equally big issue is people who are already in debt, who find themselves in further debt as a result of some of these actions. So we are focused on it. I know my colleagues, I know Fiona Hislop, I know Kate Forbes are focused on these issues, and we will continue to try and address them. On jury trials, I just want to make it clear, there is an open invitation. I made it clear, my colleague made it clear, for discussion to take place. The only thing that remains solidly on the table is the imperative to take action. That imperative is being brought to us not, I have to say, to disagree reasonably gently, because I will try and disagree reasonably gently with Mr Tompkins. This is not about an administrative issue. This is about the effect of the backlog on the accused and, most importantly, on the victims, who have a matter of great difficulty hanging over their head for a long period of time. And that is a point that Victim Support Scotland made to every single member here, when they wrote to every member here. So what is on the table is resolving this issue. But if there are better ways to resolve it than those that the Lord President has brought forward, we wish to see those better ways. And there are certainly some ideas here today. I think the idea of taking over the cinemas of Scotland to hold trials in them, while just slightly Kafkaesque, is probably something that we can look at very seriously. But we need to get on and get a decision on this, and that is why the commitment is there for the bill to be brought to this chamber on the 21st, along with draft regulations, so we can get a solution in place. The final point I want to make is this. We are in a very unusual set of proceedings, Presiding Officer, as everybody here has reflected. Many people will be busily writing away and planning to table amendments. I just want to make 2 points about it. One is, if this bill can be approved, let us improve it. That has been my position on every bill that I've taken into this chamber. It was my position when we had the exceptional emergency legislation of, on the continuity bill, and that looks as if it went past like a slow tortoise compared to what we're actually doing on this occasion. That was much criticised by Mr Tompkins amongst others. So if it can be, but the best is the enemy of the good. We need to focus on what we can do and what we need to do in terms of amendments. Because otherwise we could sit here all night and into tomorrow and we wouldn't have a better bill. So if any of my colleagues in any party wish to have... yes, I'll take an intervention.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I know there's been much discussion this morning about our justice system and our legal system, rightly so. But I wonder if that commitment to revise and revisit this current legislation, if that also extends to our very many vulnerable adults and elderly people impacted by the considerable changes to adults with incapacity legislation.
Cabinet Secretary.
It does not. I've mentioned briefly the adults with incapacity legislation. I'm happy to discuss with the member in more detail. But the purpose of that is very, very clear, very time limited, and indeed focused almost entirely on ensuring that those who are in very difficult circumstances continue to get the support and help that they need to get. And it is not affected, for example, by a shortage of staff, but it also reflects the needs of the health service. So I'm happy to discuss this matter with the member, but there is no equivalent taking place here. So let me finally make this point. If there are amendments to improve this bill, we want to see them, we need to see them quickly. The bill team is present in the building, I think, in a committee room on this level. Happy to discuss those, and I'm happy to discuss those if people want to do so. If, however, people think in anywhere that a probing amendment would give them an opportunity, come and probe me first. Because you may find I will probe back very vigorously, but please let us focus on what we need to do in this legislation. And with that, Presiding Officer, I commend the general principles of the bill to the Chamber, and I hope that at stage 2 we can focus on what is really important, and in that way we will get this bill through, because it will, and I want to make this point finally, because it will. It's designed to, it has to, save lives.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes our Stage 1 debate on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill. And because this is emergency legislation, we'll move straight to the question on the motion. The question is that motion 21370, in the name of Michael Russell, on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill at Stage 1 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next item is consideration of motion 21377 on a financial resolution for the Coronavirus Scotland Bill. Could I call on Ben McPherson to move this motion? Thank you very much. The question is that motion 21377 in the name of Kate Forbes on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill financial resolution be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Now, I would advise members at this stage that the deadline for lodging amendments at stage 2 is 12:30 p.m. today, 12:30, and a committee of the whole Parliament will consider the bill at stage 2 from 2:30 p.m. That's all of us sitting in committee in the chamber. Now, the next item of business is the election of an additional Deputy Presiding Officer for the duration of the public response to the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. This election will use the electronic voting system, but it will be a secret ballot, so only the overall result will be published and not how individual members voted. I can inform members that I have received one valid nomination. That nomination is Lewis MacDonald. So I now declare the election of the Deputy Presiding Officer open, and the question is that Lewis MacDonald be elected as a Deputy Presiding Officer. Members should cast their votes now. Thank you. I can inform members that a majority have voted in favour. Lewis MacDonald is duly elected as Deputy Presiding Officer, and I offer him my congratulations. Thank you. We're now going to move on to the next item of business. It will just be a short pause while ministers and members change seats. Just a short pause.
The next item of business is statement by Graham Day on the Scottish Government's legislation programme. The Minister will take questions at the end of his statement, so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, I want to set out for the Chamber the Government's plans for managing its legislative programme in light of the impacts of COVID-19. Scotland, like countries across the globe, face an unprecedented challenge. The fact that the Parliament will spend the lion's share of today on an emergency coronavirus bill is ample evidence of the current reality. The next few weeks and months are likely to be extremely difficult and will need a sustained, collective, national endeavour in response. Every organisation, the length and breadth of the country, is having to find creative, innovative and flexible ways to respond to this unique, challenging situation. The Government is no different. Not only are we having to manage the crisis nationally under the leadership of the First Minister, like any other employer, we have to protect our staff and ensure their well-being and accept that whatever our best endeavours, we will see our workforce impacted. Along with every other organisation, we're also under pressure and having to manage our resources as carefully as we can so that we can devote the maximum effort to concentrate on the nation's response to the COVID crisis. Those self-same challenges face the Parliament too, demonstrated clearly by the fact that to follow guidelines we are meeting for only one day this week and in reduced numbers. I therefore want to place on record my gratitude for the constructive way that members, committees and the parliamentary officials have responded to what is confronting us. Presiding Officer, as the First Minister has made clear, we expect that the Government's response to COVID will be sustained over an extended period. The Chief Medical Officer has said that restrictions could be in place for 13 weeks. And the UK Deputy Chief Medical Officer has indicated this could impact on our lives for up to 6 months or perhaps more. We therefore need to make some pragmatic but fundamental essential changes to the legislative plans before this Parliament. The Government's legislative programme absorbs a lot of time and resource of the Government, this Parliament and beyond. I'm sure that members will accept that it is entirely inevitable that we've had to carefully consider the implications for it of the COVID-19 outbreak. I'm clear that delivery as expected of the existing or intended programme is not possible. A different approach is required. I would therefore like to set out the principles I'm adopting in managing the Government's legislative programme in that context. Presiding Officer, the first principle is that the Government will prioritise legislation which is needed to respond to COVID. In particular, we will bring forward any necessary emergency legislation beyond what was provided for in the UK Government's emergency bill and the legislation we are in the midst of scrutinising today. In addition to the commitments given by ministers earlier this morning around further justice-related legislation immediately post-recess, it is highly likely we will have further wider emergency legislation to consider before May. Such is the scale and volume of the issues requiring to be addressed. The second principle is that the Government will also prioritise other essential non-COVID legislation. As members will know, the Parliament routinely passes a wide range of essential secondary legislation which is needed to ensure that our public services and other parts of society can continue to operate effectively. Government and Parliament officials are working collaboratively to identify the most efficient means of bringing forward the most pressing secondary legislation. The third principle is that we will deprioritise any legislation, primary and secondary, which is not identified as being essential in the immediate term. Although my view remains that every piece of legislation which the Government proposes has an essential purpose, it's obvious in these exceptional circumstances that not all essential purposes can now be treated as equal. In other words, not all of our current programme can or will be delivered in the timescale we previously announced. Not when the Parliament, its committees and its members must in their own ways respond to the challenges that COVID-19 presents. I'm therefore taking steps to ensure that resources and parliamentary time can be diverted away from legislation that is not time-bound in order to free up our capacity to deal with COVID. The fourth principle is that we will work openly and collaboratively with the Parliament, its Bureau and its committees in managing delivery of legislation in this difficult period. And I want to acknowledge the importance of the committees and their conveners in all of this. And I want to highlight the agriculture and forensic medical services bills as examples of where we are working collaboratively to overcome COVID-related challenges. Stage 1 of the Agriculture Bill has still to be concluded. I do not intend to ask the Bureau to schedule it in the immediate future because I would wish as many members of the REC Committee as possible to be able to participate. But provisionally, all being well, we would hope to target a date in early May. It has, as a consequence of coronavirus, proved impossible for the Health and Sport Committee to properly scrutinise the Forensic Medical Services Bill thus far. Following discussions with the convener and the Cabinet Secretary for Health, it has been agreed that we will seek to extend the Stage 1 deadline. To be clear, however, both of these are extremely important and necessary bills, and it's my intention that both will continue and be completed. To assist with the preparation and processing of the emergency legislation we're engaging in today, the Government has delayed the introduction of the hate crime and social security bills. But I hope and intend that these are only very temporary delays. It is our intention that these bills will again proceed and be completed in this term. And to be absolutely clear, Presiding Officer, I would hope to conclude Stage 3 of the Consumer Protection Bill, the Elections Bill and the Disclosure Bill as soon as it is practical to do so. I should also reiterate that, as the Cabinet Secretary Michael Russell has previously indicated, no further work is being done for the time being on the Continuity Bill, although we will be forced to revisit this quickly if the UK Government does not move to a common-sense extension of the transition period. The fifth principle is that once we are operating in a post-COVID world, and we all look forward to that, we will work with the Parliament to consider how we effectively manage the remaining legislation, government and non-government, that we hope to deliver before the end of this parliamentary session. Given the scale of the challenge ahead of us and the timescales that we think are involved, it's clear to me, however, that we will not be able to deliver all of the legislation we previously intended to deliver. This is not simply because of the pressures on parliamentary time. Just as great a consideration is the need, as I've indicated earlier, for government resources to be focused on COVID-19 matters. The practical impact of this is that some bills which the government decides to pause now are in all probability not going to be able to be restarted in the present parliamentary session, and other bills which we previously hoped to deliver will not now be introduced. I'm sure the Parliament will understand that the same sort of consideration will need to be given to non-government legislation in due course. Presiding Officer, members will be aware that we already made the difficult but sensible decision to not progress the transient visitors levy at this time. I can further advise the Chamber that we do not now intend to introduce in this session the Good Food Nation and Circular Economy bills, which were scheduled to come forward shortly. All three are important bills, but the present emergency, its unknown timescales and consequences, and the need to prioritise means we very regrettably need to pare back legislation and focus on the immediate term. The Government will reflect further on matters when determining the shape of our Year 5 programme. However, I can also advise Parliament that as we focus our energies on responding to the challenges set by the pandemic, it is regrettably the case that work within government is being halted for now on the planned bills on movable transactions, Gender Recognition Act reforms and Fox control. I'm afraid this is an unavoidable consequence of focusing resource on the efforts to deal with the virus. As the COVID crisis unfolds, there may well be further difficult decisions to come, and I can give members an undertaking that we will maintain lines of communication with the relevant committee and the wider Parliament as we are able to, and that a revised programme will be published in September as we enter the final year of the Parliament. Presiding Officer, I understand that in some cases the need to pause or delay aspects of this legislative programme will be deeply disappointing, and that for some who waited a long time to see these reforms, there will be a frustration that we can no longer achieve all that we wanted to. However, this is a challenging time for all of us, and there will be more challenges ahead. This is a pragmatic but essential approach the Government is taking. I know that members will have questions, and I will do my best to respond to them. Presiding Officer.
The Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in the statement, and there's around 20 minutes allowed for that. If those who wish to ask questions could press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Liz Smith.
Thank you. And can I thank the Minister for the prior sight of his statement, and can I also commend him on both his diligent and very courteous engagement with the opposition parties at what is clearly a very difficult time for us all. I'm sure he will agree that striking the right balance between ensuring that the Parliament abides by government regulations in terms of health advice and social distancing, and also permitting effective scrutiny of the Scottish Government by elected members who, after all, sit in this chamber to represent the best interest of their constituents, is not easy. But it is an essential part of the effective parliamentary business during this COVID-19 period. So may I ask the Minister what measures will be put in place over the coming weeks when the Parliament is not due to sit at all or on a restricted basis to ensure that there is effective scrutiny of the Scottish Government at a time when many constituents are very anxious and asking us important questions. In his statement, the Minister quite rightly set out some of the criteria that he has used to set provisional timescales for their forthcoming legislation, but I wondered if there might be other factors, particularly health factors, which are being considered to address what could be a very lengthy period of COVID-19. And finally, could I ask the Minister at what stage he will review the measures he's proposed in his statement to ensure that Parliament is working as effectively as possible during this very difficult time?
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, can I also thank Liz Smith for her very constructive, indeed all the business managers for their constructive contribution to the work that's going on here. I think she's right to talk about the need to balance social distancing with the ability to hold the Parliament to account. And I'm open to suggestions, indeed I've had one this morning, about different ways of working to ensure that the Government is scrutinised and the Parliament can be seen to function as it ought to. So I'm happy to hear other constructive suggestions, because I think this is a time to be innovative and to find ways of working that perhaps we'd never considered before. As regards that flow of information, I recognise that ask. It comes to me from a number of different directions. The Government is looking at how we respond to that. One option would be to try and put together some more Q&A type responses. But I hope members will recognise also the strain on the organisation and the pressures on those staff that we have who are fit and healthy. By way of illustration, over the weekend, in excess of 30 Scottish Government officials, including 16 lawyers, worked until the early hours of 2 mornings to produce the emergency legislation that we have in front of us. And I have a duty of care to them in a health context as well. In terms of the criteria that were deployed, I should be absolutely clear, these are recommendations that I brought forward to the First Minister and the Cabinet. They were based on a number of reasons, not the least of which would be the resource that each of the pieces of legislation would demand. Perhaps a good example of that is movable transactions, a very important piece of legislation that could have considerable economic benefit, but which would require a considerable amount of resource. And I commit myself to continuing to work with the other parties.
Alex Rowley.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Officer. The truth is that we do not know what position we're going to be in next week, never mind next month. And it will be important to prioritise, and I respect what the Minister has said. Right now, today, this morning, Unite, Union, GMB and Unison have written to the First Minister raising specific issues about frontline staff. And I think it's issues that all of us will have come across over the last few days. The who gets and who doesn't get the PPE, the protective, personal protective equipment, is a major issue. The social distancing in terms of frontline workers is a major issue. The testing of workers and who are key workers, because the one thing that is sure is that if we can't establish an effective lockdown, then the virus will continue to spread at a rate that it doesn't have to. Those are the kind of of issues that MSPs are trying to grapple with, talk to businesses with. It's therefore crucial that MSPs are able to hold the government to account. The only business for me right now is COVID-19, how we're effectively dealing with the virus, and therefore what will the Minister do to ensure that this Parliament is able to hold the government to account?
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, I recognise that Mr Rowley isn't a business manager and perhaps isn't cited on the kind of discussions that are going on and the sort of offers that I am making on behalf of the Government. For example, the Government is freely open to any approaches for statements, for example, on specific subjects. They don't have to be extended statements like these. They can be shorter ones. So the offer is out there to have members do that. And I hear Mr Finlay chuntering in the background, as he's prone to do. Yes, this Parliament will have a recess, but I have already committed, if Mr Finlay had been listening, to mechanisms to try and improve that flow of information. But I would make one very brief plea to members. There is a lot of information out there already. The staff of the Government are hard at work dealing with the crisis, so I would encourage them to please look at what's already available and disseminate it amongst their own ranks to help alleviate the pressure on the Government officials, and of course we will undertake to improve the flow of information.
Could we just all calm down a wee bit here, please? This is getting very rude and it's not appreciated. Questions, please. Concise questions and answers. Angela Constance, followed by Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's a number of bills that the Minister has not mentioned in his statement, so I therefore wondered what the status of the civil partnership legislation is, which was introduced to correct non-compliance with ECHR, and the Minister may be interested to know that there is indeed committee consensus on the need for this bill and the way forward.
Graham Day.
President Officer, the member is absolutely right about the importance of the civil partnership bill. There's a number of bills I didn't mention because they are not in the category of being paused. The civil partnership bill is of course essential to resolving an ECHR incompatibility. It's due to proceed to stage 1 in the week commencing May 27th. All being well, we hope to stick to that timetable or something, COVID impacts permitting, like it.
Patrick Harvey, followed by Tom Arthur.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the statement, and no one would imagine that the current public health emergency would not have a significant impact on the government's legislative programme, but it is deeply regrettable that so much of what is being set aside comprises measures to address the climate and ecological emergency. Surely we should learn from the current situation that we are capable of responding with speed to an emergency if, in fact, we take it seriously. And can I also ask about a human rights issue, one on the GRA reforms, where all political parties in this chamber made clear promises 4 years ago during the election, where it's been repeatedly delayed and consulted upon, and where members of the public found out through anonymous briefings that this was likely to be delayed. Surely at least it is possible for the consultation analysis to be conducted. That can be done by officials working from home or indeed outsourced to university research capacity.
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, let me also acknowledge Patrick Harvey's constructive contribution to what we're trying to do. I fully recognise his point about the climate and ecological situation. The Circular Economy Bill is one very close to my own heart as a former convener of the Environment and Climate Change Committee, and the direction of travel it establishes and supports is one we as a country have to follow. But is it a priority right now is my question. And how viable, a very small example, is it to have an emphasis on reusable cups at present? What would be the appetite for that in the immediate aftermath of this? It is an important bill. So are some of the other ones, and we do need to return to them in due course. But I think this is about prioritising. In terms of the GRA matter, Patrick Harvey asked about the progression around the consultation. The Cabinet Secretary is making the point to me on the front bench here that as soon as we're out of this pandemic, we can look at the consultation. And I recognise that a lot of people will be very disappointed about the announcement today, but I keep going back to the point. This is, I'm afraid, about prioritising for the here and now.
Tom Arthur, followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In his statement, the Minister said that no further work will be done on the Continuity Bill, though this will be revisited if the UK Government doesn't revisit its position on the transition period. Can the Minister expand on this and say what impact he thinks the coronavirus will have on the Brexit transition period, and indeed what impact he thinks it should have on the transition period?
Graham Day.
Officer, the member's right to raise the issue of the implications of trying to complete the UK's departure from the EU by December. The timetable was challenging, to say the least, pre the onset of the coronavirus. Now it's frankly impossible, and from a parliamentary process perspective, let alone the many serious aspects of this, the UK and the EU do need to agree a common sense way. Let me outline very briefly, I think this might benefit the Parliament's thinking. Just one example. The Scottish Government had been anticipating perhaps having to deal with circa 50 Brexit SIs in the DEFRA space. That was before the end of the year. A few weeks ago, we were advised by the UK Government that it could be as many as 150. No one, surely in their right mind, would suggest that given the impacts known and currently unknown of COVID-19 on both the governments and this Parliament, that it's in any way realistic to anticipate completing the work to the current timetable. So just as the Scottish Government, I think, is showing common sense and pragmatism today, so the UK Government needs to get real on the transition timetable.
Willie Rennie, followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank the Minister for the advance side of the statement and also for the constructive work in the Bureau. I think none of this was really a surprise today, but I think it's pragmatic and sensible to proceed in this way. And I have to say, ministers have been very open with us in our party in getting the answers that we are seeking. Many of the answers are out there already if we just hunt for them. And I have to say, the officials are doing a remarkable job just now. They are setting up effectively a new system in many areas in a very short space of time. But there will be many people disappointed by the decisions today to delay or to postpone considerably some of the bills. Is there an easy means to communicate directly with those people to explain the reasons? Because they might not be listening to this statement today, but they might welcome and appreciate some kind of explanation.
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, again, I thank Willie Rennie in particular for his comments about the civil service, because the work that's been carried out is enormous and demanding, and they've very much risen to the challenge. I think he again makes a very good point about there will be disappointment out there about some of these bills and the decisions we've taken. I can tell him that the relevant ministers are currently engaging with their stakeholders on this very subject, explaining the rationale and engaging directly on that.
Rona Mackay, followed by Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. With regard to the hate crime bill, does the Cabinet Secretary agree that it's all our responsibility to tackle hate crime and we shouldn't have to wait for legislation to do so?
Graham Day.
President Wolf, first of all, thank you for the promotion. But I think Rona Mackay does make, as many members have done, a very good point. The hate crime bill is coming. It won't be delayed very much. But in the meantime, yes, we can set an example. We can tackle some of the issues that are out there, particularly at this time of national crisis, and remind everybody about the type of country we want to be in Scotland.
Alexander Stewart, followed by Richard Lyle.
Sector and charitable organisations are very much at the forefront of the public response to COVID-19. These are very much the same organisations that often provide invaluable evidence to committees of this Parliament. Given the current constraints in their resources, can I ask the Minister what provisions will be made to assist these groups should they require to provide committee evidence for the proposed legislation at the same time that they are providing front-line fighting against COVID-19?
Graham Day.
That's a very good analysis of the situation, and it's one that's underpinned some of my thinking around the approach that we're taking, because the process of bill development isn't just about the government and Parliament itself. He's right to point out all sorts of bodies, charities and interest groups contribute to the development and scrutiny of legislation, and the Health and Sport Committee, as example, recently has struggled to allow people to come and give evidence, and we must be cognizant of that. As we come out of this crisis, many of these organisations will have been working flat out to respond to it, and will still be responding to it as we come out of the crisis. So that has to inform our thinking, and it is informing our thinking about how we take legislation forward and ensure that they are in a position to contribute in the normal way, as normal as we can at this time, and to inform the legislation that this Parliament produces.
Richard Lyle, followed by Neil Findlay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I thank the Minister for his tremendous work during this time? Whilst I know that this crisis will have a knock-on effect on both Government and Members' bills, my own Members' bill seeks to address a 38-year wrong caused by the UK House of Commons in 1982. Can I ask the Minister if all committees and chamber time will be constantly reviewed to try to accommodate Members' bills also during this session, even into next year?
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, there are a considerable number of worthy members' bills progressing through the Parliament. I know, as we've heard, the member has a proposal of his own. But I hope you'll appreciate that as a Minister of this Government, I'm not entirely comfortable expressing a view on how these should proceed, or whether they should proceed. Clearly, there's a case to be made that if a number of Scottish Government bills are not to be progressed, then members' bills in whole or in part might be subject to the same approach in these unprecedented times. But these are matters I believe should be left to the Parliament and the committees to determine. And I've got every faith in the ability of those committees and conveners to come to the right conclusions.
Neil Findlay, followed by Willie Coffey.
All of this, of course, is understandable, but within the limits of the current parliamentary session. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, of course, is the election. And indeed, I wonder if the Minister could clarify what discussions are going on at the heart of government, and if it is indeed even credible or possible for an election to take place with all or any of the provisions of this bill on the statute book.
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, having disagreed earlier with Neil Findlay, let me very much welcome his question, because it's an entirely valid one. No consideration of this has been given within government, and so it follows no discussion with the Parliament has taken place. Right now, everyone is rightly focused 100% on responding to the challenges posed by COVID-19. The elections are a year off, with more pressing matters to concern ourselves with. And it's worth noting that the measures, however, contained within the emergency bill that we're considering today are the subject of renewal in 6 months' time. Logically, to pick up Mr Findlay's point, if we were to find ourselves having to invoke renewal in October because these measures remained absolutely necessary, then it might be appropriate to consider whether an extension of the present term would be appropriate. But of course, such consideration would be a matter for all of the parties of this Parliament and not just the Government.
And the last question on the Minister's statements from Willie Coffey.
Thank you. Can I just ask the Minister, will he give a commitment that he will still take forward the vision set out in the programme to move Scotland forward to becoming a good food nation, irrespective of whether we use this legislation to do so?
Graham Day.
Presiding Officer, the Good Food Nation Bill is designed to underpin the significant work being done already across government to deliver Good Food Nation's ambitions and the specific aims around improving access to nutritional food and the sustainability of our food industry will resonate entirely today and in the current crisis. But I'll ask the Cabinet Secretary to write to Mr Coffey in more specific detail on the perfectly valid issue he raises, because I think there is an opportunity to advance these aims without the legislation. Presiding Officer.
That concludes questions on the statement of the Scottish Government's legislation programme, and we will move on to the next item of business, please. The next item of business is a statement by Shirley-Ann Somerville on COVID-19 social security. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Shirley-Ann Somerville. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These are indeed unprecedented times, and every one of us is affected by the COVID-19 pandemic gripping the world. Our people, our communities and our economy are facing major challenges. Tough decisions are also having to be made across government, and my portfolio is no different. As has been said so much over the last few weeks, our lives are being impacted like never before. We need to work at home if we can, and many parents are doing this alongside caring for children now at home, and we are very aware that people will be off work through their own ill health or because they are caring for loved ones. This is no different for the staff working on the Social Security programme in the Scottish Government and Social Security Scotland. Business as usual is not an option. Our entire focus is on the health and well-being of our citizens, and everyone is turning their attention to responding to this unparalleled global pandemic. So now to the difficult decisions I've had to take. All our public services need to ensure that they are doing everything they can to manage our country through this crisis, and Social Security Scotland is no different. I'm incredibly proud of what we have already achieved. The Scottish Welfare Fund, discretionary housing payments, universal credit, Scottish choices are firmly established. And of course the introduction of 7 new Scottish benefits, the Carers Allowance Supplement, Young Carers Grant, Funeral Support Payment and Best Start Grants and Best Start Foods. They will all provide crucial support to people in Scotland during this difficult time. My officials in the Scottish Government and in Social Security Scotland have been working hard to respond to the impact of COVID-19. Plans were activated quickly to protect the well-being of staff, who are mostly now working flexibly and, importantly, safely from home, whilst ensuring vital benefits will be maintained. We will, of course, face further challenges in the weeks and months ahead. This is very likely to have an impact on how we provide this service, but I can reassure the public today that we will continue to deliver our frontline services, applications are being processed and, crucially, payments are still being made. Unfortunately, this is not the case for those benefits we were on track to deliver within the next year. COVID-19 has changed our plans completely. My officials have been engaged in an intensive exercise to determine the impact on our programme, assuming the spread of COVID-19 develops as we expect, and with the impact on staffing I have outlined. We have used assumptions which see staffing levels fall for between 2 and 12 weeks due to school closures, caring responsibilities, self-isolation and the contraction of COVID-19. And this, of course, is wider than the Scottish Government. It also applies to the DWP, where staff are necessary to this joint programme of work, and to our suppliers and contractors. As members will know, the DWP are also facing challenges and concentrating quite rightly on meeting the emergent huge demand for universal credit. Presiding Officer, not long ago I had anticipated laying out my plans for launching Scottish disability payments this week. Work had been continuing at pace, and I had planned to lay out plans for rolling out child disability payment and the Scottish replacement for personal independent payment to the previously agreed timescales, alongside, importantly, our plans for a new method of decision-making which would, in effect, end face-to-face assessments. Those timescales are clearly no longer possible. Alongside the clear challenges we have within the Government and agency and with the UK Government and suppliers, there is another reason why we cannot go ahead with our replacement for PIP. We have been working hard to introduce a new disability benefits service to meet expectations people rightly have of us. As with all our work, we have designed that service with people who have lived experience of disability and long-term health conditions and those who support them. They told us they wanted decision-making for disability assistance to take into account the professional judgment of health and social care practitioners. Therefore, we have designed a service which draws on this resource at all stages. Our new system will mean that when people apply, they can tell Social Security Scotland about the health and social care professionals who already support them. Social Security Scotland would then contact those professionals or their organisations to collect supporting information for clients. When it is the only practical way of collecting the information, a minority of working age clients would be invited to a discussion with a health and social care practitioner. If such a client consultation happens, it would be arranged to suit the client, including by phone. The words I'm using here are important: client consultation, not assessment; practitioner, not assessor. This whole service is built on a relationship of trust with the client and grounded in the professional ethics and expertise of our health and social care practitioners across Scotland. Our new model will provide a wide range of tools and guidance, including detailed medical guidance prepared by health and social care professionals. It will require new information sharing arrangements with health boards and with each local authority. And significantly, it will require an entirely new service staffed by health and social care professionals who can carry out those consultations and provide advice to case managers in Social Security Scotland. These professionals are needed now on the front line in our health service. Presiding Officer, this new way of working, a disability benefit service with respect and dignity at its heart, will happen, but it cannot happen yet. We cannot introduce child disability payments or personal independence payments until the Social Security Programme and Social Security Scotland return to something approaching normal operations. Given the uncertainty, I can offer no precise timescale on how long that will take. It will likely be several months, possibly beyond the summer, before I can do so. But I will do so as soon as possible. Now, I know people will be distressed at this decision, and I am more than sorry for that. Be in no doubt I personally, but also the many, many people who have been working so hard on these plans are absolutely devastated by this decision, but I know that there was no choice. I have therefore spoken to UK ministers, and we have agreed that they will continue delivering disability benefits for existing and new Scottish clients over a longer transition period. Well, this is not what I wanted, and it isn't what the public would have wanted either. It is simply the only way to ensure people continue to get the financial support that they are entitled to. It provides security at a time of great uncertainty and anxiety. Leaving people without financial help and assistance is something no responsible government would do, and it is not a situation I would allow. And I would like to thank the DWP for ensuring that we can continue within both governments with a safe and secure transition, even in this most difficult of circumstances. These are unprecedented times, and I have agreed 2 priorities with my officials. Priority 1 is bluntly keeping the lights on, maintaining the delivery of existing benefits for Social Security Scotland's clients, including the Carers Allowance Supplement, which will be paid as usual this year. To allow Social Security Scotland to focus on this, the Job Start payment, which would have launched in March, has been delayed. We have also made provisions within the emergency COVID bill we are debating today, allowing more time for redeterminations and appeals. To support our clients, regulations will come into force on Friday, temporary allowing carers to retain carers' allowance over a break in caring, and temporary changes have been made so emotional caring also counts. I've also relaxed some rules about the timing of applications. So, for example, if someone applies for the Young Carers Grant after their 19th birthday, their application will be considered as though it was on time. Priority 2 is the Scottish Child Payment, and I will focus the remaining resources within the Social Security Programme on delivering the Scottish Child Payment as soon as we can. This new benefit will support families on low incomes and tackle child poverty, and this government will prioritise it. Introducing the Scottish Child Payment will involve enormous effort. As with disability payments, we had been on time, if not indeed ahead of schedule. Applications would have opened in the autumn, if not before. However, this timescale is dependent on a major recruitment exercise which has now been paused. We simply cannot recruit and train the staff required, and it is not possible to say when we will be able to do so. I still hope we will see applications open for the Scottish Child Payment by the end of 2020, with payments made next year. However, I must be blunt and state that if COVID-19 is with us longer, then this may change again. Members can be assured we will do everything humanly possible to deliver this payment as soon as practically achievable. There is a resolute determination from me and from everyone who has worked so hard and at such pace to make this happen at the earliest opportunity. I also hope to deliver the child winter heating assistance on schedule for winter 2020. This will make a tangible difference for severely disabled children in Scotland without impacting on Social Security Scotland's wider delivery. Presiding Officer, nobody can predict the future and how this virus will impact on our lives. I cannot make guarantees today about dates and times, but I can guarantee that the work, albeit at a slower schedule, will not stop. Though it is with a very heavy heart I make these announcements, I know members across the chamber will understand why I make them, and I hope you will all join me in thanking the staff who are working so hard that has allowed us to operate as close to business as usual during the current crisis that we face.
The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. Now, there shall be around 20 minutes for that. Would those who wish to ask a question please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Graham Simpson.
Thank you. Can I first of all thank the Cabinet Secretary for advanced sight of her statement, but I go further than that and thank her for actually discussing the statement, not only with myself but other members of the Social Security Committee earlier this morning. I think that was very, very useful. We were able to explore some of the issues, and I might actually be repeating some of the questions that I asked earlier, but we'll get it on the record. It's a depressing statement. It's not what any of us would have wanted to hear, but I think under the circumstances, it's understandable. I commend the Cabinet Secretary for having those frank discussions with the DWP, and I'd like her to expand on those and tell us in what way they're assisting when, as she says, they're up against it themselves, big style, due to the coronavirus. So if you could tell us a bit about that. Can she tell us something about the staffing levels in her own department and how they've been affected by the virus, and whether she thinks that benefits such as the child disability payment and personal independence payment can actually be delivered in Scotland in the course of this Parliament. Thank you.
Shirley-Ann Somerville.
I would agree with the member that this is an utterly depressing statement to give, and I'm sure to hear as well. And it has been a very difficult statement to put together because of the impact I know it will have on people across the country. I would like again to pay credit to the DWP, not just the ministers, particularly Justin Tomlinson, who I spoke to yesterday, for working so closely with the Scottish Government on this, but also all the DWP staff across the country who are working under extreme pressure, both because of the increase in numbers going forward for universal credit, but also because of their staff absence rates too. So I pay credit to them working under exceptionally difficult circumstances. As I said during my statement, for the agency, we have moved over 98%, I think, of our staff are now working from home. Effectively, the only people who are not are those in our mailroom in Dundee House, to ensure that we're still processing as required. This means that the system is not as efficient as it usually is, but that is necessary to ensure that we protect our workforce accordingly. We will inevitably see staff absence levels increase, I think, over the coming weeks and months, both within the agency and the programme itself. I'm afraid I won't give any timescales for child disability payment and the replacement to PIP at this point, but to reinforce that I will come back as soon as possible with those timescales and absolutely ensure that the endeavour of the Government is to deliver this as quickly as possible.
Mark Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your statement and the discussions that we've had in advance. We can see a glimpse of what a welcome new Scottish social security system would have looked like, and it's disappointing to everyone here and at home who rely on social security that the Cabinet Secretary wasn't updating the country on the way forward. And while people will be disappointed, I know they will absolutely accept the reason for it, though. Given that the Scottish Child Payment rollout is one of the entitlements that will still go ahead, can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what the expected impact on the Scottish budget will be, given that universal credit applications, a qualifying benefit, have increased dramatically? And can I also ask the Cabinet Secretary to say whether local authorities will be given additional administration funding to cope with the increased demand on the welcome increased Scottish Welfare Fund?
Shirley Somerville.
Well, yes, indeed, the statement I was intending to give this month was a much cheerier one than the one I'm doing, and the stakeholder event we had planned for the Easter recess to go through in detail what our assessment process will look like, will have provided much hope for people. We do intend, obviously, to do that at the earliest opportunity once we are able to do so. With regards to the Scottish Child Payment, this is, of course, a demand-led budget. We are anticipating seeing an increase in demand for that once it is introduced because of the increased numbers that are moving forward with the benefit entitlements, such as universal credit. But I would ensure Mark Griffin and other members that because it is demand-led, if you are eligible for that benefit, you will be paid. It is too early to tell what the impact will be on the Scottish budget, but there inevitably will be an impact on that as we see that increase, and also for the other benefits. With regards to the Scottish Welfare Fund, yes, we have increased, in fact over doubled the Scottish Welfare Fund to deal with this crisis. My officials are in regular contact with local authorities to ensure that there's anything further we need to do in terms of flexibilities. And of course, as well as that funding for local authorities, directly for the Scottish Welfare Fund, there was the £50 million that was included in Aileen Campbell's statement that went directly to local authorities to deal with the impact of COVID-19 overall, and that would include the Scottish Welfare Fund. But we, of course, remain open to discussions on an almost daily basis with the local authorities to manage that demand that they're seeing coming forward.
Move to open questions and answers as concise as possible, please. Alison Johnson, followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of the statement and also the opportunity to discuss this earlier today. I fully appreciate that these very difficult times that we're facing have necessitated the actions that the Cabinet Secretary has outlined today. I know that we all regret having to take these steps, and I do very much appreciate the work Social Security Scotland has put into this. Now, I accept that it will take longer to implement than intended, but the Cabinet Secretary has said that she will, in effect, end the need for face-to-face assessments in favour of a consultation with a health professional, and even then only when strictly necessary. So can I ask what the practical differences are between a face-to-face assessment and a consultation, and how this will change the experience of applying for disability benefits?
Shirley Somerville.
Well, the differences will be very, very stark because, as I said in my statement, this is based on trust. So, for example, currently you will go through a face-to-face assessment. You will have no ability to pick really the dates, times and where that happens. You will go through a full face-to-face assessment, even if it's only one aspect that there might be questions over, and the entire way that that assessment is done isn't based on having a trusted relationship between that client and the individual carrying out that assessment. And that word of trust is very, very important as we move forward, because we will see a lot of these can be actually done with a couple of questions that can easily be discussed on the phone between a health professional and a client themselves, not requiring them to come in to do anything face-to-face, and on an entirely different basis of relationship between that client and that health professional. So that ability to have a trusted conversation with someone who can work through this with that level of trust and reassurance is very, very key to what we are doing. It is not an assessment of someone. It won't be an area where we are putting anyone through anything that's considered in any way inhumane. And how we will guarantee that happens is we'll work with those with lived experience and the health and social care professionals to ensure that from both sides of that experience that we build on that together.
Willie Rennie, followed by Bob Doris.
In the last 2 weeks, there's been, I understand, 800,000 claims for universal credit. To put that into context, that's up from 55,000 a week. That's an 8-fold increase. So I think we should all recognise the tremendous effort that the staff in the DWP and elsewhere are doing to process those claims. But I understand that the Scottish Government is assisting the DWP to help with that demand. Can the Minister perhaps explain a little bit more about how we're assisting to make sure we can cope with that pressure?
Shirley-Ann Somerville.
Well, one of the important ways that we will assist the DWP with this is an absolute recognition of the pressure that they are under. When I have made calls for the DWP to make changes to some of the reserve benefits to assist people with this, but I will also be realistic about the art of the possible in this. So, for example, we have not called for a change to the 5-week wait because that is so hardwired into the universal credit system that it cannot in any way remotely be easily changed. So there's no point asking for a change that we know cannot happen. So we need to be realistic, I think, about the asks that we're making on the UK Government to support people through this. There is also a call from the DWP for staff to assist with this, and a small number, and I wouldn't overplay this, it is a small number of agency staff have went back to the DWP to assist with the applications for universal credit, and we of course stand by to assist in any further ways if we can possibly do so. What I said, I think to a member previously, it is a very, very difficult time for them as they move forward with universal credit payments.
Bob Doris, followed by Michelle Ballantyne.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, I absolutely welcome the DWP have dropped face-to-face assessments due to the COVID-19 crisis, but can I ask about reassessments? My constituents on PIP and DLA hoped that from summer 2021 they would never again face a PIP or DLA reassessment and be dealt with instead by Social Security Scotland. Will the Cabinet Secretary discuss with the DWP to try and secure a moratorium on PIP and DLA reassessments, which have caused disabled constituents so much anxiety, a moratorium until a new Scottish system is put in place and reassessments can be led by Social Security Scotland, who will have a very different way of working?
Shirley-Ann Somerville.
Well, we will have a very different way of working on this aspect. I'll be blunt on this, and I hope Bob Doris recognises the context in which we are working on. The priority for the Scottish and UK governments on social security at the moment is to ensure that those who are being paid still get paid, and new clients who come forward will be able to have their claims processed. We aren't at the stage of working out the details of how this will work out in the future with DWP, but I will endeavour to keep the Parliament updated with that discussion with the DWP as it progresses. But again, I will be blunt and to say that that may not be for some time, indeed until after the summer, as both governments work within social security to ensure that we're continuing our payments to the clients that we have at the moment.
Michelle Ballantyne, followed by Shona Robson.
Thank you. And can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of the statement, and just take the opportunity to thank the UK Government and DWP, who, despite some very significant challenges of their own, will be ensuring that vulnerable Scots continue to get financial help and assistance while plans for devolved services are delayed. Can the Cabinet Secretary please tell me what discussions have taken place with local authorities around the possibility of widening eligibility for council tax reduction during the COVID-19 outbreak, because we do know that council tax is the #1 contributor to household debt in Scotland?
Shirley-Ann Somerville.
Well, one of the important aspects that we've already done as a government is to ensure that there is increased funding available for local authorities, and that was part of the announcements that Aileen Campbell made I think it was last week, forgive me, weeks are blending into each other on these aspects, but around the money that's available for council tax reduction. One of the other important aspects with council tax reduction is that it's also greatly underclaimed. There are many people that will be out there at the moment who will be eligible for a reduction that are not receiving it, and indeed, importantly just now, there will be many people that have now fallen into a category that they may not be aware of, and that's one of the reasons why we're asking people not just to apply for universal credit if that's important, but to speak to your local authority to see if you are eligible for a council tax reduction, to speak to your energy provider to see if there's anything that can be done around that, and importantly speak to your landlord as well. We already have a very, very good system for council tax reduction in Scotland, and I think the imperative is to ensure that those who are eligible now for it know they're eligible and are encouraged to apply.
Shona Robson, followed by Rona Mackay.
We clearly couldn't have had a situation where people wouldn't have been able to apply for disability benefits. So this is a sensible, though difficult decision the Scottish Government has had to take. But did the Scottish Government look at options such as setting up a partial service or explore other delivery methods for disability benefits, or is delivery without the partners in DWP, as you described, simply not possible?
Shirley-Anne Somerville.
Well, my officials and I did discuss very seriously whether there were other alternatives to asking the DWP to move forward with this, and the conclusion that I came to was that it wasn't possible. We did look to see whether there was a system that wasn't the gold standard system that we will look to introduce as early as possible, but there was another alternative, and it simply was we were not able to launch a service safely and securely with the reduction of staff, but also because of our reliance on health and social care sector. That's both within the service design and guidance and training materials that we have, the commitment to collecting, supporting information, and therefore the information sharing agreements that we required, and also the health and social care practitioners that we needed to staff up directly ourselves. Because of those requirements, it simply was not possible for us to put in place a system that was designed with Social Security Scotland being able to implement it directly.
Rona Mackay, followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome that the Scottish Government will maintain a service for Scottish benefits. With regard to the increase in demand for reserve benefits and what it will have on the Scottish benefits, will the Government be able to meet that increased demand when it comes?
Shirley-Anne Somerville.
Well, as I said, I think to Mark Griffin earlier on, that Social Security spending is demand-led, and therefore if people are eligible for a payment then they will receive it. We are very strong in the affirmation that social security is a human right, and human rights are important now more than ever as we move into a crisis. There will inevitably be an impact both on UK and Scottish caseload, but that is uncertain at this time. But we do anticipate a sizeable increase in applications, but I stress again that those will be met.
Sarah Boyack, followed by Ruth Maguire.
Can I also thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement today? Can I welcome her call for people to take up reserve benefits? And does the Scottish Government therefore accept that a benefit uptake campaign would be desirable and at this time morally right, so that the Scottish Government can encourage people to claim what they are due, whether it's social security or welfare credits? And does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that we need employers to make proper use of furlough leave to avoid people being unnecessarily pushed into the welfare system?
Shirley-Anne Somerville.
Yes, I do agree with Sarah Boyack on both statements. There is responsibility on employers to act responsibly during this crisis. She's quite right to stress the importance of benefit take-up. Obviously, this was something which the Scottish Government is determined to do, but it is important now more than ever, and that's something that we are actively looking to see how we can take forward with some urgency.
And the last question in this statement is from Ruth Maguire.
Presiding Officer, I commend the Scottish Government's focus on the Scottish Child Payment. It was needed before COVID-19, and with the impact of the current crisis, the impact that will have on family finance, I think it's going to be even more important. Can the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Scottish Government chose the Scottish Child Benefit over disability benefits, please?
Shirley-Anne Somerville.
Well, and most simply, it's because the Scottish Child Payment doesn't have a reliance on the health and social care professionals that the disability benefits do. That's not to say that the Scottish Child Payment will be in any way easy to introduce. As I said during my statement, there is a major recruitment exercise that needs to be undertaken to allow us to introduce the Scottish Child Payment, but I would again stress that we will endeavour to do so as quickly as possible.
That concludes questions on the Cabinet Secretary's statement on COVID-19 social security, and we'll move on to the next item of business.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, on COVID-19. The First Minister and the Cabinet will take questions at the end of her statement. I would encourage all members who wish to ask a question to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on the First Minister.
Presiding Officer, thank you for the opportunity to make a further statement about Scotland's response to the COVID-19 epidemic. We have, of course, now had the first full week of what I will refer to as lockdown measures. So let me begin today by thanking people right across Scotland for complying with these rules. I know that the last 10 days have not been easy for anyone. Indeed, that is a massive understatement. But overwhelmingly, people across the country have been doing the right thing. That is not unexpected, but it is heartening, and it will continue to be crucial in the weeks to come. By staying at home, except for essential purposes, all of us can play a part in slowing the spread of the virus, protecting the ability of the NHS to treat those who need it, and ultimately saving lives. In a few moments, I'll talk about volunteering and support for businesses, but I want to start today with an update on the spread of the virus so far, on what we might expect to see in the weeks ahead, and on the steps we're taking to increase capacity in the NHS and equip it to cope with the impact of this epidemic. I can confirm that as of 9 o'clock this morning, there have now been 2,310 positive cases of COVID-19 confirmed in Scotland. That is an increase of 317 from yesterday's figures. These numbers will, of course, and I've been stressing this on a daily basis, be a significant underestimate of the true spread of the virus across the country. And it is with sadness that I must also report that there have been 16 further deaths of patients who had tested positive for COVID-19. That takes the total number of deaths in Scotland to 76. And I'm sure that everyone in the Chamber will join me in extending condolences to all of those who have lost loved ones. And I know that everyone will also join me in thanking all those working in our health and care sector. They are doing an extraordinary job, and everyone in Scotland is deeply grateful for their dedication and for their expertise. As the numbers I have given demonstrate, we are now at the stage of this epidemic, as we expected to be, when the number of cases is rising rapidly. And unfortunately, that means that the numbers becoming seriously unwell and dying are also sadly rising. Of course, we hope that the lockdown measures we're asking people to comply with will have a marked effect on the spread of the virus, and that we will see a slowdown in the next few weeks. However, given that these measures take some time to have an impact, it is too early to draw any firm conclusions yet. And in any event, we must continue to plan for what will be a considerable impact on the National Health Service and indeed on wider society. So let me address firstly the impact on the NHS, which I must say is being felt already, and the steps we are continuing to take to respond to that. We have already seen an increase in intensive care patients with confirmed or suspected COVID-19 from 51 in intensive care this time last week to 147 as of last night, and that in itself is an increase from 135 yesterday. And unfortunately, we do expect that increase to continue for a further 2 or 3 weeks at least. But I can advise Parliament that we have now achieved our initial target of doubling intensive care capacity in Scotland to 360 beds. Now, given that some of this capacity will still be required for other urgent care, that provides us with approximately 250 ICU beds which can be used exclusively for COVID-19 patients. I can also advise Parliament that we are now working to quadruple intensive care capacity to more than 700 beds for COVID patients. To deliver this increase, we have ordered ventilators from a range of manufacturers and expect these to arrive over the coming weeks. However, to bridge any gaps between now and the delivery of new ventilators, NHS boards have been working to repurpose operating theatre anaesthetic machines for use as ventilators. This is not a long-term solution, but it will allow us over the next week or so to rapidly increase capacity to more than 500 intensive care beds for COVID-19 patients. And I want to take the opportunity today to pay tribute to all of the NHS clinicians, medical physics colleagues and technicians who have worked non-stop in recent days to make this happen. Our current modelling of the spread of the virus, which I must stress assumes continued high compliance with the lockdown measures, together with the steps we are taking to increase ICU capacity, suggests that our intensive care units are now in a much stronger position to cope with the expected peak of the epidemic. But again, let me stress, we are in no way complacent about this, and we will continue to give all possible support to those who are working so hard on the front line. And it's worth stressing again, because it is so important, that what I have just said assumes that people across the country will continue to do the right thing. Every single one of us who follows the public health advice is helping to reduce the number of people who will need hospital care in the weeks ahead, and is therefore helping to reduce the risk of the NHS being overwhelmed. These measures to increase intensive care capacity are of course part of a wider effort to ensure that the NHS has sufficient beds overall to cope with potential COVID-19 patients. So I can report that as of last night, including those in intensive care, there were 1,153 patients with confirmed or suspected COVID-19 in hospitals across the country. So clearly expanding general hospital capacity is also important, and again I can report to Parliament that we are on track with this. The target that we set at the start of the month of quickly reducing delayed discharge cases by 400 has already been met, and we are now working to go further. This is of course good for patients themselves, who should not be spending longer in hospital than they need to, but it also makes more hospital beds available for those who need clinical care. Overall, the NHS currently has around 13,000 beds, and through this reduction in delayed discharge and the postponement of non-urgent elective care, we estimate that at least 3,000 beds will be available to treat COVID-19 patients. In addition to these 3,000 beds within our existing hospital network, we also announced this week our intention to create a new temporary NHS hospital at the SEC in Glasgow. We expect this facility to be ready to care for patients within a fortnight. It will have 300 beds available initially, with the capacity ultimately to care for 1,000 patients if that proves to be necessary. But let me be clear that our current hope and indeed current expectation is that this hospital will not need to be used. However, we are preparing now, I think rightly, so that we are ready if necessary. In addition to hospital capacity, which is clearly extremely important, I am well aware, we are all well aware of the vital role that NHS 24, GPs and primary care more generally are playing right now in the efforts to deal with this virus. The NHS 24 111 number is now the first port of call at any time of day or night for anyone concerned about COVID-19 symptoms. That service has been under tremendous pressure, and I want today to thank everyone there for an exceptional response. Patients calling 111 who need further advice or care are now being referred to new community hubs, which are staffed by clinicians from across the healthcare system, and if necessary, they will be given an appointment at one of our new COVID-19 assessment centres. This new network of hubs and assessment centres will allow GPs to focus more of their time on patients who have needs other than COVID-19. However, GPs are also dealing with significant pressure, and yesterday we announced £15 million of extra funding to help with that. The money will support additional non-clinical staff and additional locum cover if GPs need to take sickness leave. The funding will also reduce the pressure that might otherwise have been placed on out-of-hours services by ensuring that many GPs will be able to remain open on Good Friday and Easter Monday this year. The final issue, health issue I want to cover is the welfare of health and care workers. Testing is one important part of this. We are working at pace right now to significantly increase our testing capacity. I can tell Parliament that we have already gone from an ability to do around 750 tests a day just a couple of weeks ago to being able to do around 1,900 tests a day now. And over the course of the next month, that will increase to around 3,500 tests a day. It is important to stress that this increase will be delivered within the NHS laboratory network. Commercial partnerships being developed at a UK level will increase capacity beyond that, and as part of one of these partnerships, a new lab has already been established in Glasgow, which we expect to be operational within the next 2 weeks. As testing capacity expands, we will progressively increase the number of health and care service workers who are tested, and we have already published guidance to support this. The other two immediate priorities for testing remain the treatment of serious illness and community surveillance. Both of these things are extremely important. However, we will also be considering carefully the role of more extensive testing as part of our strategy, at the right time, of course, to bring the country out of the current lockdown measures. Lastly, on testing, what I have been talking about so far is, of course, diagnostic testing, testing that tells people whether or not they have the virus. However, we remain hopeful that antibody testing, which would confirm whether someone has had the virus, will also be available soon, and we will keep Parliament updated on that. Let me turn now to the provision of personal and protective equipment. The importance of ensuring that our health and care workers have adequate supplies of the right equipment simply cannot be overstated. Over the past 4 to 6 weeks, around 34 million items of personal protective equipment have been delivered to hospitals across Scotland, providing care for COVID-19 patients. Over this week, we're also issuing almost 8 million items of personal protective equipment stock to staff across primary care and social care. That includes around 8 weeks' supply for primary care practitioners. We do have reasonably good supplies of all key items at this stage, though it is important to say that we may face challenges in future as global pressure on these supplies continues to intensify. And we have also taken steps to improve not just the supply but the distribution of PPE. For example, NHS National Services Scotland is now operating a triage service so that it can respond more quickly to urgent requests for PPE from health and social care providers. There is an absolutely fundamental principle at stake here, and it is one that I, the Health Secretary and the entire government takes extremely seriously. Given everything that health and care workers are doing to protect us right now, we must do everything we can to protect them. Presiding Officer, in addition to the action we're taking to improve health service capacity, we of course continue to be acutely aware of the growing economic impact of this crisis. Many businesses perform an essential role, and I want to thank those working to keep the country going at this time. People in the essential retail industry, our food and drink sector, our pharmacists, those in our energy sector, our road hauliers, and many, many more besides. But I also want to thank all businesses who've done the right thing by prioritising the health of their workers, applying the precautionary principle and deciding to close at this time. I know how hard this is, and I am hugely grateful. As a further example of that, of course, we've heard confirmation earlier today that the Edinburgh Festivals will not take place this summer for the first time in more than 70 years. This is a heartbreaking decision, but absolutely the right one, and another sign of how far-reaching the impact of this epidemic will be. We've agreed that some Scottish Government support for the festivals can be used for different purposes, such as ensuring that freelancers and artists are still paid, and we will, of course, work with the festivals to ensure that they return even stronger next year. More generally, the Scottish Government has welcomed the support made available by the UK Government, including the measures announced on Thursday to help self-employed workers, although we will continue to press for improvements where necessary. And we have, of course, introduced a £2.2 billion package of support for businesses in Scotland. More than £1 billion of that package is for the Business Support Fund, which will make grants of up to £10,000 available to small businesses and grants of up to £25,000 available to eligible properties in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors. The Business Support Fund is being administered by local authorities, and I understand that approximately 30,000 applications for grants totalling £350 million have already been received. We want to get money to businesses as quickly as possible, and I can therefore confirm that the Scottish Government is today transferring £950 million to local authorities so that payments can start going into the bank accounts of eligible businesses from Monday. I know how desperately hard the last few weeks have been for business, and I hope that these payments, together with the wider support available from the Scottish and UK governments, will go some way to helping. Presiding Officer, the final area I want to cover is volunteering. On Monday, we launched the Scotland Cares campaign, which encourages people to sign up to help their community. There are 3 different ways in which people can help. Medical students or former NHS staff can apply for positions working in health and care. In addition, anyone can sign up as a community reserve volunteer. This part of the programme will be coordinated by the Red Cross. Or people can take up volunteering opportunities in existing organisations through Volunteering Scotland. It is still possible to sign up. Anyone who wants to volunteer and has not yet done so will find information on the readyscotland.org website. The response to the campaign in the first few days has been absolutely brilliant. I can tell Parliament that so far a total of 41,000 people have registered an interest, and they exemplify the sense of solidarity and community which has already characterised so much of the response to this epidemic. That solidarity and sense of community must continue. I don't underestimate how difficult life is right now, but the fact is, staying at home remains the best way in which we can all show that we care about our families, friends, neighbours and communities. It is, in fact, the single most important contribution any of us can make to tackling this epidemic. We must, of course, continue to reach out to other people, even as we remain physically separated from each other. By staying closely in touch, we will all find it easier to stay physically distant. By doing the right things and by remembering that what actually does really matter in life is our health, love and solidarity, we will slow the spread of this virus, we will protect the NHS, we will save lives and we will get through this. So, Presiding Officer, I want to end with my sincere thanks again to everyone across Scotland playing their part.
Thank you very much. The First Minister and the Cabinet will now take questions. Jackson Carlow.
Presiding Officer, in weeks we will long remember, all of us have witnessed the very best in our public services and so many others. Doctors, nurses, all other staff, shop workers, volunteers and indeed the country at large. With the peak still yet to arrive, we know that difficult days lie ahead and we really are in this together. And I thank the First Minister for a comprehensive statement, again offer our support to ministers as they tackle the many challenges faced, and add the condolences of all my colleagues to those who have lost loved ones in the days since we last met. But I would like, Presiding Officer, to focus my questions on 4 major issues where public information could be clearer. The first is on testing, and I appreciate the extended part of the First Minister's statement given over to this issue. We know that some doctors and nurses are staying at home with flu-like symptoms, but they don't know whether they have the virus or not. The Scottish Government has started testing key workers, and yesterday the First Minister said this was a priority and that she wants to achieve an increase to 3,000 tests a day, and today in her statement to 3,500. Can she confirm that she expects those 3,500 key worker tests a day to be achieved, as she suggested in her statement, by the end of April? And can she confirm if this commitment includes all healthcare workers, including dentists and others?
First Minister.
Can I thank Jackson Carlow for his comments and expressions of support? Let me turn to the issue. We expect within the current NHS laboratory network to be able to carry out, yes, by the end of April, 3,500 tests in total per day. That will cover the 3 priority areas we've set out for testing, which is to help treat those with the most serious illness, testing key workers, and we will have to prioritise. We have started to prioritise key workers on the basis of those who are more critical to maintaining rotas at the moment, and we will extend that as our testing capacity increases. And the third priority is, of course, to make sure we have a system, a robust system of surveillance in place across the country, which HPS, through our new community hubs, has been working to put in place, and that will allow us to assess, monitor and of course report on the spread of the virus across the country in a way similar to the way in which we do for flu every year right now. That is what we, and after the end of April, we intend to continue to try to increase above 3,500 tests per day, but that's the target over the next month that we have set out to achieve. And as I say, as of today, we are at 1,900, a capacity of 1,900 per day. As I say, that is within the NHS laboratory system. There are a number of initiatives over and above that that I would hope would give us significant additional capacity that will enable us, particularly with key workers, to accelerate that progress even further. Now, one of those initiatives is a UK-wide initiative. It's a commercial partnership, and Scotland will play its full part in that, and that is the additional lab in Glasgow that has been already established that we would expect to become operational in a couple of weeks. So there is a real focus on making sure that we are using testing as extensively as possible and focusing that on the right areas. I've noticed the Centre for Disease, I think that's the name of the organisation that I'm about to quote, has talked about the rational basis for prioritising in this kind of way while capacity is being built up and extended. So that's the European Centre for Disease Control is the organisation I was referring to there. Can I say finally that one of the things that is certainly occupying more of my mind, and I and the Cabinet Secretary are talking and will increasingly be discussing intensively with our expert advisors, is how we use more extensive testing as part of the strategy to take the country out of lockdown. If we are, and it's too early to assess this right now, if we are as successful as we want to be in trying to suppress the virus at this stage, how we, and I'm summarising here and using shorthand, can use testing to go back to something that is more like a contain strategy as opposed to the delay strategy we're in right now. And that is the other reason why it is important that we accelerate and expand the testing capacity as quickly as possible. But we'll keep Parliament up to date as these plans progress.
Jackson Carroll.
Can I thank the First Minister, especially for that final point in encouraging, as we try to normalise, at least relatively, our lives again. And also, I'm sure she will undertake to ensure there's clear, complete transparency within the frontline NHS staff as to which groups within that can expect to receive testing as a priority. The second issue is contact with vulnerable people. Now, all MSPs will have constituents falling into one of the vulnerable groups who were probably expecting a letter last week but were then confused when nothing arrived. And when letters did start to arrive this week, there was concern that the information within it was quite long and complex and that a mobile phone or an internet access is required to register for help. There was some doubt from GPs on whether they still had to individually call patients, and councils have told us they don't know how many people in the areas may have received letters. Now, First Minister, none of us doubt the good intent underpinning all of this, that's understood. But the situation is slightly confused, and vulnerable people, therefore, are understandably worried. So can I ask the First Minister, has every vulnerable person now received a letter? And is the Scottish Government certain that between its letters, GPs and councils, every vulnerable person will be contacted and no one will be inadvertently overlooked?
First Minister.
Again, can I take a bit of time to give as much detail as possible around this? And when we talk about vulnerable people, first and foremost, we're talking about the group we refer to as shielded. Now, that is a group of up to 200,000 people in Scotland who have conditions, for example, specific forms of cancer, severe respiratory conditions, rare diseases that leave them vulnerable to infection, people who have received solid organ transplants or who are on immunosuppression therapies, or women who are pregnant and have congenital heart disease. Now, of those up to 200,000, point I'd make first of all, it's been very, very important to get this list of people as accurate as possible, because we don't want to be mistakenly sending letters to people who really don't need to be in this group, because what we're asking them to do is so incredibly restrictive for a long period of time. So we have taken time to make sure these records are being checked and as accurate as possible. I took part in a meeting yesterday to get an update on this. So as of yesterday, this figure will have increased by now. 94,000 of these letters had issued. The others are going out over the next day or so. These people then have a contact text number, but we are also making sure that they're able to phone. The letter is complicated, but the advice we're giving to these people is serious and complicated. That service of them being able to contact will then enable us, and by us I talk about central and local government, to contact them back to ask what they need in terms of food delivery and medicine delivery, and there are arrangements in place to make sure that these services are delivered. And local authorities, through local resilience partnerships, are working to make sure that they also have local arrangements in place to capture all of these vulnerable people. And of course, we're working closely with local authorities to make sure that the identity of these people, because local authorities have good information and intelligence of their own in this. So there is a huge amount of work going on here to make sure that all of these people are captured in the sense that you know I'm talking about, and provided with the care and support that they need. There is a wider group of vulnerable people that we're also now seeking to focus on. For example, I know I'm getting a lot of contact from elderly people who are at home, who are finding it difficult to get online shopping, for example, because of the waiting times, understandably, that supermarkets are dealing with. So we are now also looking at how some of these arrangements can be extended to look at a broader range of vulnerable groups. That is work in progress, but again, we'll continue to keep Parliament updated.
Jackson Carlow.
And I thank the First Minister again, and accept we don't want to include individuals who do not need to be included. But we all have constituents who expect that they will, and obviously they are anxious and they do need that confirmation and clarity as soon as possible. In the rush of the past few weeks, we've also seen a pulling together of companies, workers and government. That kind of cooperation will, I hope, long outlive the present crisis. The efforts of manufacturers, both large and small, and universities to develop ventilators has been pioneering and exceptional, and I congratulate those who have repurposed theatre anaesthetic machines, as the First Minister detailed. But we now need to understand how those efforts will translate into frontline equipment. Jean Freeman told the media a few weeks ago that around 700 ventilators would be in place, and more recently the Scottish Government has used a higher figure of 1,000. But there was then a suggestion this might not be available until mid-summer. Now, meanwhile, some of the procurement is UK-wide, and Professor Jason Leach confirmed that Scotland would have a share of the 8,000 ventilators being bought at a UK level. Again, no one doubts the intent here, but these varied messages are potentially confusing. So, Presiding Officer, can the First Minister clarify how many ventilators in total the NHS in Scotland do expect to have, from where they are sourced, and by when she hopes to have them?
First Minister.
Well, firstly, can I just complete a point about the last question, because it is important for people to know that they're in this shielded group. I should say many of these people will know already, because they're in close contact with their health professionals, and also the list of conditions is available, but that doesn't undermine or underplay in any sense the importance of getting these letters to people as quickly as possible. On the issue of ventilators, I hope we're not giving mixed messages here. There are just different strands of this work that perhaps when they're articulated in different ways, I appreciate might sound as if they are saying different things. Can I try then step by step to set out the position? The Scottish Government has a number of orders in for ventilators with existing manufacturers of ventilators overseas in the main. Those orders will be delivered, assuming they stay on track, over the period of the next number of weeks. By, I can provide this information in more detail, but by the summer, it will take us to round about 1,000 or slightly more than 1,000 ventilators. So that's the first strand, and I would stress these are orders with existing manufacturers of ventilators. They're not dependent on companies repurposing what they do. Secondly, there is UK-wide procurement that Scotland will seek to participate in. And thirdly, there is efforts ongoing on a UK basis, and we've been looking at this as part of the UK efforts, but also ourselves through work that Ivan McKee has been leading about whether companies can repurpose ventilators as well. But our current estimates of the ventilators that will come into use over the next number of weeks is not dependent on companies doing different things and changing and repurposing their capacity. Final point, Presiding Officer, is just to stress this point, that if we look at our modelling and the kind of numbers that suggests we will be facing in terms of intensive care requirements over the next 2 to 3 weeks. The work we've done to repurpose these theatre anaesthetic machines and the ventilators we currently have in stock and operational in our hospitals give us much greater confidence that we will be able to meet that peak demand. But it is nevertheless important that we continue to see the orders for the longer, medium to longer term continue to be delivered.
Jackson Carlo.
I thank the First Minister. That was actually extremely helpful. Thank you. The final issue I want to raise is personal protective equipment, to which the First Minister also referred, and in particular full face masks. Now, in mid-March, Jean Freeman reassured us that we had adequate supplies of PPE. Some supply issues then emerged, as they have across the whole of the UK, and the Scottish Government made a number of changes to distribution. As a result, the Chief Medical Officer, Catherine Calderwood, said last week that distribution should not now be a problem in Scotland. And Jean Freeman said hospitals, GPs and social care now had appropriate supply. But this is, of course, an ongoing need, I think, as the First Minister said, not a one-off, and it is an issue for the entire public sector. This week, the Justice Committee were contacted by officers at 3 separate prisons saying that they do not have the kit they need to stay safe. And yesterday, the Royal College of GPs, the Royal College of Nursing and Scottish Care all wrote to the Scottish Government saying their members lack the protection they need. They said, every minute we wait is a minute too long. All staff, no matter where they work, must feel safe. We will continue to raise this issue until it is resolved. So can I finally ask the First Minister to tell us, if she can, is she confident that every public servant who needs protective equipment will get it? And is she able now to say when?
First Minister.
Every public sector worker who needs protective equipment, and I'll come back to that point in a second, yes, absolutely should have it. And we are working on an ongoing basis to make sure that is the case on an ongoing basis. I think there are 3 issues here that very often, for understandable reasons, get conflated. Supply, stocks, distribution and advice as to what items of PPE are required by different groups of workers in different circumstances. So on the issue of supply, right now we have fairly healthy stocks of supply of all of the key items, but I don't want to labour that point too much because there is a huge demand for them and global supplies are under pressure, so we can't be complacent about that. The second issue is distribution, and it is on distribution more than supply where, to be candid, I don't think we've done as well as we would have wanted to in the last couple of weeks, and where significant steps have now been put in place by NSS to streamline and improve that. So, for example, the exercise that's underway this week to proactively get 8 weeks worth of supply to GP practices is an important part of that, the triage system, so that urgent requests are dealt with much more quickly. And so I am much more confident that the distribution issues have been resolved, although with an operation of this scale, I cannot guarantee there will not be issues that arise, but what I can say is we will absolutely work as hard as possible to resolve any issues that do arise. The final issue is advice. There is Health Protection Scotland advice currently available about which groups of health workers need what items of PPE in what circumstances. So not every health worker will need the FPP3 masks that are talked about. Many of them, it will be appropriate to use other types of masks. That advice is under ongoing review. The 4 nations across the UK have been looking at whether there is a need to update that advice in any way, and hopefully if there is, that will be done in the next day or 2, and we'll make sure that that advice is there. More generally, in terms of public sector workers, we are looking at providing bespoke guidance and advice to different groups of workers about how they best protect themselves. Some of that will be around PPE, some of it will be around safe social distancing and other working practices. So I just want to give an assurance that this is an issue we take extremely seriously. There are complexities in it, given the logistics of this, but we have made improvements and we will continue to make improvements so that every public sector worker who needs this kind of protection has the assurance of knowing that they will get it.
Richard Leonard.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I extend our condolences to all of those who have lost loved ones to coronavirus. Can I thank the First Minister as well for advance copy of her statement. In these challenging and anxious times, I want again to offer the support of my party to the government in this fight for all of us against this virus. Those working on the front line in our NHS and social care services also have our full support. And it is because of that that I again need to raise the issue of testing with the First Minister. The commitments to roll out testing to key workers are welcome. It's something that we've been calling for since the very beginning. Yet the NHS and care staff I speak to still have real frustrations, but also real anxiety about a lack of testing. They are worried for themselves, but also for their patients, their co-workers, and their own families. So will the First Minister confirm today how many frontline health and care staff have been tested? And will the government now start reporting daily the number of key workers who have been tested, as well as the number who have tested positive?
First Minister.
We are hoping to get to a position where we can report daily, not just on the total number of tests that are being carried out, but what the breakdown of that is between the three priority areas that I've spoken about. I cannot give that number today. I can tell in total that as of, forgive me, I think I'm reading this table correctly. I'll correct it later on if I'm not, but there were around 1,700 tests carried out yesterday. We have the capacity to grow that right now to 1,900, and we are doing that. There will often, well, not often, always be a difference between the number of tests that are carried out and the number of people tested, because some people require more than one test. But we are trying to get on a daily basis much more granular information around that. On the issue of testing for key workers, I mean, I have always acknowledged, and within the Scottish Government we've been working very hard to accelerate the expansion of testing so that more key workers can be tested. I think it's important to say, though, and healthcare workers more than any of us will know and understand what I'm about to say, testing is not a complete panacea for everything, because if a healthcare worker is isolating because somebody in their family has symptoms, if they don't have symptoms, then testing is not going to be appropriate. But it is going to help to a great extent to make sure that we don't have healthcare workers with symptoms isolating unnecessarily if they don't have the virus. So we are, for that reason, as well as for other reasons, really focused on trying to expand that as much as possible, and health boards across the country are very focused on that. And as I said a moment ago, I think there is guidance that is available already that helps with the prioritisation of that. So we will continue to provide as much information to Parliament as this progresses as we possibly can, including some of the more detailed information that Richard Leonard has asked for.
Richard Leonard.
Can I thank the First Minister for her answer? And we raised questions of testing simply because it's clear from international experience that comprehensive testing has been critical to successfully limiting the spread of this virus. 2 weeks ago in Parliament, the First Minister reassured us that her aim was to increase testing capacity in Scotland to 3,000 people every day. And today the First Minister has mentioned 3,500 tests a day. But it is clear from the daily updates that we are still way below that figure. In fact, the average daily number of tests over the last 2 weeks is just 754. That's a quarter of the target, and not the 1,900 daily capacity the First Minister has just referred to. So NHS and care workers are asking me, and so I am asking you, First Minister, why hasn't this testing happened?
First Minister.
I think the answer to that is reasonably straightforward, although I understand the frustrations here and the desire to see us increase testing capacity more quickly. But in terms of provision of equipment, having the staff trained and able to do it, unfortunately, it is not something that can simply be increased overnight. It takes time to do that. So we have gone from a position just a couple of weeks ago to the capacity which it had in itself been increased since the start of this epidemic, of being able to do around 750 tests a day, to where we are right now, and this will have increased again within the next few days, of being able to do 1,900 tests a day. I'm now reading this table accurately. So yesterday, for example, as of 9 o'clock this morning, so the 24 hours ending at 9 o'clock this morning, 1,710 tests were carried out. So we are increasing that capacity, and we will continue to do so. And as I said earlier on, we have firm priorities for testing right now, the three priorities I've spoken about. But increasingly, the WHO is understandably talked about a lot. I think what it says is talking about countries that are still in a containment phase. We are in a delay phase right now, but as we come out of that and come out of these lockdown measures and go back to something that is more about trying to contain the virus, the importance of testing then becomes even greater. So that is why we are working so hard to increase this capacity and will continue to do so.
Richard Leonard.
Again, thank the First Minister for their answer. Testing is an essential part of our response, but on its own, it is not enough. And I've raised previously with the First Minister, I know that she agrees with me, and we have just heard earlier on today the importance of PPE. However, workers, trade unions, professional associations continue to voice serious concerns about the availability, but also the quality of PPE that they and their members are receiving. BMA Scotland said in the last 24 hours, BMA Scotland members have raised with us concerns about the quantity, quality and speed of rollout of PPE. The RCN said just yesterday, we've heard from district nurses who had run out of PPE but were still required to make home visits. The government's new PPE distribution measures put in place on Monday are welcome. We cannot have supplies stuck in warehouses while staff are put at risk in our communities. And the last thing that staff should have to worry about during this time of immense pressure, when we are relying on them so much, is whether they have supplies of the right equipment. So can the First Minister confirm that the updated guidance that she spoke of earlier on when and what PPE to use in Scotland's NHS and care services is issued, can she tell us whether it will match the guidance from the World Health Organization, and can she give guarantees that we will have adequate supplies of the right PPE to see us through this pandemic?
First Minister.
Well, can I say a number of things there? The Government, the Health Secretary in particular, is on an ongoing basis talking to groups of workers in the health service, trade unions, professional organisations. I think she spoke to the BMA most recently yesterday about this, so we are actively listening to and responding to these concerns. That's why the changes to distribution have been made. It's why 8 weeks worth of supply is being issued proactively upfront to GP practices this week, and we will continue to listen to that. The Health Secretary has established or is establishing an email hotline so that any group of workers or worker who has concerns can very quickly make sure that the government, not just those distributing the supplies, are aware of that, and we can continue to respond. In terms of guidance, let me be very clear, there is Health Protection Scotland guidance right now, and that is robust and quality guidance that complies with relevant standards. As people will understand, and I think I've said previously in the Chamber, I don't decide what the guidance is in terms of who needs to and who does not need to wear different types of PPE. I'm not qualified to do that. I rely on expert advice for that, and that expert advice comes from Health Protection Scotland. If there is a need to update that, and the 4 countries of the UK have been looking at that in recent days, then that will be updated and any explanations for that will be given. But the guidance that is in place right now is guidance that healthcare workers are able to rely on. And that tells people what kind of PPE is required in different circumstances, and it also allows those distributing it to make sure that we have the supplies, and those supplies are getting to the front line as quickly as possible.
Alison Johnson.
Thank you, and I too extend my sincere sympathies to all who've lost a loved one, and at a time too when they may have been unable to visit or even to pay their respects. And I'd also like to thank all those working to care for, protect, feed us, deliver stuff to us and to transport us. We are truly grateful. I'd like to understand what liaison is being undertaken with the Scottish Fire Brigade Union and the Scottish Police Federation with regards to the sustainability of their services, as more and more of their officers are forced to self-isolate in line with the government's advice. Testing these frontline emergency personnel must be a priority so that we can ensure that every able emergency worker is able to assist during this unprecedented emergency. So will the First Minister confirm when a testing regime will be in place for all our emergency services?
First Minister.
Well, can I say first of all, on the point about liaison, the Government, in particular the Justice Secretary, will liaise closely with the Scottish Police Federation and the Fire Brigades Union, and indeed with the Scottish Police Authority and the Fire and Rescue Service, to make sure that those who work in those services are getting the right advice and the proper protection when that is needed. On the issue of testing, my answer here really is the same as the one I've given several times already. We are building up testing capacity and we require to prioritise the use of that testing capacity in line with the three objectives we've set out. And in terms of key workers, we have been prioritising health and social care workers for reasons that I think people understand, and as we build up that capacity we will be able to do more of that. So that is really the general position in terms of testing, which applies more particularly to the different groups that Alison Johnson has asked about.
Alison Johnson.
Thank you. Testing obviously helps us better understand where the coronavirus is. And as testing increases, how will the government use the information that the results provide to better protect the most vulnerable? And I'm including homeless people and those without a fixed address. You know, people who may not receive the shielding advice that they desperately need and require. How will that information the test results provide help ensure that services they need can reach them when they most need them?
First Minister.
Well, we are working hard already with local authorities to make sure that vulnerable groups, and by vulnerable here I'm not talking specifically about the shielded group, but the kind of groups that Alison Johnson talks about, those who are homeless or rough sleeping, that they are being contacted, that they are being given accommodation, that they are being given the services that they need. So that work is ongoing and is important, notwithstanding the wider question about testing. One of the objectives of testing, though, is as I said a moment ago, about surveillance to enable us to know how the virus is operating, whether there are particular parts of the country that are more affected than others, whether there are different groups that may be more affected than others. That's why surveillance is such an important part of the strategy for testing. And, you know, as I said before, unless there is a particularly bad flu outbreak, most people don't pay much attention to this every year, but it's the same kind of system that is reported on every year during the flu season to enable us to know how that is. And that will be really important here as well. And then that will allow us to take informed decisions about different groups or where we have to target particular action. And as we start to come out, hopefully come out of these lockdown measures, to have better intelligence about how to do that in a way that is not simply going to reactivate the spread of the virus. And one other important development, which I haven't mentioned today but has been reported by the government over the past week or so, is the new scientific advisory group that the Chief Medical Officer has established, chaired by Professor Andrew Morris, to make sure that the UK-wide modelling that SAGE is using to inform its advice to government is able to be looked at and provided at a more granular level for Scotland. So all of these things are important to make sure we understand exactly what the virus is doing and how we then modify our response.
Thank you. Willie Rennie.
My condolences to those who have lost, and my appreciation to all those public servants who are doing an exceptional job just now, including those in care homes as well. It's incredibly stressful, and I think everyone here appreciates their work. My questions are designed to be helpful, to bring clarity, not criticism. I'm not convinced that there is clarity about which businesses and organisations should continue to operate and which should close. Some seem to believe that all non-essential businesses should close, but health guidance does not say that. With some exceptions, it says that if businesses can operate safely, they can continue whether they are essential or not. This whole situation is causing great anxiety amongst workers as well as employers. So can the First Minister perhaps bring some clarity to this very important issue?
First Minister.
Well, I have tried very hard to be clear on this, but in a way that accepts up front that we cannot give bespoke guidance that covers every single particular situation, although we are trying to offer advice wherever possible. But in summary, we have a group of businesses that have been told categorically they should be closed. So, for example, that is non-essential shops, pubs, restaurants, theatres. At the other end of the spectrum, we have businesses that are essential to the ongoing operation of the country, the businesses that keep the lights on and keep food flowing through the food supply chain. So they are essential businesses that should keep operating, although following health advice as they do. In the middle of that, that's where we have recognised there are different circumstances, and we've set out principles. So are the activities the businesses engaged in material to the well-being of the country? If so, can they allow staff to work at home? If not, can they ensure safe social distancing? And what I've said very clearly is if the answers to these questions on the part of a business is no, they should be closed. And I make no apology for that, because I don't underestimate the impact of all of this on the economy. And trust me, I don't underestimate the challenge and the task for all of us after this of rebuilding the economy. But as I said yesterday, and deliberately starkly, we can rebuild the economy, we can repair the economy, but we can't bring people who died back to life. And that is why the absolute priority, and if any business is in any doubt, they should err on the side of protecting the health of their workers and protecting life. And that's my very clear advice to them.
Willie Rennie.
That does help, and it does bring some clarity. I've spoken to many businesses, employers and workers, and it's possible to work through those issues, but it does take a bit of time, so clarity is important. Should those who share homes with those who are on the shielding list, should they be going to work or should they remain at home? What is the advice to employers on that? And some people in self-isolation or shielding are beginning to run out of cash and don't have access to online shopping. They can get support from a mutual aid group, but has the government considered ways of making sure that people can pay for goods if they don't have cash and they don't have access to the online shopping? And there's also concerns about how parents and carers of disabled children being supported, how can they maintain that support when they're at home, perhaps when they're shielding or self-isolating? They're under incredible stress just now and need that kind of support. So what can the First Minister advise?
First Minister.
Well, can I say first, I'm happy to make more detail available in these questions because they're all important questions, but in general and as quickly as I can, in terms of people sharing a household with somebody in the shielded group, the advice to the shielded group, and this is why it's such hard advice, is effectively to isolate themselves within their own households as far as possible. Sleeping in a separate room, using separate utensils, separate towels and such like. And so it's about them isolating themselves. That said, if somebody in the household and if the nature and circumstances of the household make that more difficult, then I would say to employers of a relative or somebody in the same household as a shielded person to take that into account if their business is still running. And I think it's really important that they do so. On the issues around access to cash, we have given local authorities money to increase the welfare fund as a source of emergency support for people. We're also providing additional resources to local authorities to deal with food poverty and to give more resources to organisations working on the front line of these issues. Again, that detail is all available. We can make it available again because it's important people are aware of it. And of course, we encourage people, although for understandable reasons, the waiting times for universal credit are long at the moment. We're encouraging people to apply for that kind of support as well. So we continue to work with councils and with frontline organisations to make sure that as far as feasibly possible, we are getting as much support direct to people as we possibly can. I've already mentioned the issue that is not exclusively being experienced by older people, but I think particularly of difficulties getting home deliveries of food from supermarkets, and that's one that we're very much focused to see whether we can do anything in addition to what we're doing for shielded people to try to address that.
Thank you. Now, as well as our statement, we've had detailed and very helpful lengthy questioning from the party leaders on behalf of each of their parties. So as we turn to the 24 members who would still like to ask a question, I would emphasise, please restrict yourself to one question if you can. And I would urge you to identify the Cabinet Minister to whom the question is addressed, and I would urge each Cabinet Minister also to respond as succinctly as possible. Rona Mackay to be followed by Miles Briggs. Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My question relates to business. To ask the Scottish Government what the view is on private nurseries that continue to charge for places while closed and are in receipt of government funding introduced to help business cope with the impact of COVID-19.
Fiona Hislop.
I thank the member for the question. It covers also the education aspects, and I'm happy for my education colleagues to give more information. I think what has been very, very important in terms of keeping business productive and capacity there is some of the announcements that have been made, particularly around the support for 3- and 4-year-olds. So one of the things that I know local government colleagues did was to make sure that private nurseries who were in receipt of funding for 3- and 4-year-olds could continue to receive that funding to enable the spaces and the places to be maintained. Clearly, in terms of discussions, my understanding is that people can speak to the local nurseries and obviously negotiate with them. Those private nurseries, remember, also have staff, and those staff should also be supported and paid. So therefore, if people are in receipt of income themselves, there are many people that are working from home that have got payment, that even though their child can't attend that nursery, they want to obviously make sure that they can, have a nursery to go back to when we're fully open, not just for themselves, but for others that aren't in work. So I think that the people need to have a common sense approach to this, because we want to keep capacity there. Workers will want to have capacity there, but if they're not using it and if they're not being paid, that obviously is a different issue. So it might be a bit more of a flexibility, both from the parents themselves and the private nurseries, to make sure that we actually all get through this together, and actually when we return to a containment or indeed a different phase, that we have that capacity there.
Miles Briggs, be followed by Monica Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Following the announcement that the National Cancer Screening Programme will be paused, can I ask the First Minister what consequential impact on early diagnosis and mortality rates for cancer outcomes in Scotland this is likely to have, and will ministers agree to publish this if it's available? And in terms of patients who are currently in the screening programme, can I ask if they have been informed, if they need further screening, about plans in place to support them during this time?
Jean Freeman.
So, if I can take the last part first, in terms of patients who are currently in the screening programme, that programme will be completed for them, and if they need any further treatment as a consequence of that diagnosis or treatment of further tests, then that will be completed too. In getting to this point, we did consult with and remain in contact regularly with the Coalition of Cancer Charities, so that they can ensure that those that they are in touch with are also kept informed of this. The decision was, of course, taken on the basis of clinical advice, and that advice will advise us about the best way to pick up this programme again when the pause is ended, and ensure that everyone who would have been called are called as soon as we're able to restart the screening programmes.
Thank you. Monica Lennon, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you. Across all social care sectors and settings, carers are frightened because they don't have any PPE or the right PPE, an issue I've raised in Parliament before. Yesterday, the First Minister was made aware of a survey by GMB Scotland members. It revealed a majority of care workers have lost confidence, in part due to a lack of PPE, but also because they don't believe that safe systems of work are in place for them or for the people who rely on their care. I'm told that absence levels are soaring in some parts of the country. Over a third of people are off sick already, and care packages have been withdrawn or downgraded. Not valuing carers is going to cost lives. So when the First Minister is advised that there are reasonable good supplies in place, can the Health Secretary advise who is providing that advice? Is she convinced by that advice? Have we got the guidance right? Because this is not the real world experience of carers, their families and the trade union reps who stand up for them.
Jean Freeman.
Thanks very much. I do take all of these issues around PPE really seriously, and I can assure Ms Lennon that I actually monitor the supplies, the outgoing stock and the supply line on a daily basis now. There will be over lunchtime a letter issued to the Health and Sport Committee, which I've taken the step of ensuring is circulated to all MSPs, which provides you with two things in addition to what the First Minister has said. It provides you with the new dedicated email that is there for MSPs, for unions, for members of the public, for individual members of staff, to raise particular issues where they do not individually have the PPE they think they require, so that will be monitored continuously and immediate action taken to ensure that where there are those issues raised, then they are acted on and resolved within that day, if at all possible, and certainly the individual raising them is informed of what steps we have taken. I'm speaking with Scottish Care tomorrow afternoon, again, to ensure that the distribution line, the direct distribution line that we've now created for the supply of PPE and for the ordering of PPE by both care homes and care at home, that is operating in its first week satisfactorily. Where it is not, then of course we will take the necessary steps to ensure that that is the case. I do know from my own email stream that we do have carers who are receiving supplies of PPE, and that is as it should be, given the volume that we've released. But we will continue to work our way through any particular glitches. I think the 4 direct ordering and distribution lines will make a significant difference, along with a dedicated capacity to monitor constantly any specific issues that are raised. And I would say again, as I've said to all our union colleagues so far, that any specific issues, as the GMB did with the ambulance service, and we successfully resolved that in the course of an hour-and-a-half's discussion, then I intend that that is how we will proceed. If people come direct to me, I will meet them, we will resolve the matter, and then we will move on.
Stuart McMillan, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. It's a question to the Justice Secretary. I've been made aware this morning that Police Scotland actually have some of the PPE equipment that's required, but not all of it, but it's not yet been issued to Police Scotland frontline staff. Can the Justice Secretary look into that, please?
Thanks, Stuart McMillan, for the question. I spoke to the Chief Constable about this matter just this week. There has been an additional PPE that has come into Police Scotland. That is of limited stock because it will be given to those officers where there's a reasonable chance they may come into contact with someone with coronavirus. They are monitoring that situation obviously on a regular basis. They do have the appropriate PPE and the appropriate stocks as per the advice given to me by the Chief Constable. If Stuart McMillan has local concerns in relation to his constituency, of course I'll take them offline with him and raise again directly with the Chief Constable.
Thank you. Jamie Green, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister mentioned progress that was made on delayed discharge, but evidence suggests that many people who are ready to leave hospital are still currently stuck in hospital settings because local authorities are struggling to provide suitable care. I'm sure we'd all agree that the safest place to be if you're fit and able is at home. Can I therefore ask the First Minister, how many people are currently in a hospital setting that should not be there, and what specific and direct support will be given to local authorities who claim that funding and resource are the main 2 reasons for cancelling discharge?
Jean Freeman.
So the Health and Social Care Partnerships, in cooperation with ourselves and local authorities, reduced the numbers of delayed discharge in our hospital by 500 in the month of March, and will continue to work towards a further 500 over the month of April. We have about 1,100 people currently in hospital who are clinically able to leave that setting, but are not yet able to do so. Some of those individuals, it is with respect to issues around adult with incapacity or power of attorney, and we're working hard to progress those as quickly as possible. In terms of the majority, though, who should be either in at home with the support that they need, or if it is more appropriate and is their wish, in a care home. The work is underway with our local authority partners. I have given them a commitment that where there is additional cost required in order to ensure that this happens and to meet the additional demand in terms of social care, then government will meet that cost. So this isn't a question about funding, it is an issue around resilience of the workforce. And individually, Health and Social Care Partnership by Health and Social Care Partnership with the individual local authority. My colleague in COSLA, Councillor Stuart Curry, and I are working with each one as we go to help them work out what their rotas should be, how they can use appropriately redeployed council staff who are no longer working in other areas, for example, in order to free up staff who could work in social care, and make the best use of both the returners to health and social care that we've talked about before, and some of those social work, nursing and medical students who are entering our workforce in order to help us with this particular challenge at this time.
Thank you. Kenneth Gibson, following Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My question is to the Economy Secretary, who on 18th of March announced £25,000 grants for hospitality, leisure and retail properties with a rateable value between £18,000 and £51,000. However, by 24th of March, the upper limit had mysteriously fallen from £51,000 to £50,999. Surely just a wee admin error. A restaurant and bar in my constituency, which employs 31 people, was refused a grant because its rateable value is £51,000. For the sake of £1 of rateable value, I've been advised that this business could now close. I therefore be grateful if the limit could be restored to £51,000. If it is Cabinet Secretary, you will save those 31 jobs.
Fiona Hislop.
Thank you for the question. My colleague, the Finance Secretary, Kate Forbes, is dealing with the operation and delivery of the scheme. Can I say there's 80,000 businesses will benefit. We've heard that 30,000 businesses have already applied for the grant scheme. In relation to the rate scheme, he's correct in his analysis. Clearly, the schemes itself, both the rate scheme and the grant scheme, were developed to have two principles, to have speed and simplicity. Essentially, that also means they can be quite blunt. And so, therefore, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance is currently looking at those that might fall through gaps, the areas where we might need to have additional support. But clearly, the instance that he is talking about is very specific. It's not the first time I've heard this as well. So, therefore, I will bring it to her attention and ask her to see what can be done, particularly in that area, to make sure that there is that bluntness. Perhaps it's not as blunt as it might be for some businesses, particularly when there are jobs specifically concerned. But I think if people can bear with us, the speed, not just of the Scottish Government's plans, 2.2 billion of them, but also the UK Government's plans have been developed at speed, and actually trying to make sure that we make improvements as we go along will be one of the things that both myself and Kate Forbes will be looking at.
Maurice Golden, to be followed by Rhoda Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate the earlier remarks regarding online deliveries for our elderly and vulnerable, but I wonder if the Chamber could be informed of a timescale when we'd be confident that all our elderly and vulnerable are receiving the food and sustenance they need, either through supermarkets or through a volunteer network.
First Minister.
I'm not going to give a definite timescale right now because I'm not confident of what that would be. Can I say we are focused with local authority partners right now, first and foremost, on making sure the shielded group have the deliveries and the support that they need. But as soon as possible, and as I think I said earlier on, I took part in a session yesterday looking at this issue amongst others in particular, we want to, either through extending those arrangements for the shielded group or through other ways, look to capture other particularly vulnerable groups. So over the Easter recess and beyond, I'll undertake to keep Parliament updated on what additional mechanisms we're able to put in place.
Rhoda Grant, to be followed by George Adam.
This question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Economy, Fair Work and Culture. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that the STUC highlighted food and drink sector companies who are playing fast and loose with the concept of essential work, and this is true in other sectors as well, including some government agencies. What redress do workers have who don't believe their work is essential, whose health is being put at risk because they're being forced to come into work and have been told that if they don't, their job will be at risk?
Fiona Hislop.
When the First Minister talks about how we're dealing with this, she has referred to the fact that we have all got to be part of what is the national mission to tackle this. And that means employers as well. There are clearly categories of employers that are essential, but they also must be working in such a way that is safe and embraces safe distancing and social distancing, as well as the health and safety. And there are those businesses that are closed. But there are those businesses that might be considered as part of an essential sector, but not all businesses within a sector are essential. So therefore, there are questions whether, for example, distilling that is not using whisky for 3 years is particularly something that is essential at this time to supply our supermarkets with food and drink. We are asking employers themselves to think very, very carefully about what they do. Staff themselves absolutely should report to their unions if they feel any discomfort, and to their manager. The sensible thing to do, and it's what we're doing with the construction sector, to make sure that those non-essential construction sites that we have asked to close can reopen in a safe way. Because if we're moving through phases of this at different points, we will want to make sure that those companies, when they do reopen, are doing so safely with the confidence of their customers, but most importantly of their staff. So we're calling for those businesses that are not essential to close on a precautionary basis in order to make sure that they are safe. And so the recommendation is they close unless and until they can give evidence to everybody, including their staff and the unions, that they can do so safely. And the way to reopen is also to work safely with their staff, and at the appropriate time, when they can reopen for the safety of the country, they do so in a way that everybody has confidence in. And that is our very, very strong messages to those employers. We can't force this, but it is a very strong steer. And many, many companies themselves, if you look at what's happened with Walker's Shortbread, if you look at what has happened with Tunnocks themselves, that company have taken the decision for the good of the country to close until such times that it is safe for everybody to go back to work. And I think that's the type of company that we should be supporting by showing leadership at this very, very difficult time.
Thank you. George Adam, to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister will be aware that there's been an extremely positive response from the public for the temporary hospital and Excel Centre in London being named the NHS Nightingale Hospital. And in these difficult times, surely any form of positivity is a good thing. Does the Scottish Government have a name for the proposed temporary hospital at the SEC in Glasgow?
Jean Freeman.
I'm grateful to Mr Adam for that. The name that has been chosen for that hospital is the NHS Louisa Jordan. That is in honour of Louisa Jordan, who was a nursing sister born in Maryhill, joined the Scottish Women's Hospital in 1914, served in Serbia during the First World War. The daughter of a painter, she cared particularly for typhus patients, but unfortunately contracted that disease and died herself at the age of 36, and is remembered every year in Serbia for the care and commitment she gave to them. So it is very good indeed that she will now be remembered in her native Glasgow.
Murdo Fraser, to be followed by Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's a question for the Cabinet Secretary for Health. I've been contacted by constituents in the last few days who, believing they have coronavirus symptoms, have tried to contact the NHS 111 number and have had great difficulty getting through, having waited in some cases for hours to have that call answered, which you can imagine is a very distressing situation to be in. Is there anything more the Cabinet Secretary can do to put more resource behind that particular phone line?
Jean Freeman.
Yes, and I understand very well both how distressing that will have been for your constituents, but also that others have had the same experience. So we have made significant additions to NHS 24, who staff that health line, both in terms of those numbers who answer the initial call, and then in the clinical specialisms that then take the call forward, making the decisions about whether or not what additional advice to give the individual, but also whether or not they go through the hub, also clinically staffed, through to a particular appointment at an assessment centre. So we are hoping now, with that additional resource into NHS 24, it's been scaled up considerably in a number of different steps since all of this began, that will make a difference. The one other point, though, I would make is that it really is important, and we have tried very hard to get this message out, that people do not call 111 to get the sick line that they need for their employer, but they use the NHS Inform website where they can do that on the site. It would be very helpful for members to assist us in that messaging, and certainly if there are further problems with the 111 number that people have raised with them, that they make sure they let me know that, and we will do everything we can to resolve it.
Colin Smith, to be followed by Mark Ruskell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary for Economy will be aware that the Fraser-Vallard Institute last week highlighted the disproportionate economic impact the pandemic will have on rural communities where sectors such as tourism and hospitality, as well as a large number of self-employed workforce exist. It's clear there are gaps in the existing support that's already out there, whether it's a self-employed person who's set up in the last year or a guest house who pays council tax and not rates. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary whether she'll bring forward additional support now to support those businesses where we know the gaps exist, because for those businesses it's not about economic recovery, it's about the very survival of the business in the days and weeks ahead.
Fiona Esler.
The member makes a very important point, and we're also looking at the geographical impact. The schemes that we've put in place, as I said, the small grant scheme affects 80,000 businesses, and the retail, leisure, hospitality, 9,500. We know the self-employed scheme that the UK government has established also reaches a large number of people, but there are gaps in that system. We know that, and that's why my colleague Kate Forbes is looking at the different areas to see if there's anything in supplement we can do. But resources obviously are very tight. We know that. We've been given the Barnett consequentials, which we have pledged to, and we have used and will continue to use to support businesses. But he makes a very important point. I'll make sure it's brought to our attention, because I think as he's reflecting, it's also speed, and the impact is now. And so therefore anything that can be done should be done. I think also in terms of particularly small businesses, I've been speaking to the banks. I'm having meetings and teleconferences with the banking sector every second day to relay issues that have been relayed to us in terms of small businesses. Some of the packages that are together could be simplified to help people through a difficult period, but loss of income now that is displaced that will never be recovered means you can't then repay that in a loan further down the line. So we are looking very carefully at all the gaps to see if there's anything that can be done to identify them and to see what measures can be brought in to help support the type of people he's just described.
Mark Ruskell, to be followed by Lee MacArthur.
The emergency food needs of many vulnerable people are being met by neighbours, carers, councils, charities and retailers at the moment. But as the First Minister just acknowledged, there are other vulnerable households that remain hidden, particularly those with no support networks in place, no ability to order food online, no ability to get to a shop, and in some cases, no money to buy food. So can I ask how the government will ensure that emergency food provision is put in place consistently across Scotland so that it gets to every single hungry household?
Shirley-Anne Somerville.
Well, this is an issue which we are giving very active consideration to, because increasingly we are concerned to ensure that no one falls through any gaps in the provision that we have as a government. The First Minister's obviously already talked about those who are in the shielding group, but she has also mentioned that there are wider members in society who will need assistance. Aileen Campbell mentioned the food fund, which was part of her announcements, the £350 million announcement. Partly that's for public sector responses, but also to fund national third sector partners that are delivering community-based responses. So that's a very important aspect of it. The other aspect is the volunteers that we now have in place. Now I would encourage members to further publicise readyscotland.org to ensure that we get more volunteers, because they can play a part in this. How they play that part is then down to the local resilience partnerships and the local volunteers, because we've not reinvented the wheel, but we're using the networks that are already in place, that have the contacts that are already there. And by doing so, we're confident that we'll be able to breach any gaps that there are. Finally, I had a very useful conversation with some third sector organisations yesterday, talking exactly about that, about how they might know there's a need, but they are not the people that will then meet that need. And it's about ensuring that we use those local resilience partnerships and the volunteers to be able to deal with that where necessary.
Thank you. Lee MacArthur, to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you. Can I welcome the assurances from the First Minister in relation to testing PPE? But a question for the Economy Secretary. As Colin Smith rightly pointed out, there are gaps between the various grant and support schemes, particularly for businesses in rural and island areas. I welcome the decision by the Scottish Government last week to reverse the earlier exclusion of all self-catering businesses, but the eligibility criteria still remain tighter than elsewhere in the UK, leaving self-catering businesses in Orkney and across Scotland unable to access the support they need. So can I ask the Economy Secretary to work with her Finance Secretary colleague to address not just the point that Kenny Gibson quite legitimately made, and it affects some of my constituents as well, but also to look at these eligibility criteria to make sure that self-catering businesses key to our tourism sector get the support they need at this very, very difficult time.
Fiona Hislop.
Self-catering and caravan businesses are going to be eligible for grants, provided it was their primary source of earnings and the property was let for more than 140 days. I've given the commitment that all the consequentials of the £2.2 billion for businesses will be distributed, reflecting the UK scheme. But I would also say that we have proportionately far more small and medium-sized enterprises than the rest of the UK. So our funding has to stretch more than the rest of the UK's because of the nature of Scotland's economy, that we have so many small businesses, not least in the constituency that the member represents. So we're very conscious of that, and that's how we're actively looking to try and see what else in other mechanisms. But that would mean repurposing and reorganising the Scottish budget more generally, and that is the work that Kate Forbes and also Ben McPherson will be looking at.
John Mason, to be followed by Michelle Ballantyne.
Thanks very much. I have, it's the health question, an 88-year-old constituent who is self-isolating but needs to go for dialysis 3 times a week to Stobhill Hospital. And his family are worried because he is going into a car with 3 or 4 other patients and the driver, which is a problem.
Jean Freeman.
I'm grateful to Mr Mason. There is work underway, and I would encourage him to pass this on to his constituent to ensure that where patients in that situation require transport to take them to their treatment, that they do that singly. And that they are not required to share cars or any other transport. So there is work underway. I'm very happy to take that on and pass him the specific details with respect to Greater Glasgow and Clyde, and to ensure that we know across the Chamber all members are aware of what is happening in their own particular health board area.
Michelle Ballantyne, to be followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thank you. My question crosses justice and health. COVID-19 has meant that there are now delays in granting guardianship and intervention orders, and this impacts on the health, social and financial needs of individuals who are affected not only by COVID-19, but many who are also impacted by reasons that would frequently have arisen in normal circumstances. So my question is, has the government had any discussions about how the Adults with Incapacity Scotland Act 2000 might be temporarily modified to enable guardianship orders to be progressed? And would the government consider a draft amendment that also includes the issue of advanced directives, which could help with patient triaging?
Hamza Youssef.
Well, I'll get back to Michelle Ballantyne. I don't have the detail of the answer to that question. What I would say is when it comes to any particular orders, particularly court orders, there is detailed guidance in the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service. In terms of any draft amendments, of course, we'll be looking closely at amendments that come forward to any legislation to help vulnerable people in particular. But if Michelle Ballantyne doesn't mind, I'm more than happy to take the details that she raises offline and, of course, come back to her with a fuller answer.
Thank you. Sarah Boyack, to be followed by Shona Robertson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the First Minister what proportion of key workers are now benefiting from childcare, and can she update us on how the distribution of PPE is being managed to ensure that those key workers who urgently need it are actually able to access that equipment regardless of whether they are in the public or the private sector?
The question of key workers in childcare, any key worker that wants to access childcare should contact the local authority. What I can tell the Chamber, and we're monitoring this on a daily basis, is that the numbers of children in a formal education setting each day is pretty low. Now, we want it to be low because the reason for closing schools is to limit the spread of the infection, but it's been under 1% of all children have been accessing that child care on a daily basis. So there is some room there, not unlimited room, but there is some room there if there are people out there either in the key worker category and also for vulnerable children to access that. And all members can relay to their constituents that if anybody, any individual or organisation is wanting to access childcare, they should ensure that they're contacting their local authority. On the point about PPE, we continue to make sure that we are providing guidance to different groups of workers and will provide additional guidance to different groups of workers so that there is an understanding of what is needed, and if PPE is needed, make sure we're working with whether it's organisations, companies or individuals to make sure that it is supplied.
Thank you. Shona Robertson, to be followed by Jamie Halker-Johnson.
Thank you. The clear advice to stay at home has been a very powerful and important message to everyone. However, for many victims of domestic violence, home is often not a safe place. Can the First Minister reassure those at risk that they should continue to report crimes during this crisis and that they can still access services such as Scottish Women's Aid and Rape Crisis Scotland if they need to?
Well, I think this is a really important point that cannot be emphasised enough. As we encourage people to stay at home, as more of our lives are lived right now at home, those who are already vulnerable to domestic abuse and to violence are even more vulnerable and may feel even more isolated and alone. Yesterday I announced additional funding for Rape Crisis Scotland and for Scottish Women's Aid to help them ensure they've got the capacity to deal with this. And I also took the opportunity to make clear, I'll do so again today, and I would ask all members to use all of their channels of communication to do likewise, that the Scottish Domestic Abuse and Forced Marriage Helpline remains available 24 hours a day. Anybody who is in a situation like this does not have to wait until after this crisis to seek help. That help is available to them now and they should access it.
Jamie Halker-Johnson, to be followed by Anas Sarwar.
Thank you. A question for the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Some of the testing already being undertaken is happening many days after symptoms have displayed, with some of those being tested coming back negative, and the concern is that they might still have had COVID-19. And the guidance issued last week gives flexibility to individual NHS boards on who, when and how they test. So how confident can the Cabinet Secretary be that we're getting an accurate picture from the current testing regime? And as the First Minister referred to, with the possibility of new antibody tests being rolled out to determine who has already had COVID-19, will the Cabinet Secretary confirm that NHS staff and other frontline workers will be given priority for testing?
Ian Freeman.
Testing is as accurate as testing is, and as the First Minister has said more than once, and the Chief Medical Officer has consistently made clear, the numbers that we are seeing is we know an underestimation of the prevalence of the virus in the community, and that is why some of the additional measures the First Minister has outlined about increasing our testing capacity, being part in particular of that UK-wide initiative on testing, will allow us to increase our testing, but also, as was said to your colleague Mr Carlow, as we move through the current situation with the virus, we begin to look at how testing can assist us in order to get to the next stages where we can move from delay, the current phase that we're in, into containment and continue to manage the prevalence and the impact of the virus as best we can. In terms of the current test tells you that today you are positive or negative for the virus. If it tells you are negative, that does not mean that in a week's time you might not develop the symptoms of the virus and you would test positive at that point. So it is, if you like, a binary situation that doesn't give you assurance, doesn't give any of us assurance, that if I tested negative today, then that's me, I'm negative from now on. The antibody test is, as you rightly say, the key one in that. And in that we are working alongside the 4 nations of the UK, hoping that we will see that reliable, robust antibody test available in the near future. And at that point, we will make effective use of that in order to assist us not only with health and social care in that workforce, but in making those decisions about the steps we might need to take in order to come out of the current delay stage and the restrictions that are so necessary into a place where we can contain the spread of the virus and move forward.
Anas Sarwar, to be followed by Bob Doris.
Presiding Officer, it's correct that we recognise the role of NHS staff, but I'm sure the First Minister and Health Secretary will agree that we don't just need to applaud them, we need to support and adequately resource them too. But not just them, also the other frontline workers, social care workers, postal workers, all those involved in food distribution and production, people in our call centres handling calls around domestic abuse, around benefits, around advice lines, and so many more. Recognising those people is really important, but making sure they have adequate protections around adequate access to PPE is also fundamentally important too. Can the government commit to support those organisations and those companies and those third sector organisations to support their supply chains for adequate levels of PPE? And with your permission, Presiding Officer, can we also get an update on progress made about discussions about death in service payments for NHS workers?
Jean Freeman. First Minister.
Let me do the PPE point, and with your permission, Presiding Officer, I'll hand over to the Health Secretary on the death and service payments. Can I give a relatively short answer, because I've covered this in some detail, but the answer in it is an answer that is deeply heartfelt, is yes. I want to do everything in my power to make sure we are supporting those in the front line. I've said before, I have close family members who probably, as we speak, are on hospital wards in different hospitals in the country. I know personally how important this is, and everybody who has a family member or a friend in these circumstances will know how worried that we all are about them, given the situation they're dealing with right now. So we will do everything we can, working with organisations and different parts of the supply chain, to make sure that that supply, distribution and use of PPE is exactly as we would expect it to be.
Jean Freeman.
In terms of death in service, we are almost at a point where we have a finished proposal about how we can extend death in service benefit to all those in health who need that. And I should also just take the opportunity to say to Mr Sarwar and to colleagues that we have now an agreed position on indemnity for all our health and care workers.
Thank you. And Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This question straddles justice and health. Presiding Officer, the Justice Secretary is considering the early release of some prisoners coming to the end of their sentences, and I fully understand why. For those being released who may have a variety of vulnerabilities, will the Scottish Government seek to put supports in place, including housing solutions, financial support, but particular supports for those living with addictions or mental health challenges?
I thank Bob Doris for his exceptionally important point that he raises. I know that there are a number of people, for example, I have communications from the Howard League for Scotland and many other organisations that are pressing the government to look at release, and we are looking and actively exploring those options, first and foremost through home detention curfew, and then of course we are debating stage 2 and 3 later on this afternoon, which if passed will give emergency release powers to the government. But Bob Doris is absolutely correct. If we release people when they do not have adequate accommodation, and I can confirm to him that the Housing Minister and I have spoken about this, if we do not have the appropriate benefits, social security provisions in place for them, if we do not work with addiction services, we do not work with social work and others, then unfortunately we could see these people return back into the prison system, into the criminal justice system, as opposed to staying out. So I can give a confirmation to Bob Doris that those conversations are very much actively happening with our local authority partners, with addiction services, with other ministerial colleagues, so that if we do get into a position of increasing the number of prisoners that we're releasing through HDC or indeed via emergency release, then we are hopefully setting them up well on the outside so they do not return back into the prison system.
Thank you. Now, I'm conscious that there are still a number of members who wish to ask questions, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to draw the statement and question to a close. Before we do suspend, I would just draw members' attention to the fact that the deadline is now passed for lodging amendments to the emergency bill, and we have received a significant number of amendments from a number of different members. Officials are working to get those amendments in order to prepare a marshalled list and groupings, but given the volume, it will not be possible to reconvene at 2:30. So on that basis, I want to advise members that the Committee of the Whole Parliament will not start until 3 p.m, and that's at the earliest. So I will ask the clerks to ring the division bell 10 minutes and then 5 minutes before we plan to start the sitting. And I would impress that every effort is being made to get the necessary documents ready to be prepared for members' consideration. I now suspend, and I could also assure you that the canteen will be open throughout until 3 p.m. I now suspend this meeting until 3 p.m.
Hi, and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Sam. And we're going to be filling the gap today between the Holyrood debates. And today I have got Ruth Watson joining me, also on Skype. Hi Ruth, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks.
So this morning, the moment with the coronavirus, it's been quite overwhelming. People are finding all the information are quite overwhelming, a bit confusing at the moment. And obviously we've just seen the morning's debate, which is due to go back round about 3 o'clock this afternoon, where they're going into the second session. Now, how have you been coping with the lockdown and all the information coming through with coronavirus? How have you been coping with working from home, the homeschooling and everything else, the social isolation at the moment, Ruth?
Well, I'm one of these people, I don't really have much of a life, so the social isolation isn't really an issue for me. I'm lucky I live in a small community, so it's okay. I've been doing the community volunteering through the Angus Voluntary Action Angus, so I've been twinned with somebody who goes out. I'm self-isolating because my husband has asthma, but I'm twinned with somebody who works all day. So I get phone calls coming to me from people who want prescriptions picked up or want to have a chat. And chatting to people I've never met is easy for me. So that's my strength. But I take the messages and pass them on to the person who's able to go out and sort of pick up the shopping and the messages. So in that respect, I feel connected with my community. I'm still able to interact and be involved and feel like I'm being useful in some way. Regarding homeschooling, well, actually, my eldest is at uni, and she's decided that she can't think of anything worse than coming home and being self-isolated with her mother. So she's in the next city down from us. And is doing okay, thank goodness for social media, we can keep in touch. My son has just left school and is hoping that university will be starting in September because he's due to head off to do that. And my youngest, actually, by complete good grace, and thank goodness for Scotland's NHS, she had a planned operation, and she was the last person to be operated on in the surgical ward before it was turned into a medical paediatric ward for respiratory issues. So mercifully, she got the surgery, all went well, and she's recovering at home. So homeschooling, not an issue. My husband's able to work from home. He was overseas but got back in time. So actually, we are just lucky. We are so lucky. We're one of those people. I actually almost feel guilty that we're doing so well when there's so many people who are in really, really dire straits. So I guess I try and offset that guilt by, I mean, when I'm out, if I can, not all supermarkets are doing food banks, but one of the supermarkets that I go to once a week is doing food bank collections. So I try and put things in to make sure that people have got, enough to get by on, because I'm really, really concerned by how many folk must be really struggling right now.
Yeah, I hear you there. We're pretty much at the moment just came out of self-isolation because I had symptoms, and so we had actually went into self-isolation before the lockdown, so we've now came out. But in terms of homeschooling, it's quite difficult for the wee ones. My youngest is 8, and what I'm finding, everything that's happening, it's overwhelming for the adults, but what's happening now is quite overwhelming for the children as well. It's keeping them being able to communicate and socialise with their peers. That's one of my concerns as a parent of a youngster, where they would normally be out playing or in each other's homes or at school playing and being children. What's happening now is they're not having that interaction. So I've actually, against all the kind of previous parenting instincts, went out and bought him some headphones and things so he can now connect to his friends circle with, you know, within the kind of internet community, so to speak, so he can still have that interactions and be able to talk to them about homework as well. And I think that's one of the issues with the kids at the moment. But yes, in my community, everybody's pulled together and certainly helping each other out. And one of the things that we're finding, I'm like you, I work from home quite a lot. I'm self-employed, work from home quite a lot. So I'm quite used to being on my own and in my own company. What I am finding is a lot of people who are not used to that really struggling with their mental health and well-being at the moment. So I am now learning the joys of Skype and video calling to try and communicate and have more conversations with people face to face. So are you finding that you're doing, well, you probably already do quite a lot of Skyping and use quite a lot of technology, whereas I was always on the phone texting. What about you, Ruth? Are you finding you're using Skype and Zoom and things like that more often now?
Well, I'm not, but my husband is for sure. He works with a team that's based between Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. So they have Skype meetings now a lot, and that makes a massive difference. But again, we're really lucky. We have a house that has space for him to be in an office, so that he's got his own room, and you know, the kids aren't always piling in. And again, our kids are older now, so they can safely use social media and constructively use social media. And I think that what you've done is absolutely the right thing to do for those who can do it. Making sure that children have their own independent access and forms of communication with their friends, and having those hard conversations about how to stay safe on social media. And actually, some networks, for example, I set my kids up with Google because I felt confident that I was able to use the Google parenting account sort of settings to be sure that I could help protect them from accessing material that they weren't yet ready for, or able to perhaps sort of understand what was going on with it if they saw it. So I think that it's worth taking a wee bit of time to get aware of how parenting controls work, and to use them with, I mean, I always made sure that my kids understood why we were using parental controls and what they were for, and that we had an ongoing conversation about them having autonomy as well, because I think that a sense of powerlessness actually is not a helpful thing. So we've always tried to empower our kids. For younger kids, actually, I think that obviously you want to follow the curriculum if you are homeschooling them, but there are some really interesting and fun ways that you can homeschool kids in circumstances like this. When we lived overseas, the kids used the international primary curriculum, and that's quite a fun way of doing it, because, so for example, they would have a theme for one term. They would have a theme. So for example, one term it was cocoa, and we were lucky we lived in Asia, so they could go and go actually to a cocoa plantation. My daughter came home with a cacao pod and see them growing, but they used cocoa as the fundamental central theme. So they looked at the history of cocoa, and then they looked at the conquistadors, and they looked at the Incan and Mayan culture. They looked at the social enterprise and the social ethos of the Bournevils and the Cadburys. They used cocoa beans for counting, and they used cocoa in cooking and the history of cocoa and chocolate. They looked at ethics and fair trade, and so actually there are ways of doing homeschooling that doesn't seem like a chore. If you do baking, if you decide that if you manage to find flour, my goodness, the shop shelves have had no flour on them for weeks now where I am.
Actually, managed to get some flour, so I am actually doing some baking at the moment, believe it or not. Yeah.
Yeah,
flowers
so that's a
became
really good way of,
lettuce.
that's mental maths. And if you look at yeast, you can kind of do wee projects, well, how do you find yeast? Well, yeast is in the air. So how do you make sourdough and what's happening? And so there's actually, you can use ways of helping children learn how to develop inquiring minds in a way which is quite organic and can be more fun because it doesn't feel like you're educating them.
Yeah, I totally agree. One of the things, I've got two older boys, one who is flew the nest and living his own life as an adult now, and I've got a younger son who still lives at home but currently not working due to coronavirus. And what I've done with them regarding the internet with the wee one is actually set up using their accounts, so they monitor what their wee brother's doing, which is quite good because it gives them a sense of responsibility and it keeps that conversation going between the boys as well. But yeah, with regards to home education, it's certainly a challenge, but we are kind of trying to find alternatives at the moment, rather than making it, as you say, if you make it a chore, you may be up against some resistance, especially with my Christopher. He is very much dead set. It was quite funny because before the coronavirus outbreak, he was doing his wee mini campaign to stop homework for primary school children. So now, with this, now the homeschooling, it's quite hilarious because he quite like Nicola Sturgeon. He was a Nicola Sturgeon fan up until she done the speech saying about the kids, wash their hands and do their homework. And he kind of went in a huff and decided, I don't know if I like her anymore. I don't want to do homework. That's against my fundamental rights as a child. So what I have got now is the interesting situation of turning everything into something a bit more fun, which is, as you say, the cocoa bean was. That's just, I wish I could do that, but it's finding other ways. So we have started planting our herb garden with the seeds and things, sowing the seeds and stuff like that. Foraging. We've got a small woodland next to us, so we've been foraging nettles. And one of the things we've been doing is making our own moisturiser and soap. So it's all about the science of boiling up the nettles and then adding in the water and the oil and, blending it all together for the right consistency. Needless to say, we've had a few kind of situations of jagging ourselves with the nettles, but it's making it more fun at the moment. And I think that's what will get the kids through this.
Yeah, totally. But you see, there you go. So in nettles, you can have a look and think, well, okay, so what is it causes the dragging? So it's the sting. Well, what's the sting made of? The sting's made of silica. So you can start looking at how if you sort of start going into it on a kind of granular level, you start asking more questions. Nettles are really good for purifying the blood. They were used as one of the first nettle teas, sort of in the spring would be a really healthy way. Of people were encouraged to drink it a lot to help their immune system. Well, why is it? Well, it's because nettles got deep tap roots. So what happens when roots go deep? And so, if you start asking questions, why is this? Why does the soap work? How does it become soap? Why does this? And I think that's the thing, is that you take one thing and you look at it 360 degrees. And how could it be that nettles were used to make fibers and just those kinds of things. It helps youngsters develop inquiring minds. And you can look at why it is that nettles are so important for butterflies, and what does that, so I think that kind of thing. And it becomes fun when you're both learning something about it. You might understand a bit of, well, how does this work and why does that work? But then when you start digging into it, actually you're both learning together, and that can become really good fun as well.
Yeah, and it's very important for the relationships between parent and child as well, especially at this moment in time. Because especially with a lot of the wee ones, they're feeling a little bit scared and unsure with what's going on. So it helps to build that relationship. But it's good fun, especially when you start jagging yourself and things, and you can have a giggle about it, but then see the kind of benefits. But it is, you're right, it's very much better than sitting down doing the classwork, which, Google Classroom has been great. But again, it is very much encouraging parents to go out there and do a bit of self-learning as well. And it is actually really fun. Now, the other thing I was wanting to talk about is about the well-being and mental health for adults and keeping themselves happy. Because watching the briefing there with the Holyrood, there was so much information regarding every other sector. I'm hoping this afternoon they're going to touch more on the mental health and well-being. Because what I'm finding from my community, there's a lot of people out there who are already starting to struggle at the moment with the self-isolation, especially people who live on their own and the elderly.
People who live on their own, the elderly, but also, there's you talking about being able to go out into the woods and go looking for nettles, and there's me, I can go outside and dig in my garden or talk to the chickens or play with the dog. There's so many people who've got no access at all to green spaces. And and folk who, even if they go into their garden, they can barely self-isolate because there's not 6 feet perhaps between them and their neighbours standing coughing in their back garden. So I think that it must be extraordinarily challenging for a lot of people, and I can't even begin to imagine how awful it must be if you're stuck in the house with a domestic abuser. So I think that there's going to be a lot of people really worrying about the impact this is going to have on their mental health and also your physical well-being. I was watching Angela Rippon giving advice to people about how to use their chair as a support, so they could do pliés and sort of ballet moves for old people. And I'm looking at myself thinking, I don't know if you've ever seen Wall-E, that scene where the people have become such sort of like rotund dollops that they just go around on segways all the time. I'm very concerned that I might end up just sort of morphing into a modern Teletubby.
Yeah, I get you there. I'm the same. I've been kind of worrying about that one because pretty much at the moment it seems to be you plank your backside on the chair or the couch, sit and put a programme on, or we sit and do the show, or we sit and watch something, or read a book. We're certainly not as physically active as we normally are. So yeah, we've been following Joe Wicks on YouTube. He has a great workout for kids, which is absolutely, we've ended up with stitches. 9 times out of 10, we end up on the floor having a right good giggle. But I think that's all part of it. It's, even though we're needing the physical fitness, it's all that mental well-being as well, and being able to have a right good laugh. But yeah, and in terms of the domestic abuse, it is very, very concerning right now, because personally, I came from a domestic abuse relationship, and it is very difficult. It's great to see there's money and funding going into these things, but when you're in that situation, to try and get the help is very difficult, and especially at the moment, because these people, as much as they're saying that you don't feel trapped being in your house, you're feeling safe, sometimes in the house it is a trap. You cannot move, you cannot breathe,
it's where you're the least safe.
Yeah, it's where you're the least safe. Being out and about is where you're more safe. So you've got to kind of understand that as a kind of you know, it's a turn of events really there for a lot of people. And also as well, even for people who are away from the abusive partners, male or female, you've then got the other side of the psychological effect. And especially at the moment as well, and because all these services are going to be at stretching point between with staff maybe possibly in self-isolation at the moment. So it's a very difficult one right now.
Yeah, I mean, so counselling services, whether over the phone or online, are going to be severely disrupted, and it worries me that, you know, you're talking about isolation and people feeling trapped. It is really hard to know how to help people who are feeling either trapped by the four walls or, you know, scared that they're having to step on eggshells in case things get inflamed, and we're really lucky by the sounds of things. Your kids are like mine, and they're getting on okay, and you're getting on with each other, and everybody kind of understands. But I can't imagine how tough it must be. Well, I can't imagine how tough it must be to be, you know, stuck with little food, few resources, and a controlling partner. It's pretty grim for a lot of people, and I don't know how we move forward after life comes back to normal to help folks. I think there's going to be quite a lot of people with post-traumatic stress at the end of this, to be honest. I think the concern of watching family get ill, the fear about getting ill, the fear about saying goodbye to family and not being able to be there to say goodbye. I think that there's a sort of an international trauma happening around this virus. And I think one of the things that makes me actually one of the most angry is that I'm looking at Westminster and I can't trust anything that they're saying. You know, you get one government minister saying, "Oh well, we've got enough. We don't have enough kit for testing," and then the chemistry industry comes out this morning and tells the Telegraph, "Yes, we do have enough." And you know, you've got ventilators. We didn't get the memo. Oh yeah, well actually, then it turns out that they were at the meetings, and I think if you can't even trust what you're being told by those people who are supposed to be keeping you and your family alive, that adds to the anxiety. So I'm extremely grateful that the Scottish Government is taking care of things for us, because I believe that we're getting the truth from them. But I am furious. I am furious, and I think that adds then to levels of anxiety and stress, because you know you're looking at people being told, "Oh yeah, we've got enough PPE," and you know, health staff across England are saying, "Well, we don't," and it just seems like once you're being held captive by a virus, and then feeling that you're part of some social lab rat experiment from the likes of Dominic Cummings, that certainly I think is adding. When I'm speaking to people, the few times that I do get out to speak to people, that's very much the feeling that I'm getting, and I'm surprised I'm getting it. Some of the people that are saying this to me, I'm quite surprised. An elderly relative, I will not name names, but an elderly relative who is very much of the different political perspective than I am, and has, you know, always been a great supporter of the royal family, was furious, absolutely furious, that Prince Charles came north carrying the virus with him to a small community, and you know, she's like, what on earth was he thinking of? What was he thinking of? And I think that this is going to really reset the button for a lot of people. And then you look at all those middle-class Tory voters, and I don't like talking about class because I think it's a redundant construct, but I think you're sort of talking about people with an income and people without enough to live on. But all those people who thought that perhaps the worst could never happen to them, they like to think of the deserving and the undeserving poor, and suddenly they're finding themselves in the category of unemployed, and it's not their fault, and suddenly they're finding out what the welfare state under the Tories is really like. And I really hope we get a reset button after this. I really hope that all that anxiety and worry comes out into something positive, that actually we think about making society better for people.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ruth. That's the way we've been viewing this as well, that hopefully there's got to be a good that comes out of this. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I've been talking to my neighbours, again, have got different political views from myself, and very much all for have a great belief in the union. They've been very stoic in their belief. But over the last couple of days, having the conversations over the garden fence,
from a suitable distance,
they have been saying that they are now seeing the UK government in a completely different light, pretty much from the same angle as us, where they are now put into a category that they never thought they would be in, where they're pretty much forgotten about. They've been abandoned by the UK government. And yes, the lies, because the lies have been quite blatant.
Yeah.
And these are also people who follow mainstream media. These are people who watch, the news religiously, and things like that, and who do not watch alternative news shows, and they, so it's showing how blatantly obvious it is now when these people would believe everything that was said in mainstream or in the local or the national newspapers, and they are fuming, absolutely fuming at how this is being dealt with, how they are now out of jobs, how they're having to try and work out the benefit system, how they've just been, it's this idea of being abandoned by a government that they have put so much faith into, and there is certainly a kind of anger there. So yes, I'm with you. I think I hope I'm not being naive in this, that when this is all over and done with, there will be a reset button, that a lot more people are going to think about things differently. They're going to think about how the government's behaved differently. And even the royal family, the fact that what's happening there. So I think this is actually happening. There's certainly a change going on politically, as well as in terms of community and how people are behaving in the community. Because for a while there, I felt in certain aspects of the community, it was very much people lived in their own bubble. You've got your two types of people, where you've got the people who go out their way to help each other, and then you had people who lived in their own bubble, and there was that kind of selfishness. Now, it seems to be people are more and more coming round to, they're all wanting to get involved in helping each other, they're all wanting to get involved in helping the community, volunteering in different ways. So it's maybe, yeah, but I think the government right now are just despicable. I've actually stopped watching the broadcasts by the UK government because I feel my blood pressure rise whenever I'm listening and watching them talking. With the blatant lies, the terminology they're using, the language they're using, because I think they're adding to the fear and the people not sure what's happening. Whereas when you're listening to the Scottish government, they're more clear, they're more concise, they are more honest. They will tell you things will take a couple of weeks. It's not going to happen overnight, as we've just been hearing. It will take time. Whereas with the UK government, they're very much, oh yes, this is going to happen. And I know my son got an email from his work today saying that the process has not been put in place yet for the employers to claim the 80% wage that the UK government had promised. And it's not looking to be set up for another couple of weeks. So his work is now in a situation where they've got all these workers who are obviously going to be relying on wages, but there is no income coming in. So they are going to try and offset some of that and pay a percentage of their wages until this new scheme comes into play.
That's really decent of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but not all businesses are going to be in that financial position to pay that money out up front, especially small businesses.
Yeah, I was in. I've been contacted by a couple of businesses in the last couple of days. One of them a really small scale. She's a smallholder up in Inverness. Can't get livestock slaughtered that needs to be slaughtered, and is facing hundreds and hundreds of miles driving to try and get them to slaughter, which she can't do. So she's looking at. She's saying, well, apart from the fact this is about food security, it's also an animal welfare issue. As well as viability for her small business, and in Angus locally, there's a business I know of that has 25 tons of strawberries that need to be eaten or sent out by the end of this week, or it's just gonna rot. Now, that's a lot of food that could be going on people's plates, and I'm looking at businesses that not only have got the viability to look forward to. I mean, another guy I know left a business where he was a letting agent, really good guy, set up his own business, buying, selling flats, properties for people. Estate agent is called. Let's find the word. And that's him. He's out of work. He's looking. Actually, I think he's going to go and try and pick fruit, just so that he doesn't have to rely on benefits, try and feed his family. Now, that's just my small sphere. There's so many people. Like your son. Your son's employer is obviously working really hard to try and do the right thing, but from an economic point of view, there's going to be a real reset on the capitalist neoliberalist button, surely. But then I was very impressed with what Nicola said when that character from Murray Douglas Ross was trying to criticise her for shutting down the building sites, and she's going, well, the economy we can try and fix, but we can't bring people back from the dead, and I think that is absolutely the right way to look at it. But how hard is it when you're looking at people thinking, how am I going to feed my family? How can I navigate? What was it? 200,000 people are ahead of you in the queue to claim for universal credit. I mean, how are people going to feed themselves? If you've got two people who are self-employed in the house and they're out of work, how are you going to get by? It's those real fundamental questions. Your son's lucky he's at home and he's got a roof over his head, but how many people are really facing a crisis that's not of their making, and there's nothing anyone can do about it? I mean, look at the world. We're all in the same place, same boat. And so how are you finding it in your community? You've alluded to the fact that you've got, you're in a community that has community spirit, but, are your kids able to sort of get out for cycles or what's it like for them and for you?
Basically, my community is very good in terms of community spirit, but what's happening is the fear is actually kind of taken over. So what's happening is, in my area, if you are seen to be out and about a bit much, you're getting named and shamed in social media. So it's became, as much as people are willing to help each other, there's a bit of hostility there. I'm very lucky that I have a garden, so we can get out there and get fresh air. I'm very lucky that right outside my side of my house, we've got a very small woodland that we can have a wee walk along and go foraging. But apart from that, we live right along the banks of the river with a cycle track. But yeah, there is a certain bit of hostility happening, and it's through fear. And that's what it is, it's through fear. My older son, he takes a walk every day to the local shop, and that's what he does. He goes every day a walk up to the local shop for a loaf of bread, and that gives him some fresh air and it lets him get out of the house, because being a 19-year-old lad, you don't really want to be stuck at home all the time with mum. So he does that every day. But yes, we have noticed a certain bit of hostility, especially if there's families out walking together. And again, this all comes down to the confusion of the social distancing regulations or rules, where people are getting themselves a bit confused. You know, if they see more groups of more than 2 people, you know, they're naming and shaming, threatening to phone the police. But these people could all live in the same household. So people are not quite understanding the kind of rules regarding social distancing at the moment, which is such a shame, because that adds to the stress onto the kids, the parents. And yeah, there needs to be some sort of clear and concise message given across that people in the same household can go out, they can go out and get exercise together, they can be together, they can, you know, go for a walk or go for a cycle. It is allowed. You know, but yeah, at the moment, this is what I'm finding at our bit. And as I say, it's the fear, but it's through the misinformation. It's a lot of it on social media, a lot of on the newspapers, a lot of it in the mainstream media as well.
I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? When you've got conflicting advice, I am just flabbergasted with rage at the whole thing about Boris Johnson managing to give a completely fluent 3 or 4 minute speech about his symptoms and staying at home, and says he's got a persistent cough and doesn't clear his throat once. Now, he may or may not. It's not for me to say that he's not telling the truth. Far for it for me to say a man with a track record of lying would be lying about something like this, because that would be really cruel. But for him to be saying that after a week he's now out of isolation, and Prince Charles to be saying that he's now out of isolation after 1 week, that flies completely in the face of the World Health Organization advice, which says that if you have once you're clear of symptoms, then you should still self-isolate for a fortnight, because 2 weeks after you stop displaying symptoms, you could still be infectious. So we have a government in Westminster which continues to give out information which not only is inaccurate, but is very easy to find is inaccurate or inconsistent, and their stories change. And I think that where people find themselves in a state of fear and concern for their families, for their communities, for their livelihoods, for their own well-being, for their all of that, if you feel that you are being lied to as well, if you don't have access to clear information which you can trust, then I think that people probably are going to sort of lash out more, as well as the fact, I mean, let's face it, most of us are only a couple of days away from picking up a pitchfork and, you know, sort of like being a rabble, if given the right circumstances. So I think that clear information and clear guidance from government in circumstances like this, consistent and accurate advice that we can believe, goes a long way towards stopping people from behaving badly.
Right, I've now got the latest figures from the testing in Scotland. We're going to put the graph up so you can see it. Let's have. Right, if we just get the figures up, here we go. Now the latest figures in Scotland from 9 o'clock this morning. 2 o'clock in Scotland, I'm being told. Right, I'm getting a bit thingy here. Is for Scotland, there's been 2,310 people tested positive. So that is actually up 307 since yesterday. But as the Nicola Sturgeon had said earlier on, they imagine this is going to be an underestimate because, again, not everybody has been tested. So that's the current figures at the moment in Scotland. And that takes us on to 317. Yeah, we're up 317 in 24 hours. So, and the total number of deaths in Scotland, unfortunately, is now at 76. That's 6 up 16. So that is heartbreaking. That is absolutely heartbreaking for those families. It's just horrid at the moment, and my thoughts go out to those families. It's just horrible. And I'm just being told that we've now had first cases of in Orkney just been confirmed, and the Western Isles, which up until now have been okay, but yeah, we've now had the first confirmed cases of coronavirus. Again, a shame. And so, yeah, right, we're taking away the graph and we're coming back on screen, and we've had Mary tweeting in asking about the centralisation of buying the kits, the testing kits. So here we go, we're back again. Which, yes, we're led to believe that the central government, the UK government, has taken over basically they've decided to combine and basically buy in the kits. So that takes away Scotland's kind of, I don't know what word, autonomy of being able to buy the testing kits on their own. So now we're in a position where we're going to have to be waiting on the UK government, which makes things a bit harder again for Scotland. What do you make of this, Ruth? It's, again, if the UK government is taking over the kind of buying and supplying of the testing kits, how's this going to affect us up in Scotland? How do you think this is going to play out?
I wouldn't have a problem with I wouldn't have a problem with there being a central procurement which was disseminating out across the nations if I could trust that nation and that government was doing a right job. And I think the problem is that we're being told that there aren't enough ventilators. We're being told that there aren't ventilators, and it turns out that the English government hadn't asked those people who are making ventilators, say that they haven't been approached, and yet Dyson, Tory donor, amazingly, being asked to create ventilators, he's being asked to create ventilators, and then it turns out that you have been actually approached. Again, it's all conflicting. We could have, which is why I say that it would make sense under certain circumstances for Westminster to be doing this if they were doing it right. So you've got the EU saying that we could have, as part of the transition scheme, access ventilators through their procurement, and then it turns out that because of Brexit, the Brexit ideologues don't want to be associated with the EU, so they're not accessing ventilators. So does this mean that we're not going to be accessing testing kits quickly and an adequate number? How is it Germany is able to test hundreds of thousands of people so quickly, and unless you're a minor celebrity or a royal, you can't access a testing kit here. So on the one hand, if through central government they were accessing international accords to access equipment quickly and testing kits quickly, then I would think that made sense. But currently, the ineptitude and the dishonesty that is happening within the Westminster government, it actually just adds to my anxieties about it, because I actually trust the Scottish government to access equipment and share it out fairly and quickly, much more than I do anything Michael Gove or Boris Johnson might get their greasy fingers on.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It's all about trust in the government, and at this moment in time, that has totally just disappeared. And I think that does add to anxiety, and it also adds to the fear factor and people panicking, because if they feel that they can't trust their government to look after their health and well-being, then people start to get scared.
And understandably so, and that's why I understand why, for example, people in your neighbourhood are sort of naming and shaming folk who are going out for walks. It's a way of trying to control something which is scaring them, and I think that we will see more of it if we don't get trust in that the measures we are taking are right. So I'm fascinated by the fact, for example, that in Spain, where you're seeing the most appalling tragedies unfolding there, people aren't panic buying. I saw a tweet, a report saying that there was British expats who obviously are just an expat's just another word for migrant. British migrants who are living in Spain who were trying to panic buy, and the local Spanish people took the excess from them and said, put them back, you don't need this, this is Spain, we have enough. But I think the difference is that people feel that they're actually being they're being treated reasonably and honestly, and the government is on it as much as it can. I've got relatives living in Spain, and I'm really concerned. They live just outside Madrid, and I'm really worried about them, but they don't seem to be as worried as I would expect them to be, because they think that the government is going to do the right thing by them, and they're following the advice, and they think that they're going to be, things are going to get on top of as quickly as they can. So I can only hope that the First Minister's move to send people into self-isolation sooner rather than later in Scotland will help.
Yeah, I totally agree. Same with the decision to close down the schools as well, which was reported that they weren't happy that she'd made that decision. But basically, it stops the spread of the virus. It slows it down. And again, it all comes down to clear and concise information, which is not coming out of the UK government. And we are to see what people behaving like naming and shaming and panic buying and behaving would be not because of the fact that the government are not 100% honest with. Also as well with public, when they believe that they're being lied to, they will behave irrationally, and I think we are going to see more of that. And I think up here in Scotland, hopefully with the Scottish Government being giving out the briefings, being able to be a bit more honest, clear, concise, that help to combat that to a certain degree. But it's interesting how in other countries they aren't panic buying, they aren't behaving the way we are over here.
Yes, although, I mean, having said all that, I did see a really alarming report from Italy the other day, where they're in total lockdown. You can't go out. Yeah. And there was a woman crying in the street saying, my children have no food. And there was reports about people going out and raiding supermarkets. And people will only take hunger for so long. And I think that I can understand why the instinct is to try and make sure you have enough food in the house to survive for a fortnight if you're not allowed to go out. I get that. And I think that, again, if we felt that the government actually was going to take care of us, then we would perhaps be less anxious. But given that for the last 10 years we've lived in a country where the central government in Westminster has allowed hunger to raise to the point that you have to go to a food bank or a soup kitchen, then we know that we're not going to get looked after. And I think that probably does inform a lot of the behaviour and anxieties that we see, because we know that the Tories in particular are prepared to let people suffer unimaginably when it could be avoided. All of a sudden, all this talk about, Sunak's done a fantastic, he's done a fantastic budget. He's just actually behaving in pretty much the way that most European countries are, where you get 80% of your income as unemployment benefit as standard. So suddenly he's discovered European ideals, and people are going, oh wow, how's this happening? Well, he's just looked across the channel and seen the way that civilized countries do it.
Yeah, and also as well, what a lot of people forget, they are only giving back what they've taken from us in the last 10 years, and even then, they're still not matching what they've taken away from us with all the cuts and austerity. And what people don't realise, if we hadn't had all those cuts and to do with austerity, the NHS would be in a better position to be dealing with this right now. People would be in a better position to be dealing with this right now. And also, people's mental health would be in a better position to be dealing with this right now. Because people
I don't think that we can make the mistake, though, of equating the NHS cuts with austerity. Austerity has been inflicted upon people as a means of sort of reducing us back almost to bonded labour. The NHS cuts have been brought about as an ideological attempt to privatise it, as it's sort of death by 1,000 cuts in England. So I think that it is different times on the fork. The NHS cuts have not been about austerity. That's been about a pretty vicious ideological decision to try and undermine faith in it to the point that people will accept privatisation. And I think that austerity is another wing of that cruel ideology that is trying to prepare people for just being brought back to practically a 16th century way of working.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, people at the moment are really struggling. I don't know about you, but we have started growing. We've always kind of grew our own herbs anyway, but we've started planting some veggies, hoping, and some fruit that when this starts to, hopefully in the next few months, we can even help out our neighbours as well, who may be struggling, because I don't imagine that it's going to be. I'm sitting here cleaning my glasses as I'm kind of talking at the moment. I'm putting my glasses on. So yeah, the joys of working from home and live TV. It's like you forget you're actually working. You think you're just sitting at home having a blether.
We're just sitting at home having a blether with a few thousand friends.
It's great, isn't it? It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's actually,
my kids have just walked in, opened the door, let the dog in, and wandered off with the door wide open. So if you start hearing random noises or see a jovial black Labrador leaping across me at any point, it could all go horribly pear-shaped very quickly.
The other night when I was on live with Gordon Ross, it was funny, my cat had suddenly made an appearance at the back of the chair here and decided to get in the act. Luckily, she just kind of lay there and behaved. Normally, she's the type of girl who would come up and maybe knock over the tripod or, do things like that. But she actually kind of behaved. So I was quite impressed and relieved, to say the least. But yeah, it's fun working at home at the moment. It's certainly a life experience and challenge at the moment. It's quite funny, but yeah, I think we've all got.
But maybe it's a way that we could get used. I mean, maybe this is the way that we can cut down the carbon footprint. It is not lost upon me that in the year where we were told that if civilization didn't stop travelling to work and change our lifestyles, then the Earth would stop being able to sustain us. And I am not a particular subscriber to the Gaia theory, but there's a chap called Lovelock who wrote a book called The Gaia Theory, which actually, if you can get a hold of it, it's really worth looking at, which is a concept of Gaia as an organism, and Gaia being Earth, and Earth being this entire sort of holistic organism. And in the same way that one might purge oneself of something which was and irritant, then perhaps Gaia would take care of humanity if we became too destructive. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not one of those sort of, I don't know if you've seen these tele-evangelists sort of trying to cast weird Christian spells to out the devil of the coronavirus. I'm not going down that route in any way, but it is not lost on me that in the middle of this situation we find ourselves in, which is truly awful, there's a sort of a social experiment happening as well, which might end up with better modelling for the environment, and perhaps working from home, now that we've proved it is possible, perhaps it can become more of a norm, and perhaps we can find ways of working that don't mean that we are constantly on the move and constantly churning out fumes. And my husband, usually if he was having these meetings, would be expected to get on a plane and sort of go to Germany for a meeting, and suddenly he can hold those meetings perfectly happily in his office. So I think that's perhaps if there's any positivity to come out of this, perhaps it's finding new ways to work with the environment. But from a food point of view, talking about the garden, we're very lucky. We've always had a wee kitchen garden wherever we've lived, and when it was in Asia, we had dragon fruit and passion fruit growing outside, and here I've got my chickens, and and so we're doing fine. But in that respect, we're doing fine because there's no eggs on the shelves, but in the supermarkets. But on a serious point of view, I know farmers. There's one farmer in particular I know he's an international trader, and he's talking about digging up. He's talking about digging up his kitchen, a bit of his lawn, to make a kitchen garden, because he's looking at what's happening in the world. If you look at what's happening across Asia, across Africa, across China, countries which have got huge populations which are dependent on growing their own food, and then they export a lot of that food as well. Well, we're looking at the bread basket basically of Europe. Spain and Italy are in lockdown. We're looking at India on the move. Who's going to be growing the crops, and who's going to be harvesting the crops, and what's going to happen with the global food supply? Who's going to be exporting? And with the madness of Brexit happening, we run the risk of finding ourselves as an isolated rock with crops rotting on the stem, and out with the world's largest trading group, which would mean that so Europe's going to be feeding each other. Across Europe, there'll be European cooperation. As you're seeing now, Germany's flying coronavirus victims from Italy to nurse them because they're part of the European community. And we are not going to be a part of that if Brexit continues. And so we're going to be on our own after one of the biggest seismic shifts that has happened agriculturally across the world. Potentially, where's the food going to come from? If the rice isn't being harvested in quantities that it can be exported, where are we going to get our food from next year? And so I think that I'm not surprised. I saw a statistic somewhere that said that home gardening and seed sales had risen by 1,200+%. I'm not surprised. I do not know what future we're going to face in terms of agriculture and food security. And a large part of it comes down to the irresponsible outlook that's happening down in Westminster. I don't know if they even care. That's the worrying thing.
Well, the thing is it makes you wonder if they're actually looking at the bigger picture. But yeah, I don't think they actually care. As long as the economy is okay, they're not actually caring how the normal citizens of the UK are going to survive this. And it's like the perfect storm at the moment between Brexit and the coronavirus. We've got all the ingredients there for the perfect storm, and how do we feed the people, when this is over and done with, when the crops have failed or rotted, when there's no exports, imports, yet we're outside the European Union, we're kind of going it alone. you know, that would be, I would love the UK government to answer these questions, as in how we are going to survive when this comes to an end. But I'm not surprised the sales of seeds have gone up, because I know I've been ordering more seeds and things, you know, so I'm not surprised. I think there'll be a lot more people who will be self-efficient, and also who are going to be...
It's very hard to be self-sufficient. I mean, really, it's very hard to be self-sufficient.
Yeah,
if you know, if you've got a family of 4, we've got a nice wee plot that we can put seeds in. But I mean, last year, the sum total of the potatoes that we were able to grow would do us, I mean, literally for about a month. So, so you can do something to supplement your income, but it's very, very hard unless, I mean, actually one of the really good things about trying to have a kitchen garden is it very quickly raises your appreciation of the work that farmers, smallholders and crofters do for us in producing food. Because if I was to try and rely on the fruits of my own labour, I would not be an overweight middle-aged woman sitting in Kerrymuir.
Well, the thing is, with being self-efficient, it does teach you how to, how to kind of, what's the word, be careful and be self-aware of what we're eating. But yeah, I do. I'm afraid one thing I can't survive without of is my chocolate and my coffee. I ran out of coffee this morning, so I'll be sending my 19-year-old up to the shop later on when he goes for one loaf of bread to get me a jar of coffee, and I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. But no, seriously though, it is very difficult. I know I'm quite lucky that, and yourself, we can grow like a kitchen garden, but there's a lot of people out there who live in the cities, who live in flats, who live in areas that are not suitable for growing, you know, their kitchen gardens or even basic herbs, which is to be the difficulty in terms of getting fresh fruit, fresh veg, and because the supermarkets are still struggling at the moment. I've not ventured into any of the supermarkets. I generally do try to shop local, and I only go to supermarkets when I really, really, really desperately need to. So I haven't, and plus I've been in self-isolation, so I've not been to any of the supermarkets since all this started. But listening to the stories of them running out of certain supplies, people struggling, and also as well the vulnerable and disabled and people in isolation not being able to get home deliveries. This seems to be another issue.
Yeah, you can't get home delivery for 3 weeks where I am. And my local supermarket, I mean, it's a wee store just down the road. But, I mean, again, we're lucky, not to go into too many details, but when we moved back from Asia, we had bidet hoses fitted. So we're sitting fresh and pretty. But I've not seen toilet roll or pasta or rice literally for 3 weeks on our shelves. I don't go out very often, so it may be that they're coming on the shelves and I'm just not seeing them because I'm not going out. I'm going out maybe twice a week because I'm trying really hard to minimize my social contact. But where I am, there's nothing. There's nothing like that. Now the supermarkets are doing a terrific job in terms of making sure that there's social distancing within the supermarket and making sure that there's disinfectant for the trolleys and the baskets and the like. But I actually felt quite emotional when I went to the shops the other day because there were so many gaps on the shelves, and we're talking about quite a big supermarket in the next market town along, because I had to go to that to see if I could find some of the things I couldn't get from our local supermarket. And there are literally shelves and shelves and shelves empty. And I have to say, God love the Scots, people have been panic buying crisps. Now, it says a lot for a nation where there's no toilet roll, there's no pasta, and the crisp aisle's been cleared. But at least there was gin, so I suppose it wasn't all bad.
Well, that's the thing. It's what what everybody classifies as essential. But I know locally here, our local shop had not basically, we've not ran out of toilet. We've been quite lucky, but one of the things that we had up until the kind of lockdown was our local ice cream van, which was great because he supplied bread, he supplied butter, he supplied milk, he supplied toilet paper, he supplied all the essentials, which was great. But he's now went off the road, which is a shame. That's a great loss to the community because that's where I got my chocolate from. But yeah, it's difficult times. But no, we're managing to get toilet paper, no problem. It's pasta we have a problem with, and noodles, dried noodles, because my 19-year-old can't eat potatoes or anything made with potatoes, like chips or crisps or anything like that. So I generally don't buy them. So we kind of make do with everything else to make up a meal. So we're getting our culinary skills in action at the moment. But yeah, one of the tweets we've got in, Ruth, is about Hungary, asking our thoughts on Hungary. On Monday, I've just brought it up here on my mobile, so I'm reading it from this. The Hungarian government passed a coronavirus bill that gave Prime Minister Viktor Orban the power to rule by decree with no end date and establish chilling new penalties on speech and those who violate quarantine. Yeah, what do you make of this, Ruth, in Hungary, the situation at the moment?
It's really, really worrying. Well, I mean, it's worrying on a number of levels. One of which is that if I'm fairly sure that if Boris Johnson thought he could get away with it, he'd be doing the same. But having an autocracy like that, I mean, it really looks like Hungary's teetering. It's taking the first steps into fascism. Potentially, this could be a long road. If Orban, who seems to admire Putin greatly, I'm sure that Putin's grinding his teeth at the thought that Orban's got the powers that Putin wanted before Putin did. So I would say I can't believe it's happened, except we've seen it happen in Europe before, and Orban has wanted this for a long time. I pity the Jews and the Gypsies and the gay people in Hungary, because Orban has a track record of saying some really unpleasant things, as has his party. I do not know what's going to come at the end of this, because if there's no end date, how do you end it? And if you decide that you're going to get rid of elections, how do you end it? I know that Guy Verhofstadt was saying that the EU should take action to sanction Hungary until or keep an eye on it until this came to pass. Of course, you've got the problem, which is exactly what happened in Germany in the 1930s, which is that these measures have been democratically elected in. So I suppose you have to see what he does with them. But I think that Orban, he plays from the Bannon playbook, the far right. If you think of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is a point of reference I have, if you look at that Hydra and the thought that perhaps we are seeing a far right project of sort of like strong men, so to speak, taking off across the world. You've got Erdogan and Orban and Putin and Bannon, who would be the puppet master behind Trump, and the likes of Dominic Cummings and Elliott behind Johnson, and you've got Rhys Morgan his How to Get Rich from Chaos, the books that his father wrote, and you just look at it and you think, wow, Orban's taken the step, he's achieved the step that perhaps many others of that ilk would like to achieve. I think we have to watch Hungary with great concern and keep an eye on what's going on with that, because that could be the way that we end up going. I have no doubt whatsoever, having watched the way in which Johnson speaks, that if he thought he could get away with cancelling elections and cancelling the devolved governments, he would do it in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, I honestly agree with you there. I think if Johnson and Cummings thought they could get away with it, they would definitely do it. And it is quite worrying in Hungary at the moment with Orban. And mean, in terms of sanctions, what can at the moment with the coronavirus, it's very difficult in terms of how do you sanction a country at the moment. But in saying that, I mean, Europe, the EU can certainly keep a watch and just on what they're doing. But you're right, they've been democratically elected, which is quite scary. But yeah, with your Hydra, yeah, I'm a Hydra Shield fan, so yeah, when you said Hydra, I just got that one right away. Yeah, they are very much, when I think of that lot, I do think of Hydra.
It's why democracy matters so much, and it's why juries and the law system matters so much, and having accountability. And so I actually was very, very glad to see that the Scottish Government changed its tack on the juries, because I was really shocked. I was really shocked when I saw. I mean, the jury system may be imperfect, but it's certainly better than than a system without a jury. And I think that we have to find modern ways to do this rather than just get rid of juries altogether, because that way, just how many more travesties of justice would we see? I mean, it's bad, and I mean, juries don't always get it right, but it's very hard. I mean, I've as a journalist, I've reported on a number of cases and spoken to a lot of lawyers over the time, and juries may not get things right all the time, but it's better than having one person sitting with a gavel and deciding your fate.
Oh, I totally agree with you there. You know, I'm glad to see that they decided today to revisit, you know, taking away the juries and have the consultation and revisit it in 3 weeks' time. But I mean, look at how many you know, miscarriages of justice has been. There's been Al Megrahi was the recent one, the so-called Lockerbie bomber, who spent years in jail and finally was released to die, and then it turns out that, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. Well, that actually was what even the family of some of the dead had been saying in Scotland. And you know, you just have to look at the Birmingham bombers and there's a number of really famous cases that you can look at, and that was, you know, you really don't want to go back to the days, or even looking in Northern Ireland, where I can't remember the name of the system there, but in order to the Diplock trials, in order to you know, for to stop jury intimidation, that you just have 3 judges sitting, and I just think that, you know, juries, like democracy, it may not be perfect, but it's the best system we've got, and I think we lose it at our peril. We can always improve. That's the thing. We can always improve. And today, with technology, and especially in the last week, how we have all started to embrace technology to communicate. I mean, it may be even worthwhile looking at juries connecting through technology, whether it's Skype, Zoom, or, you know, another system.
Not Zoom, not now. At the risk of being sued by Zoom, there's a number of reasons why, as a chat platform, it may be fine, but there's a number of reasons why security forces across the world say don't use it, especially if you're going to do what the UK government did yesterday and put the chat ID up so anybody could listen in.
Well, there is that as well. But however, there's technology out there, even, you know, and I'm sure it's there, or it's in development. It can be used in the Scottish court system for juries, and I think we need to address that. But I definitely think taking juries away and leaving it down to one person to make a decision is very dangerous, and it's taking away democracy. And at the moment, that's what we're fighting to keep. Even at the moment, is taking away democracy, which is why today's debate is taking place in Holyrood as well. And I'm
really glad, I'm really pleased to see how, I would love to see it being the norm, how civilised everybody's being at the moment. I think recognising that we're surrounded by people who, as a community, are pulling together, and we're facing a lot of deaths and a lot of families going through a lot of heartache and fear. I'm really pleased to see that the level of debate is respectful. And I mean, I actually found myself agreeing with something that Professor Tompkins said. You're just sort of looking at it going, wow. I mean, actually, these are the days we live in. I have agreed with Piers Morgan several times this week, and that really worries me. Although somebody put it, a stopped clock's right is right twice a day. But there have been several times watching the debate in Holyrood today where I've thought, actually, you know what politicians can do? They can be civilised. They can be polite to each other. So, I mean, let's just make this the norm, that we got that the people who represent us govern with dignity rather than sniping.
I know, that's the thing. It's lovely to see that, they're not trying to score cheap political points. They're being civilised. They're having adult conversations. They're respecting each other, and that's what should be normal. And that's what politics a democracy should be as well. We don't need to agree with each other, but just be civilised and respectful about each other's opinions. But yeah, it's kind of strange days at the moment. I'm finding, I found myself agreeing with the likes of Piers Morgan as well, which was a bit weird. And I had to kind of take a wee walk around the house. Did I actually agree with him, or am I going slightly mad? But yeah, it's strange days. It is certainly strange days, and I guess maybe we might see more of that. I really don't know. I'm going to try and find out when we're due to go back to Parliament. We've got about 5 minutes left of being blethering away. Right, roughly about 5 minutes, so we've got 5 minutes left of me and Ruth blethering away before we head back to Holyrood, and hopefully to see them being quite nice to each other and being respectful.
And coming up with some decent policies.
Yeah, and some decent policies as well.
I mean, it's a real shame, pardon me,
Hello. Yeah, I think Ruth has just went and frozen up there, but we'll try and get her back. The joys of live television. This is the joys of live TV broadcasting.
But I understand why that has to be the case, and I understand why going forward we don't know what's going to happen with a lot of the funding for these things. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you back? Can you hear me now?
You're back, but you had disappeared for a wee while. So
to be honest, it's probably my internet.
Start again, so we can hear what you were saying.
Not to repeat myself too far back, but things like the Good Food Nation bill and the funding for school places for wee ones. It's disappointing to see these things going off the agenda. Or being delayed, but I understand why. What worries me going forward is what's going to happen to the budget for a lot of these things. Like the bill, there's been a proposal about mobile abattoirs. Now, as a vegetarian, I campaign for mobile abattoirs and better abattoir and slaughterhouse access because it is an animal welfare issue as well as being about viability. If people are going to eat meat, I want them to eat Scottish meat, which is raised to the highest of standards on a global scale. Scotland's beef and lamb and farm assured pork. I drive past fields where there's happy pigs trotting about in the mud. That's the way you want it to be. So I campaign. I'm quite keen to see mobile abattoirs, and I'm really pleased to see that the consultation paper has come out about that, which actually has got some really positive things in it. But I would be very, very disappointed if that ends up on the back burner because the programme of government has been shunted. Same with the Good Food Nation bill. I will be deeply disappointed if the Good Food Nation bill gets shunted along, because surely now more than ever people will understand why you have to have a farm to fork connection. I think every school should be twinned with a farm so that kids understand where their food comes from and why it's so important. Let's get bakeries, you know, the whole Scotland the Bread is a brilliant. If you get a chance, check out Scotland the Bread. It's a brilliant organisation, and now more than ever, when our shelves are empty, we should be looking at ways of making our own bread, discovering wild yeast. You know, let's find out. That's a really good thing. Anybody wanting to homeschool their kids, have a project. You make your own wild yeast and get a sourdough starter.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. I know with we've got quite a few farms round about us, and we've got a dairy farm just down the road from us, and the cycle track actually goes through the fields of the farm. So the girls there are very used to human interaction, and they don't really bother with humans. They just look at us as if, oh, hello, you're coming through my field. How are you? And it's great because you can take the kids down and, you know, have a cycle through, or stand and talk to the girls, which is quite nice. And a few months ago, one of the first calves was born. It fell in one of the waterways, and a group of us ended up getting this wee calf out. And the mum, she was very distressed, but because she's used to human interaction, she wasn't overly distressed with the fact that we were there. She understood we were helping her wee calf. So it's really good to have kids more involved in farming, see where their food comes from, the process. And I
actually should intercede here, though, and intervene a little and say that while you undoubtedly saved that calf's life, and that was really laudable, from a public health announcement point of view, I should make clear that many cows who are not so used to it, if you went anywhere near their calf, chances are you'd get a real doing. So just generally speaking, for anybody listening, don't go near calves because you're going to get a kicking.
The thing is I grew up next to farm all my childhood and life, so I'm quite used to calves and farm animals. But no, definitely, if you're not used to and the animals are not used to human interaction, you've got to be very, very careful, because cows will give you a good kick and they will charge at you. But the farmer appeared as well, which was quite good as well. But no, I've also... And Linda's just shouting in my ear at the moment saying, if you don't know what to do and you've never interacted with farm animals, get the farmer. But
having said that, if you're witnessing a calf drowning in a burn, then you kind of have to make a judgment about what you do, because it's like I once watched a calf being born and the cowl was over its head, the placenta, the sac, the birth sac was still over its head, and it would have drowned and died in front of me within seconds. So I just sort of had to, like you had to trust the fact that the cow wasn't going to attack me, and was able to save the calf. But for sure, for a lot of people, if they're not used to dealing with livestock, especially if they have a dog with them, if you have a dog and you're going through a field, then really you shouldn't be going anywhere near a field with calves or lambs in it at the moment. I've been seeing some really terrible images of sheep having to be destroyed or being killed, or their lambs being destroyed by people who've decided to go in social distance in the middle of nowhere. They've no idea what they're doing. Their dogs are off the lead. So this is a really good time of year to say, if you're not aware of what to do, if you haven't been brought up on a farm, or if you don't know the cows and the calves, you don't know what to do, stay away from fields that have got lambing or calving livestock.
It's actually quite worrying, because I've seen quite a lot of reports on social media, and we have got the dairy farm and we've got sheep farm round about us as well. And it's amazing the amount of people who live in this area, who live around the farms, who still do not have an awareness of how to behave with their dog when they're out walking. And they will let them off the leads. And you see the pictures on Facebook, and it's like just sheer madness. There's lambs in the fields, there's calves in the fields, you know, the cows
And
and
the thing is also, you have to also bear in mind that it's not just sheep and lambs and cows and calves that are killed by dogs. That sheep worrying kills dogs too, because farmers have guns and they're allowed to shoot the dogs. So you have to be aware that if your dog is out sheep worrying, then the sheep could die, but your dog could justifiably be shot as well.
Yeah. And we've even had cases where round about here where dogs have been shot by the farmers because of dogs being allowed off the lead. And that's one thing. My dog is never allowed off the lead. She's never walked. And even though we do have the farms right next to us, she's never walked anywhere near the farms or the fields. We always take her away. But no, it's amazing the amount of people that believe that my dog is fine.
Yeah,
No,
people are morons. I mean, I have to say, when it comes to livestock, people generally speaking should be kept as far away from them as possible.
Yeah.
And it's not just the danger that we pose to the animals. A lot of people have no idea how quickly a cow can run at you if they think that their calf is going to be in danger. And there's quite a lot of reports of people, you know, especially if you've got a dog in a field with cattle and the cattle will come at the dog, you get people who think that they're going to protect Fido, and they end up with a herd of angry heifers chasing them, and it can end very, very badly. So it's really, livestock and dogs do not mix. So if you want to self-isolate and take your dog for a walk in the countryside at this time of the year, don't be fooled into thinking it's all going to be fine, because it's not. Keep your dog out the fields.
So, the thing is, especially at the moment with, sorry, my legs are getting cramping up, so I'm just moving to another sitting position. But especially at the moment, because at the moment with lockdown, people are walking their dogs probably more often, because, you know, they're getting out for fresh air. And a lot of people are starting to kind of go more towards the countryside.
I know, stay at home. We don't want you here. Don't bring your plague out to us. Stay at home.
You know, it's like, take your dog out and walk locally. You know, there's lots of wee kind of green spaces in the city or in the towns and things that you can take your dog a walk or whatever. But don't jump in the car and go to the countryside. You know,
we don't want you. Your name's even if your name's Charles, didn't bother coming north. We don't want you. Come and visit once the plague's passed. But there are organisations. So, for example, Voluntary Action Angus. Try saying that fast 5 times without your teeth in. Voluntary Action Angus has got volunteers who will walk your dog if you're in isolation. And it really is an issue for a lot of folk, you know, who are worrying about that. If you're, you know, and if you're told that you can only go out if you live in a flat, George Kavanagh, the wee ginger dog, was saying that he was worried about his dog not being able to get out enough, and the advice has been clarified that you can take your dog out for comfort breaks, but you can't go strolling. But it just comes back down to the thing that anybody who lives in the country, I mean, there you are taking your kids out for this fantastic experience of seeing the cattle. They know where their milk's coming from. I'm really lucky. I'm the same. A lot of my milk comes from the dairy in the next town along. So I quite often take a stroll out to the wee post office in the village next door to me to go and pick up my milk from local cows. I'm so lucky to have that. And you know, your kids, it's brilliant. So many people don't have that. And they don't have that space, and they don't have green spaces anywhere near them. So I mean, I guess I'm sitting here in a position of privilege, saying, look, you know, please don't come out to the countryside and breathe our fresh air, because we don't. You know, people need to stay at home. They need to stay at home for their own well-being, but also for the livestock and that. But if you are having to self-isolate and you have a dog, then there are people who will walk your animal for you.
And especially at the moment, I don't know about in your community, but in my community, there's been quite a lot of Facebook groups I've set up for volunteers, and lots of people. I know here in Western Bartonshire, there's been quite a few set up, and there's people there who businesses, dog walkers, and just people are no longer working at the moment, offering to volunteer to walk people's dogs for them in self-isolation.
I mean,
So
that's the thing, though.
there is a lot
I can totally understand why people are wary of some of these things, just in case, you know, especially if you're an elderly person, in case you're letting a shyster into your house.
Yeah.
So we've been very careful in Angus that we're asking people to only go with people who have come through voluntary action Angus, because that way there is a system in place, there are safeguards there. So I think that you're really lucky if you live somewhere locally and you know the local dog walker who's prepared to come and do it for you, and it's really fantastic people are offering those services. But I think that there has to be also an element of caution. So I was pleased to see that there's what's it called, Steady Scotland, Ready Scotland, I think it is, the central action.
Program.
Yes. So I think that's great. But it's fantastic that people in your community are, you know, pulling together. It's a joy of a local community if you're lucky enough to have a community that is functioning and does pull together. That you know, probably where you live, the chances are that folk will know exactly who the local dog walker is and can call them up.
Yeah, the thing is where I live is everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
You know, as much as you've got the kind of main towns of Dumbarton, Alexandria, then you've got Balloch. You know, it's like towns with a village mentality where everyone knows everybody or everybody's related to everybody. So it's one of those ones where if you're unsure about someone and you're a bit wary, you could easily ask and somebody else would know whether they were a safe person or not a safe person. But one of the things that we're always seeing on our social media in this area is advice to elderly about you know, don't let strangers in, always ask for ID, you know, just always don't hand over money, you know, all these safeguards, especially with vulnerable people. But generally, people do generally kind of look out for each other here. I'm not saying it's perfect, you know, but as when in times of a crisis, people do generally pull together. So we're quite lucky here. And I would like to think that other communities are doing the same around Scotland, pulling together.
I'm sure that they are as best they can. I think that's the thing, though, is what worries me is, you know, the folk who have got community cohesion, but that community perhaps lacks the financial support and infrastructure. I mean, where you're talking about. I mean, I used to know that area very well because I used to live at Faslane Peace Camp, and I was in and out all the time, sort of the different wee towns and villages. And if I had to go to court, I was in Dumbarton from time to time. But I'm very aware that not every community has got the financial resources or perhaps the facilities to be able to offer as much perhaps as some groups do. But I really hope that we are able to find ways of connecting with each other. I do know that you know, most communities have got a core sense of how to look after each other and who to look after and look out for each other. But it's in terms of, for me, it's in terms of making sure people have got enough. It haunts me to think how many people have got nothing. How many people are sitting looking at an empty shelf and an empty plate, and that's it's criminal that that's been allowed to happen under normal circumstances. But to see the extra layer of want, it really, really worries me that people, you know, if the food's, it's bad enough not having money to pay for the food, but even if your kids have been given a voucher to be able to, you know, your £15 voucher to feed your child through the week, if the food's not on the shelf to buy it, what are you supposed to do? And the food bank's been closed. So it's things like that I'm really worried about, and I really hope that we see some sort of infrastructure brought into play so that people are able to access the most basic fundamentals. What happens if you're self-isolating and you're in the house more and you know, people are experiencing fuel poverty. What are they supposed to do? How are they supposed to eat or feed their kids? It worries me. It haunts me at night. I feel so guilty having enough when I think that people have nothing.
I contacted Scottish Power because that was one of the things that worried me. In this area, including myself, we've got the prepayment meters, and there are so many people here that have prepayment meters. And one of the things that when people were contacting me was asking, what do we do if the shop closes? Where do we top up? What do we do?
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, and people are generally scared and concerned about this. And I contacted Scottish Power on behalf of other people as well, and asked them, what happens if our shop closes? Where do we get? And it was go onto the website and follow the government guidelines. And it's like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't help people in real life situation right at this moment in time. And what their advice was top up more frequently before you think you go into isolation. And secondly, ask a neighbour or a family member to go and top up on your behalf. Now, as we all know, as much as communities at the moment are pulling together and helping each other out, not everyone is in the situation where they can ask a family member or a neighbour to go to the shop and top up for them.
And if the shop is closed, what are you supposed to do? Are you going to get on a bus that might be contaminated? And I think that's the thing. People are sort of they're looking at the next step and the next step and the next step. You think, well, okay, I'll ask my neighbour, I'll ask the local community action voluntary group to help. But then, how are they supposed to get it? Where are they supposed to get it from? And you know, I mean, in my situation, if the local shop closes down and isn't doing that, I'm lucky. I don't have a prepayment meter. But if the local shop was to close down that's doing that, there's only 2 in the town. Well, that's 6 miles away. It's the next town along that's doing it. So if you don't have your own car, then you're getting public transport. And if you're sitting on public transport, not only is that then exposing you further and exposing others perhaps to infections that you might unwittingly have, then it just seems like one of those things. It could be done so much better and so much more easily and thoughtfully. It doesn't have to be this way.
Exactly. There seems to be, it's been a half thought. I just think everything that's in place at the moment, from the in terms of utilities and being able to access services, even people getting food and things, it's like a half-thought, half-baked idea.
The problem is that when you have 10 years of institutionalised cruelty, it's very hard to roll that back to be a civilised nation again.
It is. It is very. But I know here, if our shop closes, we've only got one shop in the village, and they've cut back on their opening hours at the moment, for then people to then get to either the Vale or Dumbarton. It's taken that risk, as you say, going on public transport, but it's also then taking that risk of, are they shops going to be open as well? Yeah. And this is a problem.
And are they going to have any cards left?
You know, so it's, you know, you're kind of getting into, yes, it's uncharted territory, but there needs to be proper systems in place. Surely to God, and this maybe me just kind of being a bit naive here, but surely to God, in terms of a government's responsibility, they must have something in place for when something happens and the country shuts down.
I think that presupposes many things about the government at Westminster, which we are unfortunately having shown to us is not the case. And one of them is I mean, you've got Dominic Raab, a man who's entrusted with Brexit negotiations, who did not realise there was water in the English Channel. And if you're expecting that he's going to have a joined-up concept of how to help people in fuel poverty, the man probably has no idea what it is to not be able to buy a pint of milk because he's a penny short. You know, it's that whole thing about, and I used to live in a flat where it was a 50p meter. And if you ran out of 50p's in the winter, you just had to wait until you got to the shop the next day. And I was lucky I was living on my own, so I could take care of myself. But that's just not okay if you've got small children or an elderly person, or you've got no chance of making it to the next 50 pence for days on end. And you were talking about people in government who really have no idea. And it's one of the reasons why I think that in many ways the Scottish Government works very well. And it's partly because our First Minister has worked as a lawyer helping people in some of the poorest areas of Glasgow. She gets it. And I think that that it's not to be exceptionalist about Scotland. I know we don't get everything right. I mean, just look at the fact that they were talking about having trials without juries, we don't get everything right. But I think that there is a sense, I mean, that the whole sort of all Jock Tamson's Bairns philosophy, there is more of a sense of social conscience around Scotland, even in the days when we had Tories sort of in power in Scotland, more Tories being voted in. That was a kind of conservative that was more of a patrician, sort of more of a kind of feudal lord type of idea, where you did at least look after those in your community. So I think perhaps Scotland's ideology is a bit different, but the end result still is that there are hungry people getting sanctioned for not turning up to interviews. Even still, I don't know how much you can trust Twitter for everything, but somebody saying they'd been sanctioned at £80 yesterday for missing an online or some kind of appointment with the Universal Credit. But you're looking at it thinking, how did we get to this point? How is it this is considered to be okay? And more importantly, how do we get away from this? How do we get back to being Finland. Finland is one of the best countries in the world to live, and it has a population, a demographic, and resources very similar to Scotland. So they're doing okay. I'd really like to see a community where people aren't going hungry and they're not sitting cold, and they're not facing having to get on a bus and sit for a 20-mile journey to be able to put the kettle on.
I know, it's just, hopefully the positive from this will kind of getting, especially, with Holyrood we are a lot more luckier, but maybe with the UK government, maybe we might even just get independence at the end of this, but with the UK government, at least they start rethinking and reevaluating. I doubt it. I don't see them doing that because they just don't seem to have that humility about them. But yeah, we need to certainly rethink how we do things in terms of the welfare and how people are looked after, especially, even before this, as you said, people were starving, people were relying on food banks, and, people being sanctioned and, because they don't make an appointment or they're late for an appointment. And that's not about people just not bothering. That's people maybe have got hospital appointments or maybe going for a job interview. And then they're being sanctioned and then they're without money. It's just total.
The only good thing, the only good thing about people who previously were doing well, finding themselves being levelled by this horrendous situation we find ourselves in. The only possible positive aspect of that is that perhaps they will have a greater understanding. Perhaps they thought that this was never going to happen to them, and somehow the virtues of their efforts meant that they were not the same. And now so many people, in a ghastly way, so many people are finding themselves with nothing and having to rely on the state for benefits, and finding how cruel that system is. Perhaps finally they will think before when they next go to the ballot box. And anybody who thinks of stepping outside their door at 8 o'clock on Thursday night to clap for the NHS had better make sure they have a word with themselves when they go and vote next time, because we're looking at, when I saw Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak standing outside in Downing Street clapping for an institution that they've been talking down and underfunding and still are treating appallingly. And the other thing is, how about How about, instead of talking about low-skilled workers, when we're talking about the delivery drivers and the shop workers and the people that haven't been allowed to stay in the UK because somehow they're low-skilled workers, these are the people who are keeping us going right now. It's not the multimillionaires and the bankers that are out there. It's the bin men who are at the end of my road making sure that my street is clean today, emptying the bins. It's the folk. There's a guy I know down the road who the man's got epilepsy, he's got folk at home who are high risk, and he turns out to work every day because he knows his community is relying on him keeping food on the shelves. So I don't ever want to hear anybody who claps for the NHS thinking that somehow it's okay to vote for a party that's going to destroy the NHS. And don't ever talk to me about low-skilled workers when every one of them is keeping food on your shelves.
Exactly. I completely agree with you. When I seen Boris Johnson standing there and various Tory voters standing there giving it I was actually sickened. It really sickened me. It was very, angry, to think, how dare yous? How dare yous? You don't have a right to applaud them. You're not exactly making their lives very easy at the moment.
I know, don't applaud them. Give them the right equipment they need to save their own lives and save the lives of others. Don't stand there giving a clap. Make sure they've got masks. Make sure that they've got the equipment they need to get home safely to their families every night. Fund them properly. Fund the NHS properly. Make sure our medical equipment have got the right kit they need. Make sure the cleaning staff have got the respect and the pay and conditions that they need. And make sure that people coming into hospital can die with dignity and with the equipment that they need. And don't lie to us about where your ventilators are coming from and what's happening with chemicals. And don't bother lying, because we see you when the Telegraph of all papers is highlighting the disparity between the reality and what government statements are coming out. So 8 o'clock on Thursday, if you're going out to clap for the NHS, you have a think about what that really means. And next time you're at the shops, or you get a delivery from Amazon or one of these others, you make sure that you thank the driver from a good safe distance. You make sure that you thank the cashier and that you're grateful for it, because I just really hope that this makes folk pause and really think for 5 minutes about what it is they're doing, what it is they want in our society.
I mean, because that's the thing. With my kids, my older kids as well, even my younger one, when I was brought up in a working class family, where cleaners and, these low skilled workers, and one of the things when I found when my kids, when they were growing up, the older ones, not so much the wee one, was, being a cleaner was frowned upon, being a shop worker was frowned upon. You wanted a professional job. And as I always said to my kids, these people are very important. They're not to be frowned upon. These people are what keeps our economies going. These people are what keeps our country going. Without these people, the country would fall apart. And this now, when me and the kids are sitting talking, and we will kind of go over these conversations we had, these lectures that we had over the years. And it's the cleaners, it's the shopkeepers, it's all these so-called low-key workers that are keeping the country going. It's keeping us alive. And it's
at great personal risk to themselves.
And they are putting themselves in danger every day because they don't have the proper safety equipment to protect themselves from the virus. And
but on top of that, we're being given misinformation. If we're being told, surely the basic thing that you have to have from any government is the truth. I know, call me a naive fool, but if we've got a government who doesn't even stick to what the World Health Organization is telling us, if we've got, how can you have it that somebody comes out of self-isolation after 7 days when the advice is they should stay in for another fortnight? How do you then believe that government is going to make sure that the key workers, i.e. our cleaners, our farm workers, our shop workers, the bus drivers, How do we trust then that they're going to look after those people within our community who are keeping our communities going when they're not telling us the truth about what's required?
Exactly. It's beggars belief. I just hope that when this is all over, all these people that voted these people in power have a really good think to themselves and actually reevaluate themselves and their ethics. And at some point, we very quickly have an election and people basically get rid of them, by voting them out. And because, there's a lot of people out there that voted
but I
them.
can't see there being a quick election. We've just had an election, and the given the powers that Johnson is now currently enjoying, we're not looking at another election for another 5 years. And looking at Holyrood being shifted like 2021, I'm hearing rumours it might be shifted to 2022. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? And who knows what's going to, if it is shifted back, who knows what's going to happen if the Westminster gets its way and looks at tearing apart the devolved settlements. Now, I don't know if the answer then would be going down the Slovenian precedent, but of sort of the rights to self-determination that way. But I don't know. We're looking at uncharted territory. That my only hope is that after the Second World War, Churchill was voted out, and the world of the NHS and social security and public housing was brought in because people finally understood what it was to be in it together. And a few generations with the whole greed is good mentality has shunted us back. But this may well, I hope, the one positive that can come out of this international tragedy is that people perhaps understand a bit more what solidarity and community really should be about.
Yeah, hopefully that's what I'm taking out of this. I'm taking that positive that, it'll kind of just reset everything. And hopefully we can get out of this as unscathed as possible. It's going to be difficult, but if we all stick together, then hopefully we can help each other. And basically just follow the social distancing guidelines as well, and hopefully slow the virus spread down, and just be sensible. When we do go out, make sure you're kind of mask, gloves, and stay away from people.
But even that information, is contradictory, isn't it? I mean, it's. I lived in Asia during the swine flu epidemic, and in Asia, everybody, it's very commonplace to wear masks. Now, the kind of masks that people wear actually aren't going to protect anybody really beyond half an hour or an hour because it's sort of flimsy little things. But I'm lucky. I've got the mask that I use for cleaning out my chicken coop is an N95 respirator, which has a HEPA grade filter on it, and it's properly fitted. So it's not so much that it's going to prevent me from getting something from other people, although obviously it would be nice to think it might. It is that it is more likely to stop me transmitting anything I might unwittingly have to other people, but it also stops me from touching my nose and my mouth. And because I wear glasses now, I don't touch my eyes, and those are the main routes of transmission. So I sometimes see doctors going, oh, no, you don't need to worry about wearing masks when you go out. Part of the reason that they say that is because somebody who is wearing a mask, which is ill-fitting, is more likely to touch their face and therefore perhaps bring infection onto them. But also, unless you know how to remove the mask safely, then any potential virus which is on the mask or your glasses could potentially then be transferred to your hands and then onto other surfaces. So I'm very lucky. Many years ago, I had a little bit of experience of sort of working in barrier nursing, and again, having lived in Asia, I sort of looked into it a bit more. So I'm lucky that I am a bit more prepared than other people might be. But I think that we need to be given the proper advice, and I totally understand why doctors don't want people going out and buying masks for themselves when they can't get enough masks themselves. I mean, that's it would be nuts to think that people are going out and accessing masks when our own health professionals don't have them. So how come they don't have them? That's the thing. Why don't we have enough? We had time. The government had time. Westminster had time to prepare for this. I don't understand why they haven't. The only thing is that they were going along the lines of Dominic Cummings and his herd immunity, just let everybody get it, collateral damage, let the dice fall as they may. And I think that's why they didn't prepare for it, was that they just thought, so what? It's criminal.
It is criminal. I mean, it makes it's. I know some people that work within the NHS, various different departments and things, through social media and things like that, and they're all saying the same. There is a shortage of masks, gowns, everything, all the PPE, and they are really struggling. One lady, she is been off work on annual leave, and she's due to go back in the next couple of days, and she is worried sick, absolutely worried sick, because her colleagues are reporting to her there's just not enough PPE, and
it's not the right stuff. It's not the right kind of equipment. I mean, that's the other thing, is that we're kind of thinking, oh well, it's this, but it's different kinds of equipment for different kinds of PPE for different. And I was watching a report from China the other day. It was a journalist, I think for Channel 4, maybe it was for Sky News, going in to do a report. The air hostesses on the plane he was flying in on had more safety equipment than our NHS staff do. Now, not to say the air hostesses shouldn't. I mean, obviously the air stewards and stewardesses should be properly equipped and protected. I'm not saying that their lives are less valuable than others. But what does it say about us that China is taking it so seriously? Now, when I lived in Asia, when the swine flu was on, when we flew in, you got your temperature taken. You got people coming into Heathrow. There's nothing. You just walk in and breathe, cough your way across the underground, and off you go. It's madness.
It is absolutely crazy. At the moment, I don't know about you, but at the moment, I still get the impression they're still going with this herd immunity.
I think they're trying to slide it in under the radar. I think that's the whole reason that they're not doing
something, but they're still going with the herd immunity. That's what it seems like. Whereas here in Scotland, it's very much taking it more serious. Don't go out. Social distancing, blah, blah, blah. But I get the impression the UK government's still going with the herd immunity.
I think the UK government is trying to slide it under the radar. So I think that they're kind of paying lip service to not doing herd immunity because people were furious at the thought of letting that Boris Johnson was going to let their granny die. But the whole thing about the contradictory messaging about if you've had the virus, you can come out after 7 days. Where the World Health Organization is saying by the end of symptoms you then have to wait another fortnight before you come out.
Yeah.
I think that contradictory messaging has to be intentional. So I suspect that there's a cruel sleight of hand happening, which I think is the reason why one of the reasons people are so anxious is because we can't trust what Johnson and Gove and Cummings and the rest of them are saying, because we know that they're literally their evil plot has been exposed, and I think that one of the reasons why our First Minister is doing such a good job is because she was a health secretary. She understands what it is to prepare for crisis. She understands what it is to listen to experts. Hey, in Scotland we like experts, and I think that they're doing an extremely good job of putting out what seems to me an honest message, because we get difficult news presented to us as though we're adults and we can work it out for ourselves. And so I do have more trust in our First Minister, but yes. I am very concerned that there still is no... I would be much happier if I saw testing at airports. Again, when we were in in Malaysia. If you came in, you got your temperature taken. There were cleaners working at all the bus stations. There were places. This was being done. Malaysia at the moment, I mean, it's in lockdown. They've got armed police standing at checkpoints, making sure that you don't go places. They're taking it really, really seriously because they know how bad swine flu was, and swine flu isn't as bad as this.
It's beggars belief, but yeah, I think the UK government are certainly trying to play a sleight of hand here. They're just they knew what was happening. They had plenty of notice. They had plenty of time to prepare. The preparations haven't been done, and I think they are still going with the herd immunity, and the misinformation it's dangerous, and it's adding to people's panic, which is not helping. But yeah,
and we're getting things drip fed to us. So for example, I'm seeing quite a lot of stories about people saying this relative died, or that relative died, or this child died, or my mother died, and I couldn't say goodbye because I wasn't allowed to be with her or them. And you think, well, I would like to know better what the information is, and that the Nightingale Centre. Now, how's that for? I mean, honestly, I just feel we're in the world of Orwellian doublespeak. The Nightingale Centre in London. There was an interview this morning where they were being asked, well, are people a bit nervous or scared when they're going to be coming in here, because it does look quite intimidating. The London Mayor Sadiq Khan was asking, well, what about people's anxieties if they're brought in here? And the medical staff that was being interviewed said, well, they're unconscious, so actually that they're spared that anxiety. And you're thinking, well, what exactly is happening? What are these centres about? It is very worrying.
That is very. I never seen the interview this morning about the Nightingale, but that is very, very concerning. So we need. Yeah, so, I mean, the implication conversation.
The implication is that the people are being brought in either sedated or because they're on such an intensive care situation that they're not aware of what's going on around them. Well, what then is the Nightingale Centre for? What is its purpose? What level of patient is it they're treating? And I think that we should be given more accurate information. And the problem is because Boris Johnson's government have been found lying so often, it's very, very hard to trust them. So I hope that when Scotland Centre, if it becomes used, and we're seeing. If we're looking at the curve that's happening across Europe, Scotland is being affected. Our curve does not seem to be rising on the same exponential growth pattern as is happening in England, because I think we reacted faster. But if the unit in the Scottish Exhibition Centre that's being developed, if that has to come online and people are being sent to it, I hope the Scottish Government is open and honest and clear about the kind of patients that are going there, and whether this is an end-of-life palliative care centre or I think people need to know. I think if you understand and know the truth, it might be scary, but at least you can prepare yourself. I think the worst thing is not being given access to the truth.
Yeah, and I agree with you. People do need to know. They need to have that conversation, and they need that level of honesty. And I hope the Scottish Government do. If it's a palliative care place, they need to be honest with people, because what will end up happening is the fear will grow, and that won't do anybody any favours, and it will then lead on to the families of these patients. My fear would be that, for mental health and, how they deal with that as well. So there needs to be things in place where, if it's counsellors or the doctors or whoever's treating the patient, needs to have that conversation with the family to tell them why they're going into this you know, I believe it's getting called the Louisa Jordan Centre, after a lady that was born in Maryhill. Now, they need to have this conversation with people, because I know when my mum went into palliative care, we had to have that conversation. We had to have that level of honesty and truth, and that helped the family to prepare, and it helped us to deal with afterwards with the grieving process. And they've got to do this. They cannot just put people into these centres, people not knowing what's happening, people not quite understanding what's going on.
Yes, because the worst thing would be if you knew that a relative was going there, and it was in the public mindset that this was like a sort of a place that people went to die, then that would raise concerns and fears so much more. However, if it was a, you know, people thought, well, this is a place you go for intensive care and you might come out again, then again you can sort of modulate your expectations. Yes. But I think honesty and efficient grief counselling and support for staff. This is going to be a hugely stressful time for staff working at the front line, and the cleaning staff and the porters and all those people. I will never forget. I will be eternally grateful. When my mum was dying, I walked in. I mean, my husband, luckily, bless his heart, had got me on a plane out of Australia, so I could be there to be there for most of her final days, and I was there as much as I could be from the short time that I was back. And I walked into the hospital one morning, and she was sitting there with this huge burly porter beside her, and he was sitting. He'd stopped cleaning her room and he'd stopped tidying up, and he was just sitting holding her hand and keeping her company. And I truly hope that for those people who face losing their families, the medical staff have time to show that level of compassion, whether they're a cleaner or a surgeon or an anaesthetist. And I think that for us to show our gratitude, really show our gratitude, we really need to make sure that they're given the safety equipment they need and the equipment that they need.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. I know with my mum went into St Margaret's Hospice in Clydebank, and we knew she had terminal cancer, but it was still unexpected, and none of the family made it there on time. But my mum had some of the staff with her, holding her hand, comforting her, because it was very quick, and we were just so grateful that level of love, compassion, and understanding was there. So she wasn't on her own. She knew we were coming. We just couldn't get there quick enough. And afterwards, we spoke to the staff. You know, we cuddled, and and it was just people. Yeah, I would like to think that this is going to take place. I wouldn't like to think that people are going to be on their own. I think people people can't be on their own at a time like this, a time like that. They really can't. But yeah, the protective equipment's got to be there, so people are safeguarded, but can't be having people on their own. It's just inhumane. I just can't accept that people would be on, and the kind of heartlessness of that. No.
Well, I don't think that heartless is something that you could ever use to describe the situation. The staff that work in places. Obviously, we don't know what pressures are going to be on staff at the moment, and I think that it comes back down to the fundamental value we place on our health service, and everybody from the cleaners up to the consultants, that there has to be resources we have to surely now understand how much value there is in a properly funded, well-functioning healthcare service, which can provide compassion and care and also look after the staff. Because at the end of this, there's going to be a lot of staff who need to get some serious time to recover.
Yeah, they are. They're going to need. Yeah, there definitely is. There's going to be. They're going to need a lot of counselling, a lot of support. Yeah, it's they need to be allowed to do that. At the end of this, definitely, it's going to be. Yeah.
And the thing about counselling, though, I mean, I actually have really mixed feelings about that. I remember, I mean, again, different people have different needs, but again, when we lived in Asia, it was actually really quite dangerous. I mean, towards the end, especially, the situation was changing, and the risk of serious personal or serious crime against one's person was pretty high. And I had friends who had kidnapping insurance out on their children because the Asian children were at so much risk of being trafficked and sold on to other countries, and it was. And kids were being kidnapped, kids were being targeted and kidnapped for ransoms. It was really, really awful. So there was a lot of stress, and in the time between us deciding to leave and moving away, I had 3 people that I knew who were murdered or died in suspicious circumstances just in a matter of weeks. It was really pretty brutal, and so my kids, I used to stand outside the school with the bodyguards, and who nicknamed me Ibu Harima, which means Mama Tiger, and they said I was scary because I used to bring out the Scottish quite often, and so I'd be standing outside with these armed bodyguards, me just kind of like, hello, how are you, and waiting for the kids, because you couldn't even let them stop at the traffic lights to cross the road, because I had the librarian's daughter was doing that, 15-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl, and a van stopped and they tried to drag her into the van, and one of the other teachers pulled her out. I mean, that's how bad it was. So I had another person I knew who their children used to go in separate cars in case one of the cars got carjacked and the kids were kidnapped, so that they didn't lose all the kids at once if that happened. So I was relating this to so when we moved to Australia, my kids actually, we were all quite sort of stressed. Letting the kids go to the shops, just to the corner shop along the road on their own was actually quite a big deal for me. Anyway, I was relating this to a relative over here, and they said, "Oh my goodness, how traumatic! They should all get counselling for that." And I said, "Well, actually, no, they don't need counselling for that, because it was a common experience. It was a shared experience. It wasn't an unusual experience." And I'm actually not sure that counselling always is appropriate. I think that counselling, if you feel you need it, is appropriate, and making sure that there are skilled and counsellors and facilities there. But sometimes actually having a shared experience almost is enough, because you can work it out with your peers, as long as you have time to come away from that afterwards. So I think perhaps it's not necessarily counselling that's needed. It is time and a sense of being respected, and time to recalibrate, perhaps.
Yeah, but the counselling also needs to be there if people need it. It's got to be a kind of option. There'll be people who will need it, and there'll be others who a bit of time just to reflect as well. But yeah, definitely they are going to need some time afterwards to reflect.
And a sense of being valued by their community.
Yes. But they need to be able to, reflect on things, and and also refine their. I think you said that there. Just refine again in their community, and just used to family life and things like that again. But yeah. Right, we're just kind of having a wee bit of technical difficulties there. Just we're trying to recalibrate again, but yeah, we're still here. Right, they're saying they're going to be back in Parliament for 4:15. Crikey, time hasn't half flown in. Didn't realise we'd been on air that long. I didn't realise. Yeah, I didn't realise I could talk that much. However, so me and Ruth are still here, and we're just blethering away about things that have happened with the coronavirus, how it's affecting our communities and our family lives, and also the UK government and the Scottish government and how they're handling it. And so, yeah, so Ruth, we've got until 4:15 until the Holyrood reconvenes. So we've not got long. We've already been on for quite a while. So we've got 20 odd minutes to go so far. So, we've got a question here through Twitter from our colleague who normally does the broadcast in Scotland Accepts, Chris, asking about the new Labour leader. Who would we like to see at the podium? What's your thoughts on that, Ruth?
Well, Chris, as one could expect from somebody like yourself, it's a question designed to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. I am so conflicted about it because actually, I'm hanging my head in despair. To quote Hillary Clinton, which I don't do often, we're sort of looking at a basket of deplorables. Oops, my hair is just sort of falling apart. I guess Keir Starmer is my instinct, but I'm not quite sure that he's the one that I would like to go for. Lisa Nandy and Jess Phillips have absolutely blown it for me with their Jess Phillips is out. Sorry, I'm getting a voice in my ear reminding me. But I can't remember who the third one. There's another Quine I can't mind on. But the Keir Starmer is the only one who is given something vaguely coherent, which is respectful of Scotland's position. And even then he kind of wobbles on that one. To be honest, I just think Labour at the moment is just so depressing. What's her name? Lisa double-barrelled. Not Lisa double-barrelled. Is it? you know the one I mean with the glasses. Anyway, they just are so patronising about Scotland, and I'm still not sure that actually they're going to be able to sort out what's going on in England. Whereas I think Keir Starmer at least might be able to bridge the gulf between the Corbynistas and the Blairites. And that's a pretty uncomfortable gulf to have to cross, I think. And again, I think for me, Keir Starmer, he's more pro-European, and I don't really know where anybody else stands on any of those. I think the thing that annoys me is that at the end of this lengthy, torturous process, there's still no clarity on what anybody actually stands for.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. We don't actually know what they stand for. I'm pretty much a case of I'm sitting here on Google, Googling them, but yeah, it's one of those ones. Thanks, Chris, very much for putting the cat amongst the pigeons and, getting us kind of...
Hang on a second. Let's ask Chris. Who do you want, Chris? Who do you want, Chris? Tell us, please. Send a tweet in to let us know who you would like to see, because I suspect you're a Rebecca Long Bailey inclined.
Yeah, Chris, get on Twitter and tell us who you would like. But no, I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, they're just so disrespectful of Scotland. I don't see. There's none that actually jump out at me that would say, yeah, they would be suitable. Yeah, I could see myself maybe supporting that candidate. No, there's none actually. I'm one of those ones. I'm just like, no. There's none
I
there that
wanted
jump
to
out
like
at me, I'm afraid.
Rebecca Long Bailey. That's the double-barreled coin that I've been reminded about in my earpiece. I actually wanted to like her. I thought she did very well during the general election. She took Jeremy Corbyn's place a couple of times, and I thought she performed very well. The problem is that I don't see that she has enough of her own agenda to be different enough from Corbyn to appeal to the masses. Now, the ironic thing is that actually what we've seen from Rishi Sunak recently has been a reversion to pretty much Corbyn's policies. And I saw a tweet the other day which said, isn't it amazing how everybody loves capitalism, but it needs to be bailed out by socialism every 10 years?
Yeah, I've seen that one too. But yeah, it's a great tweet, isn't it? But no, I'm just looking up Rebecca Long Bailey at the moment on Google, and yeah, it's just there's nobody just jumping out at me at all. So I think, yeah, thanks, Chris, for that trick question. I still want to see what good.
What do you think then? What do you think? I mean, if you had a crystal ball, what scenarios do you see coming out in terms of who wins and then who the running mate would be? I mean, what?
I've got a clue. I haven't. My crystal ball is not working right now. I don't have a crystal ball, but I do have tarot cards, and they are not working right now. I don't know. I honestly cannot answer that. It is just there's just nobody jumping out at the moment at all when it comes.
And
to
I think that's the problem, isn't it? Is that I mean, Keir Starmer, I think, does jump out at me because he seems to be the most experienced set of hand, but I find his credibility, as with many Labour members, his Labour politicians, for me, his credibility is fundamentally undermined by the fact that he's a sir. I mean, what is that all about? Seriously. I mean, it's just yet another, a hop and a skip before he takes the ermine. How is it we've got so many lords? I mean, how do you have so many socialists that are lords wandering around taking the ermine and quaffing and flapping themselves in the back for life? So for me, I like Keir Starmer in that he seems to be sensible and he seems to have a grasp on policy, and I think that actually he probably has the most credibility out the lot, apart from the fact he's got a sir. He's a sir. Why? Why did you do that? I mean, how's that? It sticks in my craw. It really sticks in my craw. And I mean, I do not think that the SNP are the answer for everything, but I certainly respect the fact that they refuse to take a seat in the Lords. And what I would like to see would be Labour refusing to take a seat in the Lords. I mean, I just think we've got to fundamentally pull the whole system down. Now, my personal politics are that I think that Scotland should be an independent country and that we should have a second chamber here, which is an elected chamber. And I think I think it's really important to have two chambers, but I don't think that it should be done by bribes and handshakes and trying to fob people off to fill the trough full of your cronies.
Yeah, well, I've just had a message from Chris, and he's agreeing with you, Rebecca Long Bailey. That's who he would like to see. So there we go. So maybe the next time...
the problem is that I'm agreeing with myself and Chris, while disagreeing with myself and Chris very vehemently, because I think that she's very capable, but I think probably for reasons of expedience, she hasn't come out enough with her own ideas and her own agenda.
Yes.
And so I think that
she's not jumping out. She's just not jumping out.
She doesn't jump out
all.
As being her own person with her own policies. And I think it's very hard to do that in the current climate. I think that honestly, the Labour Party is such a poisoned chalice at the moment. I think that the Labour Party almost certainly needs to be broken into about 3 different parties. But that comes back down then to I think that most governmental systems should be broken into a variety of smaller parties so that we can come up with the politics and democracy of agreement rather than first past the post and being mean to people for 5 years and then living in fear that they're going to be mean to you for the next 5.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you there. Yeah, because we need more representation, and we need better representation of what the people are actually voting for, because at the moment this first past the post is just not getting it.
But then with proportional representation, you know, what system do we go with? I mean, you know, I end up it's taken quite some time and various graphs and sort of stick figures to explain the D'Hondt system to me. And I think that is one of the things it's very interesting to see how can you truly get representation. And I get quite a lot of people saying, oh, they don't like the sort of single transferable vote because it means that you don't win, and that, you know, but actually in some ways I guess that means that it is more fair, because you know, the majority of the people might not get you know, the person who sort of gets I mean, unless you truly get first past the post, you know, I think that the sort of the second choice of most people might actually be the fairest thing. Now, far be it for me to say that I agree with any system which keeps Murdo Fraser in a seat, but actually that at least is more, it probably is more democratic and fairer. So I think that we probably should see more of it, and I think that England has to get its politics sorted out. I think what we are seeing is not only the dying days of the final embers of empire, and I think that Brexit is an expression of England with its post-exceptionalist head-on, and I think that I mean, until we start seeing, we hear NHS Scotland being talked about, and NHS, you know, the NHS. What was it the other day that was, it wasn't Gawk, it was some other pompous shirt was talking about the NHS from Cornwall to Cumbria. Well, at least that was honest, but I think that England needs to get itself sorted out and get its own parliament, and not just have appropriated Westminster, but actually in the long run perhaps it's where it all needs to be, and us get the heck out of there.
Yeah, definitely. We do need to get out of there, because what's very apparent, even with that comment the other day, is very, you know, London centralised as well. You know, they need to get themselves sorted out. But no, the first past the post is just not working. But I would like to see, like in Scotland, a second chamber. House of Lords, I would love to see that totally gone. It's just...
I don't think we're going to see it gone in England for a long time. I think England is. I think England is a product. England is a truly sort of Anglo-Saxon product, and it really hasn't managed to sort of shake off the mentality of that sort of really sort of deeply entrenched view of sort of vassals and serfdom, whereas I think that Scotland's clan system probably did it some favours, and that we do have a more Scandinavian approach to democracy. So I can't see England sort of shaking off its love of anything with a title for a long time. I think the cap doffing cringe is quite strong in a lot of people still, and I think it might be quite some time before England's democracy emerges into a sort of truly fully formed, mature state.
Right, I'm just reading. Chris has just sent in another text.
Run yourself, Chris.
I need to put my glasses back on so I can read this. Joys of getting older.
Hey, getting older is something a lot of people would like to be able to do.
That's very true. That's very true. Oh, it's disappeared again. Hold on. There we go. If we can get it back. I'm terrible with technology, honestly. I need to learn. This has been a learning curve for me. Honestly, that's one positive thing comes out of this. It's me learning to deal with technology. Right, here we go. Where are we? It's not come up yet. Oh, here we go. Rebecca Long-Bailey is the only one who has the socialist values and is willing, like Starmer, to have a conversation on the Constitution. Starmer is too much of a centralist and Nandy is too right-wing. There you go. That's Chris's view on Rebecca. So, for Labour leader. So there we go. Yeah, Nandy is very right-wing. From the moment she started talking and giving her views, I just switched off. I just didn't want to hear it. I wasn't interested in hearing it.
Yeah, so the
Lord
voice in my ear is saying Lord McConnell and Andrew Neil backer, and that tells you everything you need to know. I guess the other thing would be to know where Richard Leonard stood, and then you'd have a pretty good idea which other direction to head towards.
Yeah. I don't know where he stands and who he's supporting.
Richard, poor wee Richard, wee Hoppy Leonard. I think that he just stands in the doghouse looking sad and sort of like dejected. There's a man who talks about being a comrade and wears his red tie all the time and is trying desperately hard to, distance himself as far as he can from his upbringing and his private school education. And now I have to, I also had a private school education, so I can't claim to be a false socialist, and I think it's perfectly okay for people to have socialist values despite their background. But I just don't buy it. I mean, Richard, I despair. I think what Scotland really needs is an effective opposition.
Oh, definitely, and we don't have that. But no, with Richard, I just sometimes when I sit and watch him, think, oh bless. Is he meant to be the leader of Labour in Scotland? Oh, bless. I kind of feel
yes, well, I totally get what you're saying because he does sort of make himself a tragic figure, and yet it's really serious. It's like when James Kelly gets up to talk, and you're looking at him thinking, I don't know if you've ever seen Zootopia, but when you go to the DMV and the sloths are all sitting behind, sort of stamping really slowly, and that he always puts me in mind of that. And I'm sure that he's a man with more capability than he shows. But I think actually on a serious note, one of the reasons why the SNP is the most successful party in Scotland and has been for a while is that they're the only game in town. I mean, the Greens do very well. Ross Greer, I have a lot of time for Ross Greer and Andy Whiteman. Patrick Harvey, I would like to like more, but actually he just seems a bit snarky and more keen on scoring points and actually coming up with policy. And I have yet to be impressed with anybody on the Tory benches, although there is I can't mind his name. There's a wee beardy guy who's from the northeast, who's a farmer, I think, who occasionally comes up with some sort of sensible. He actually almost seems embarrassed with where he's sitting. And he occasionally comes up with stuff which was worth it, but actually I think until we get a really effective opposition, you have to have, for democracy, you have to have an effective opposition to hold the governing party to account. And I think that in many ways we're very ill-served by some of the politicians sitting before us, because we're really not getting the level of scrutiny. I mean, I think that for the SNP to have come up with a concept of having jury-free, I mean, I don't know what they were thinking of when they came up with it. I don't know if it's one of those things that they came up with it so that they could be seen to be listening to democracy by saying, okay, well, we won't. You know what I mean? I mean, because sometimes I think that politicians do that. Sometimes I think they throw something so outrageous out there that people are obviously going to say no to, that they can then turn around and sort of say, well, actually, we're listening, so we're not going to implement it. But for them to have even thrown it out there, I thought it was really very shocking. And when I read Amar Anwar and Joanna Cherry, who I think would be a terrific asset for the Scottish Parliament, when I saw their responses, I thought, oh well, that's good. But I was surprised at it being proposed, and wondered if it was one of those little balloons that they were floating up for the opposition to sort of throwing the opposition, throwing them a sweetie so that they could be seen to be the good guys.
Yeah, it's a tactic we've seen with private developers as well use. They kind of throw something quite obscure in. So when everybody focuses on that, they can pull that away, then it looks as if they're listening, to the community, or in this case, it's democracy. But no, it is a trick. It's done by a private developer. So yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, because it was quite a strange policy to come up with. Trials without juries, and it does make you wonder. But yeah, you're right. The problem is we don't have a proper opposition party at the moment in Scotland, and SNP are the kind of only kind of in town that are, you know, are there. And yes, I think sometimes what's happened is it's a bit, they're taking, to me, it's when you're sitting watching them, it's as if they're taking tips from Westminster. They're too busy trying to score political points rather than actually doing something. Ross Greer, I've worked quite closely with Ross Greer in the last couple of years due to campaigning, and he is quite a sharp tool in the box, and he's very, very you know, quite good in terms of coming up with policies, quite good at coming up with various different solutions as well. When you hit him with a problem, he will sit down, he will think it, he will talk it through.
I think Ross and Andy Whiteman always strike me as being, when I see that they're saying something, I'll go and listen, or I might even go and look and see what it is that they're writing about. Whereas the others, I sort of think, here they go. You know, it's going to be a sort of like a sniping or a political play. Whereas Andy and Ross, here's me using their first names. I don't know them, but you know, I think that they are. I think that they are definitely worth listening to. But you'll have had a lot of experience working with Ross with your Flamingo Land campaign.
Yeah, I mean, he is quite good. He is very good, actually. I mean, we've worked with quite cross-party. We've worked with Jackie Bailey from Labour, and we also work with Lord Tory from the Tories. And, you know, the one that we've had the most help from has been Ross. And he's very good at coming up with alternative ideas, you know, working with the community, talking. So is Jackie. As a matter of fact, might not always agree with Jackie's politics, but she's very good at communicating with the local community. As Ross, Morris, Morris. What can I say? I can't really say much there. It's
better to say nothing than say something unpleasant. My mother used to say.
Yeah. Morris is, we'll just say Morris. You know, but even with Andy Whiteman, I've not had any direct workings with Andy, but I have received advice through Andy for other things, more personal things, and he has been great. He's, you know, not direct, but indirectly. And the advice I've got from Andy through Ross Greer's office has been fantastic. John Finney as well. He's another. John is great. Martin Docherty Hughes from SNP. I quite like Martin. He's really good. Joanna Cherry. I think she's amazing. She's brilliant. She's a great asset. I would love her to be up in Holyrood. But yeah, we don't have a real opposition, and that's the problem. We don't, that's where we need a real opposition, because at the end of the day, you know, as much as SNP are really good, there's still mistakes, and there still needs to be accountability.
You have to have. One of the things that democracy absolutely demands, you have to have an effective opposition, and you have to have a scrutinising and genuinely independent media. Now, I mean, I was a journalist for many years. I worked in BBC News and Current Affairs, and I worked as a freelance with various papers as well. It is absolutely one of the fundamental positions for democracy that you have to have journalists who will call to account equally and without scruple those who are coming up with policies. And so when I was a journalist, I used to take equal pride in knowing the policies of both people that are through all three people I was interviewing, and I would give them each a similarly hard time, because one of the greatest disgraces you can have as a journalist, or at least in the good old days, was that people could guess what your own personal politics were. You should hold everybody equally to account and really truly grill them so that you are getting the best. You want to be asking the questions that the punter sitting at home want to ask, and you want to dig up the dirt and be sure that you're holding power to account. You know, that you shine full daylight on the dark corners. And I think that it makes me very, very concerned that journalism is so far in the gutter at the moment. Channel 4 is one of the last vestiges of independent journalism, which is why the Tories are coming for it too. But you don't have a decent effective opposition at Holyrood, and you certainly have got nothing close to an effective opposition apart from the SNP in Westminster. And as soon as they stand up to talk, suddenly the cameras move away from them. So I think it's extremely hard to get a proper, for the average person who isn't a newshound like I am, who doesn't spend their time glued to social media or looking at original source materials. It's very hard for people to be able to make their mind. I think it's actually one of the reasons why I'm so keen to support Broadcasting Scotland, because I think what happens here, what the team at Broadcasting Scotland work to do, which is to, I mean, obviously, I think if I was producing programs, I would like to get more balance and perspective on. I think that sometimes there is an echo chamber happening. However, the efforts that are made to put a perspective, which one very rarely sees on the mainstream media, I think is so important that I'm really happy to support Broadcasting Scotland at every opportunity, because I think that the function that it intends to provide the public with is a function which is being missed by many of the mainstream media, which is that it is trying to redress a balance which is sorely lacking and which used to be there and is not there anymore. So I really hope that people look more at what the programmes Broadcasting Scotland makes and try to support it, because we do need to have an opposition, not only politically but in broadcasting terms too.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it would be good to see more people get involved with Broadcasting Scotland in order to make more programmes, and even just having something like this more often, people chatting about recent events and different things that is happening, as well as the show at 7 o'clock every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. And
not forget the full breakfast, the full Scottish on a Sunday.
Get involved. And the show on Sundays as well. So it would be good to see more people getting involved and getting more different points of views, more different people who are living the real world and how they see what's happening, and it would create a better balance of media. I'm getting told now that the Holyrood is coming back at 20 past. Well, we're still not past now. Sorry, Linda's blethering in my ear here. I still can't get used to the fact that somebody's blethering in my ear while I'm talking, and then I'm talking to Ruth, which is quite strange. So, but yeah, we're still not back yet. So hopefully they'll be back soon. But no, yeah, it would be good to see more people volunteer and get involved in stations like Broadcasting Scotland.
I know. And the thing is, the really nice thing about Broadcasting Scotland is, there is a lot to be said for professional journalism. You have to understand what the legal points of view are. You have to have that framework, but within that balance, it's really important that we get people from all walks of life having a go, because actually the legal protections about making sure that people are not overstepping the mark and saying things that are inappropriate. Well, that's what the production team are there for. So I think that people who are interested in broadcasting, people who'd like to have a try at broadcasting, people who are interested in making programs, whether it's being a presenter or taking part as a punter, or even helping with the technical stuff behind scenes, there's huge scope to get experience. And if you've ever, for those of you who've been lucky enough to see Broadcasting Scotland's studios before the lockdown happened, it's a really impressive studio. I've worked in quite a few studios across I've been in studios all over Scotland and the UK, and in fact parts of Europe, and it's I think that the setup there is very, very impressive. So I think people who are interested in learning about broadcasting, people who are interested in the news, people who want to get involved in culture and maybe make cultural programs, there's huge scope for getting involved and learning skills, and hey, let's be the media we want to see, and get make the programs that we want to see, and let's support Broadcasting Scotland and see how many people we can get putting money towards money towards it if they can, because every little keeps the cameras rolling, but also watching the programs and sharing them, and making sure that people know that the programs are out there and you can watch them live or you can watch them on catch up online. And I think there's a lot to be said for the work that the team does.
Definitely. I mean, it's great, and it's a great way if anybody's wanting to get involved, even than just any media students out there as well. It's a great way. I mean, when I got involved with Broadcasting Scotland, my very first was just an interview about Save Loch Lomond, and up until that point, I always shied away from the camera and let everybody else in the campaign, and I would do a runner. And
look at you now.
And now I'm sitting here blethering away. Think of the first time that I done the presenting in the studio with you, Ruth, and I was like, couldn't pronounce my words, and I was terrified and mispronouncing names and all sorts of things, and tongue getting stuck. And do you know what I mean? And it's great. And even though, even for myself as somebody that's self-employed, it's opened up a new world to me. It's basically helped in confidence. I'm now producing kind of live tutorials and things, so it's a great way of building your confidence and
developing life skills.
Fear. Yeah, it's great. And I mean, it's good because the thing is, especially my generation, I mean, the younger generations at schools now, things like this is normal. These kids are taught this as an everyday thing. This is all normal. Whereas the kind of older generations, we never had that technology. So it's great. It's good fun. And it opens up the world of technology as well. I mean, I'm learning Skype and all sorts of things, and it's like, wow, I'd never done that before. I would at least take a phone call or send a text message or something. But yeah, it's great, but it's a great opportunity for anybody. And as you say, there's so many subjects that it can be covered with Broadcasting Scotland, whether it's cultural, world events, politics. There's so much scope there. Cookery, there's all sorts of things. It's great.
And also, I would also like to see people who, I think it is really good having a broadcaster which gets people on and does the kind of programs that were around when I was a lass, which actually had time to breathe. You had programs where people could genuinely come up with a concept and discuss that fully and talk around it in a way that didn't feel like you could develop the idea. And I think that's one of the things which is really good. It would be good to see more people with different points of view contributing, whether that be through Twitter, people sending in, it's not good to sit in agreement. But as we will see very shortly, Holyrood is all about debate. Holyrood's coming back now.
Right, I'm just getting told that Holyrood's getting ready to come back, so we'll be going off here very shortly. So we'll hand you over to Holyrood for the next installment. But in the meantime, thank you for joining me and Ruth. We are hoping to do more programmes like this during the day, where we can get different guests on and sit and just have a blather and just talk about things in general. And it would be really good to get yous involved as well through Twitter.
Yeah,
we can
getting other
start
people's
tweeting
ideas would be good. I mean, it's not just about a blether, is it? It's more of a sort of structured conversation that has a meander. It's like a river. It has a meander, but you get to the sea in the end. So it would be really good to see people with skills and music or literary outlook, or people who've got like creative hobbies or content. It'd be really good to find out more. Explore our culture a bit more, because that's the thing that a lot of us really have missed out on. I mean, my kids now at school, they get more Scottish culture and more Scottish history, but I think it'd be really good to see more programmes in Scots, in Shetlandic. Let's get Orcadian coming here. It'd be really good to hear the Scots lead being discussed more.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that we can get some live music on the show and lots of different cultural things, so that would be really good. So if anybody out there has got a band or plays any music or artists, or get in contact, share it, and basically, get involved and see.
Yeah, get in touch. Get in touch with Broadcasting Scotland. They're a friendly bunch.
Good. Oh, this is Chuck, my kitten. I've got 4 cats, and this one's escaped from the living room and is now jumping all over me. So every now and again, you'll see my hands going like this, and it's because he is jumping all over me and biting my toes. He's a bit of a cheeky wee scamp, so he is. But he's having fun here. Thinking that I'm his own personal chew toy. But no, if you please get involved, it would be really good to see what everybody's doing, and especially at the moment, and because we are kind of losing out in our culture at the moment with the lockdown, with the pubs being closed, the festivals are all being closed at the moment, markets, just so much has been closed down at the moment.
That's the thing that I really like, though, is the thing that I have really liked on social media has been watching folk from Shetland and the Western Isles and roundabout having their lockdown ceilidhs. I think with Edinburgh Festival announcing today that they're not going to be going ahead, I think we're going to be seeing there's going to be a huge need for people to experience culture and music. And I think the Broadcasting Scotland can do a lot to help fill that. We can be the community station.
Oh, I'm just getting told that international drama is coming. I can't wait to hear a bit more about this. Oh, this is getting worked on now. I can't wait. Oh, crikey. This sounds interesting. But no, this is the kind of things we want to see more of. So, yeah, if you're a musician, an artist, a storyteller, come on and contact us, get you on, have a blether, and tell us what you do. I mean,
let's face it, Broadcasting Scotland is the broadcaster for Scotland. So let's see what's going on. Everybody, if we're in lockdown, let's get a bit of what people's passions are. Keep it clean. But if you've got people who are musicians, or people who are writing poetry, or I would love to see some of the cooking programs from Orkney that are coming out. Let's get some lockdown kitchen cuisine. And there's loads of ideas, and the great thing about the way that Broadcasting Scotland is, it really is the broadcaster for Scotland. And the genius, the evil genius behind it, who's had us sit here for 2 hours. She's a puppet master. She can make you do all sorts of things. But she can work it out so that you can get your, if you've got your lockdown kitchen favourite recipes, or you're making bread with the kids, that'll be a brilliant bit of programming to do. We can do this. If you've got a mobile phone, then you can do this.
Well, basically, did you know that our Chris has a secret show?
I did.
Yeah, with us.
Yes, I did. Chris has got some really good recipes that he does. He's our own Jack Monroe.
Our very own chef. We need to get him in. We need to get him into the studio and do some cooking with us all and teach us some of these fantastic
recipes. He doesn't need to do it in the studio
recipes.
because we're in lockdown. He can do it from his own kitchen, and that's the beauty of it.
Well, I think and then we've got Linda, who is our queen of soup. If you ever come onto the programme after lockdown, if you ever get the opportunity to come onto the programme on a Sunday for Full Scottish, Linda always makes a braw pot of soup. Honestly,
I know, you come
it's
up
to
the
die
stairs
for.
and the place smells amazing.
It does. It's like, and it's the thing is my wee Christopher likes to come to see if she's made any soup. He likes Linda's soup. He loves it. We end up going home with a tub for later as well. Christopher always goes home with his wee tub of soup. But yeah, definitely. So if you ever get invited, or if you want to get involved, even just for Linda's soup. Honestly, it's you can share your recipes for pots of soup, film them, give us them, we'll put them on air. Why not? Let's see who, we should have a soup competition, see who makes the best pot of soup.
It'd be quite hard to judge though, let's face it.
Right, we need examples, don't we? Right. I'm led to believe that's us now going back to Holyrood. We're going to be going over. So thank you very much for joining me and Ruth. It has been fun. And Ruth, it's been great. Thank you very much. And yeah, please get involved. Contact us, tweet in, Facebook us, contact us, get involved. We want to make more shows like this and share your passions, your hobbies with us. So we're going to head over to Holyrood, and thank you very much. Remember, Scotland is tonight. I believe Kerry is presenting. So, and again, we could have Parliament still running. We don't know. Right, so, and thank you for joining us. Speak to you later. Bye.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your patience this afternoon, and my thanks too to all the officials who have been working very hard behind the scenes. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 21379 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on the referral of an SSI. Could I invite Liz Smith on behalf of the Bureau to move this motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. No member has indicated they wish to speak. The question therefore is that motion 21379 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. So I now open the Committee of the Whole Parliament to look at Stage 2 of the Coronavirus Scotland Bill. For the duration of these proceedings, I will be the convener of the committee, and in dealing with the amendments, members should have the marshalled list, the grouping of amendments, and I would remind members that we follow normal procedure, which is that the division bell will sound for the first division of the afternoon. And we hope, despite the social distancing measures that we've put in place in the chamber, we believe that there are enough consoles and desks for every member participating. So we hope that each vote will last 1 minute after a division and 30 seconds thereafter. And any member who wishes to speak in a debate on any group of amendments should press their button as soon as possible after I call that group. So I now refer to the marshalled list. So we're going to begin with, the first question is actually that sections 1 and 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Turning to housing, can I call Amendment 1 in the name of Pauline McNeill, grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings, and I would point out that if the Amendment 17 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 18, 19 and 20 as they'll be preempted. Pauline McNeill to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Speaking to moving Amendment 1. I'd indicated a few weeks ago at the Ministerial statement that I wanted to discuss the notion of rent-free periods should there be larger problems in paying rent due to the coronavirus pandemic. After reflection, I decided not to submit an amendment which was drafted for me, but in the forensic process for today, it has found its way into the marshalled list. So I'm moving it in order that we can have a discussion in the group. But it's my intention to seek permission to withdraw that amendment today, but rather speak to some wider points at Amendment 48. Speaking to Amendment 18, according to Shelter, many people in temporary accommodation are being asked to leave during the pandemic. They give me two cases, one in Dundee where an 18-year-old was asked to leave the accommodation at short notice on the basis of outstanding arrears, service charge arrears, but was subsequently accommodated by the Salvation Army. And another individual was asked to leave when a private hostel closed and wasn't refunded for the nights that they had already paid. It possibly could plug a gap in the legislation. I'm sure we all agree that no one should be evicted from temporary accommodation without at least due process during the pandemic. It may leave a lot to be desired in the drafting, I appreciate, but I would be looking for the Minister's assurances that people in temporary accommodation will not be treated differently or unfairly during the period of the pandemic COVID-19 virus. And finally, I want to address in the group Andy Whiteman's amendments. I support the Government's overall policy of no evictions during the pandemic crisis, and I think it's important to raise awareness of that law. I want it to be the strongest law that it can possibly be. I was interested in the statements made by Andy Whiteman at stage 1, and I'm interested to hear in detail what he'll say about the many amendments that he's lodged at this stage. One I would like to raise with ministers that concerns me is that those who have been given notice now for eviction, I'd like to see them covered by this bill, and currently they are not covered by the bill, and I would be interested to discuss with ministers if it's not covered at stage 2 to see if anything can be done at stage 3. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And can I call Andy Whiteman to speak to Amendment 2 and the other amendments in the group? And I would also highlight that Amendment 19 preempts Amendment 20, both in the name of Andy Whiteman. Mr Whiteman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 19 preempts 20, as the grouping says. 17 preempts 18, 19 and 20. Okay, thank you. Those are all amendments in my name, so clearly that's a measure of the time we've had that I've tabled amendments that preempt each other. Never mind. I want also to join the Presiding Officer in saying, in opening, thank you to the legislation team in Parliament for the remarkable work over the past few hours. Thanks also to the Cabinet Secretary and particularly his officials who engaged constructively and promptly in what I think is now known as the Mike Russell probing room, set up in Committee Room 4. Greens welcome the provisions in this bill in relationship to social and private tenants, and I want to place on record our appreciation for the work the Government has done in this area. This is a substantial interference in the normal workings of the rented housing market, but it is a necessary and proportionate one. So, for the avoidance of doubt, we wholly support the measures that are contained in the bill. I also want to thank staff at Shelter in particular for assisting me with these amendments, which do take the provisions in the bill that little bit further, in line with my comments at stage 1 in relation to the fact that, in our view, there should be nobody served with any notices to quit during the emergency period. So amendments 3 to 11, first of all, are clarification amendments, in my view, in relation to the grounds for eviction for private residential tenancies as they're considered by the first-tier tribunal. Now, the first-tier tribunal will be dealing with, hopefully when it gets back up and running, will be dealing with eviction orders in the course of this emergency period. And what Schedule 1 does in the bill is it's concerned with making all the mandatory grounds that exist in the 2016 Act discretionary for the eviction of private residential tenancies during the emergency period. The bill, as drafted, also requires, and this is new, the tribunal to be, and I quote, satisfied that it is reasonable to issue an eviction order on account of those facts, end quote. Those facts being the facts pertaining to the circumstances of the landlord in relationship to the specific eviction ground. At least that is how I read it, and I had a brief discussion with Scottish Government officials on this, and I'm very happy to be corrected if that's not the case. But in light of that belief, I have inserted amendments 3 to 11 to add the words, and in particular to any relevant fact relating to coronavirus. Now, in the first tier tribunal, the facts that have to be stated in order to obtain an eviction are facts substantially relating to the landlord's condition. In other words, does the landlord really intend to sell this property? Those are the facts that have to be established. There's very little in the way of facts that need to be established on behalf of the tenant, and yet in the emergency period it seems to me that the situation facing, yes, the landlord indeed, who will be affected in some cases by the coronavirus, but also the tenant, and indeed most particularly the tenant, because the tenant faces losing their home. The landlord does not face losing their home. And I want to make absolutely clear, and maybe we can return to this at stage 3, that in the first tier tribunal it can, on these new universally discretionary grounds, take account of relevant facts relating to coronavirus. So that's the first suite. As I intimated at stage 1, I'm also of the view that we need to go further with the bill in 2 regards. First, instead of extending the notice period as the bill provides, we should, as I noted earlier, suspend the ability to serve notices completely. Many tenants are indeed now facing very difficult personal circumstances, and they will, as matters stand with the bill, still potentially be in receipt of notices to leave during the emergency period, notwithstanding that those notices will be for a longer duration than normal. And in my view, it's of little comfort to someone in such circumstances to know that they are to be evicted, but not quite yet. So Amendment 16 gives effect to this policy. Now, this is a blanket amendment in essence. It removes all ability for landlords to initiate eviction proceedings. Now, I'm aware that in our discussions this morning, and indeed as the bill provides itself, there are exemptions for certain grounds in terms of the extended length of the notice period on antisocial behaviour and criminal conduct. And were Amendment 16 to be agreed, I would, of course, be very supportive of amendments at stage 3 that sought to fetter the blanket effect that's currently given by Amendment 16. Amendments 12, 15 and 17 remove the redundant parts of Schedule 1 were Amendment 16 to be passed. That deals with a second substantial issue. A third substantial issue is the issue of those tenancies which I raised this morning at stage 1, where either proceedings for eviction have commenced but have not been completed, or where proceedings are concluded with orders and decrees granted but not yet enforced. Now, this latter group, those against whom orders and decrees have been granted but the landlord has, for whatever reason, has not yet enforced them, are possibly the most vulnerable groups of tenants because they are facing imminent eviction. So Amendments 2, 13, 14, 19, 20 deal, as far as I can determine as competently possible in the short time frame available, with ensuring that in such cases, whether they be Scottish secure tenancies, short Scottish secure tenancies, Scottish assured tenancies, or private residential tenancies, ensure that in these cases legal proceedings can be suspended until after the conclusion of the emergency period. And again, if Parliament is minded to support these amendments, I'm happy to support amendments at stage 3 that would provide some exemptions to those. On a separate note, Amendment 21 makes modifications to the Housing Scotland Act 2001, which allows the Court, in considering recovery of possession proceedings in relation to Scottish secure tenancies, to take account of any rent arrears that have arisen as a result of coronavirus. Currently it doesn't. This would enable it to do so. Amendment 50 is on quite a different matter in relation to the requisition of accommodation. Now, it is evident, and members will all have received correspondence, no doubt, about this, that some accommodation provision needs to be made for homeless people and also for key workers who, for public health reasons, for example, cannot or indeed should not continue to live in their own home, perhaps because of transport difficulties, they live at some distance from their workplace in a hospital, or indeed because a family member is isolating or is vulnerable. And indeed for their own mental welfare, they would like to be closer to their place of work. I'm aware here in Edinburgh that some owners of short-term lets are continuing to offer them for rent to key workers in contravention to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Scotland Regulations 2020 that we'll be voting on later. Now, in my view, the utilisation, for example, of random Airbnbs, particularly those in shared stairs, many of which are unlawful, not having planning consent, in contravention of title conditions, mortgage lending conditions, and without appropriate third-party liability insurance, is singularly ill-suited to the job of housing the homeless or key workers. That job should be done in a coordinated manner, using accommodation such as hostels, hotels, serviced apartments and the like, where there's no interference with the lives of residents and where the health risks can be managed. Now, this is not communism, as Murdo Fraser intimated earlier on Twitter, but a proportionate response to an emergency. And so what Amendment 50 does is put beyond doubt that local authorities under the Housing Scotland Act 1987 that already have powers to acquire property explicitly have the power to requisition accommodation in connection with the public health emergency facing us. Quite separate issue is Amendment 51, concerned with the unsuitable accommodation regulations, and this seeks to ensure that everyone has a right to not be housed in unsuitable accommodation for more than one day during the emergency period. Presiding Officer, I think that's all the amendments. I apologise, I haven't had time to properly consider Pauline McNeill's amendments, but they look broadly able to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Whiteman. And can I call on Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 49 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm moving Amendment 49 as a result of the behaviour of private providers of student halls of residence in Scotland. Members will be aware that under the terms of the 2016 Tenancies Act, the overwhelming majority of people who live in private rental sector accommodation, who don't live in student accommodation, have a right to terminate their lease with 28 days notice. Many private rental sector tenants have used that right. Those in student accommodation don't have that right. Student accommodation is treated privately. And whilst every university that I'm aware of and a number of private providers such as Unite Housing have been very accommodating of their students during this time of crisis, some private providers have absolutely not. Some private providers have simply attempted to trap students in rooms that they are not actually using. That's what spawned the Not Staying, Not Paying campaign that NUS, many members of the Scottish Youth Parliament, etc., and a number of students' associations are running at the moment. There are students being forced to pay for rooms that are simply not staying in because they have left, they have followed public health advice, and they are back staying with their families. My amendment gives students the right to terminate their lease. And should this amendment pass, I want to be clear, I'll move a further clarifying amendment at stage 3 to make clear that this will give students the same right to terminate their lease with 28 days notice that other private tenants have. This was the original intent of this amendment. The immediacy of the right, as is currently proposed in my amendment, is simply a consequence of this rushed process. The purpose here is to give students in student accommodation the same right as anyone else in the private rental sector has. Now, I'm aware that the government believes that there are ECHR concerns around this. So to briefly comment on those, this is about a balance of rights. Landlords have rights, but so do tenants. And tenants are vulnerable during a crisis, especially young tenants with little income of their own. We're not talking about pensioners who use rental income like a pension, as Conservative colleagues mentioned this morning. We're talking about private companies who run student halls. So there's two sections of the ECHR that I think are relevant here that I want to very briefly quote from. One is in Article 8.2, where it makes a point there'll be no interference by public authority with the exercise of this right, except such as in accordance with the law and is necessary in a democratic society in the interests of national security, public safety, or the economic well-being of the country, for the prevention of disorder or crime, for the protection of health, or morals, or for the protection of the rights and freedom of others. Clearly, this is an issue of public safety and the protection of health as called for, as clarified for and provided for under Article 8. Protocol 4, Article 2 also includes relevant points about the liberty of movement and the freedom to choose residence for an individual. This is simply about giving students those rights. If the government believe there are ECHR concerns here, then my question is about the other very bold and very welcome steps that the government themselves are taking to protect private rental sector tenants in other areas. These are moves that we welcome. The intention of my amendment is simply to give students in student accommodation specifically the same rights that anyone else, including students in the normal private rental sector, would have, which is why I'm pressing that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Greer. And can I call the Minister, Kevin Stewart, to speak to Amendment 55 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The Government has made it quite clear that no landlord should evict a tenant because they have suffered financial hardship because of coronavirus, and we expect landlords to be flexible with tenants during the course of all of this financial hardship, and we expect folk to be signposted, whether they be in the private sector or the rented sector, to the financial support that is available. I've already written to all landlords in Scotland around about that, and we will continue to communicate with them throughout this period to ensure that we keep people as safe and secure as possible. Presiding Officer, we have moved swiftly on to stage 2 today. Let me turn first of all to Pauline McNeill's amendments. I understand that Pauline McNeill is withdrawing Amendment 1, and I'm grateful for that. In terms of her Amendment 18 on evictions from hostels, it is unclear how this would stop evictions. There is a provision in the Housing Scotland Act 2001 which looks at minimum rights for hostel dwellers, so it is a little bit unclear what the amendment as drafted would do. What I would say to Ms McNeill is that there's already provision for people who are asked to leave a hostel accommodation, and that should be picked up by the local authority under their statutory duties to homeless people. But if I can reassure Ms McNeill, I've, on a day and daily basis, almost every waking minute, have been spending time talking to folk around about situations across the country. I would be really interested to find out about the 2 cases that she has mentioned and what has been done to help those folks, because I know that throughout the country at this moment, in the main, we are getting things right for people, and that's thanks to frontline staff, including the Simon community in Glasgow, Streetworks here, and other third sector organisations across the country. I want to make sure that we get folks off the street, out of hostels and into the best temporary accommodation that we possibly can. So if Ms McNeill would choose not to move this, I would say pledge here and now that we will have further discussions as we move forward about getting this right for everyone across the country. I'll give way to Mr Doris.
Bob Doris.
Presiding Officer, I hope this is the appropriate grouping to raise this particular concern, given the amendments that we're looking at. I was approached today by a landlord in my constituency, and it is their position that a small amount of tenants, and I believe this would be an absolute rarity, I should point out, who are not financially impacted by COVID-19 may not pay rent despite being perfectly able to do so. As I say, I'm sure that would be an absolute rarity. Can the Minister reinforce those who can pay should continue to pay their rent?
Kevin Stewart.
Presiding Officer, those folks who can afford to pay their rent should continue to pay their rent during this time. Those who find themselves in difficulties should look to accessing the benefit system, universal credit, the housing element of that. We have already given advice to landlords, both in the social sector and in the private rented sector, that they should be telling their tenants this now, and that tenants should approach their landlords immediately that they fall into difficulties. But those that can afford to pay their rent should continue to pay their rent during the course of this period, yes. Presiding Officer, if I could turn to the amendments from Mr Whiteman. First of all, if I can deal with the amendments which add in particular to adding in particular to any relevant facts relating to coronavirus. Can I say that in moving that about, that would cause some redrafting difficulties, but beyond that, the tribunal itself has to look at the reasonableness of all of this. And I can reassure Mr Whiteman that they will have to look at reasonably the impacts of coronavirus in terms of the decisions that they take. And I think that Mr Whiteman talked to some legal officials earlier around about this. And I would reinforce that we will ensure that those reasonableness grounds include the coronavirus situation. I will.
Andy Whiteman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for that clarification. Can he confirm that the reasonableness grounds will be taken into account by the tribunal, both on, in relationship to the interest of the landlord and in relationship to the interest of the tenant in relationship to coronavirus, and will particularly pay attention to the interest of the tenant because, of course, they face losing their home?
I would expect the First Tier Tribunal on every occasion to look at what is reasonable, not only for the landlord, but also for the tenant, and particularly in this current situation that we find ourselves in. Now, we have some disagreements with Mr Whiteman around about some of the grounds for eviction issues. And we believe that there should still be an allowance for evictions in 3 months of those folks displaying antisocial behaviour and those people who are carrying out criminal acts. And I think that this is extremely important because some of the acts that may be taking place during the course of this period might actually be dangerous for other householders in the area. So I think that we really need to ensure that we handle this appropriately. And of course, the other area where we think that there should still be a ground for an eviction is abandonment, but only if it's proven that the tenant has abandoned. Now, Mr Whiteman has got a huge amount of amendments here around about these issues, some of which, as you've already pointed out, are preempted, and some of them are a little bit confusing. I think it would be fair to... I'll give way to Ms McNeill.
Polly McNeill.
I would like to press the Minister on the specific point of tenants who have already been given notice of eviction for whatever reason, and that notice has taken place during the coronavirus pandemic. I wonder if you would consider that this bill should be able to cover that situation.
The tribunal has not been sitting for some time, so I would find it difficult to believe that anybody has been given an eviction notice, a legal eviction notice, during this past time. And one of the things which I should say is that any landlord who serves an illegal eviction notice at this moment in time that has not gone through the tribunal will be committing a criminal act and will face, or could face, a fine of £50,000 plus imprisonment. And if any member finds any case like that, I would like to know about that. Could not accept that. Also, you know, at 1B, it talks about the definition of holiday letting being the meaning given in Regulation 4.4, which is a regulation that could change at any time. So there's technical difficulties around about this too. But if I could reassure Mr Whiteman on this, I've spoken to many local authorities and others in the sector over the past number of weeks. Many local authorities are already looking at utilising accommodation that was previously used for short-term lets as temporary accommodation for homeless people at this moment in time. And that is something that I would encourage all local authorities to look at. Beyond that, we have set up linkages between the Scottish Association of Landlords and some local authorities to try and ensure that we are utilising empty homes in the private rented sector at this time to accommodate folks who find themselves homeless. It is my hope that we can do everything that we possibly can to get homeless people into mainstream temporary accommodation at this moment in time. We have made great efforts in moving folks who have been rough sleeping off of the streets and into hotel accommodation in Glasgow and Edinburgh, but I want that to go further and get folk in to mainstream temporary accommodation. And I would like to thank everybody who is helping us in that regard. And I do... I'll take Mr Whiteman.
Andy Whiteman.
I thank the Minister for taking that intervention. I mean, the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that, as a last resort, local authorities have the legal power to requisition property if they need so. The response of the Minister has been very much to the effect that this is already happening, and of course I welcome that. But in extremis, if property is needed, can he clarify whether local authorities have that legal power if they need it?
Local authorities have a lot of powers at their disposal, often powers that they do not use. If we were to move to a situation of requisition, I would argue by the time we got to the point of looking at all of the implications of this, including the EHCR issues, that the pandemic situation would be well over. You know, as it stands at the moment, local authorities can use compulsory purchase powers to take buildings into their use. That is a power that is used very rarely. It is being used more now because we have changed the guidance on it. But I think that what we have here would be a situation where you could move to something after you have ironed out all of the possible difficulties, but something that probably couldn't come into play for a very long time anyway. And I would much rather that we could reach mutual agreement in places right across the country to utilise empty property at this moment. It is in everybody's interest to do so at this moment in time. It is in the interest of the local authorities in terms of carrying out their duties to house homeless people properly. And beyond that, it is in the interest of landlords, whether they be short-term letters or private rented sector, to actually see their property utilised at this moment, because it is going to be very difficult for some of them to attract tenants by other means during the point of lockdown and beyond, that I would argue. So I would much rather that mutual consent was reached on these issues, and I am sure that we can achieve that. If I could turn now to Mr Greer's Amendment 49, and this is a very complex one. This proposed amendment would convert all institutionally provided student accommodation into private residential tenancies. And this would have huge ramifications for students and landlords in relation to that accommodation, where students do not wish to terminate and whose tenancy type suddenly changes dramatically. The legal issues with this amendment need much further consideration, I would argue, and we cannot say today that this amendment is compatible with EHCR. It would treat students differently from... I'll take you in, Mr Greer, but if you could just let me go on with this point. It would treat students differently from other categories of tenant, and there has been no examination of the balance between landlords and tenants' rights. And for that reason alone, I would urge members not to risk this important bill by agreeing to this amendment. I'll take Mr Greer in now and I'll continue after.
Ross Greer.
I'm interested in the Minister's points about not being able to say for certain in relation to ECHR. The reality is we can't say for certain in relation to any of these provisions under ECHR. The Government's making a number of bold provisions under this bill that do affect the balance of rights between landlords and tenants in other areas. If a private student hall provider did believe that their rights had been undermined by this, they would be able to take it to legal challenge and seek redress if they wish to. The only way that this would affect the bill overall is if the Advocate General decided between now and royal assent that this was an issue and therefore paused the whole bill. That is not going to happen with an emergency piece of legislation like this. If private accommodation providers want to seek legal redress, they have the same right to do so that anyone else does.
Kevin Stewart.
In terms of the other aspects of this bill that we have put forward, we have looked at that balance and have justified the moves that we are making. Obviously, we have to be absolutely certain that we get this right. The thing about this bill is that there will be an acceleration to royal assent. And we cannot risk any difficulties at all in ensuring that this bill gains royal assent. And I have real concerns about the legal aspects of this. I'll give way to Mr Johnson. Yeah.
Daniel Johnson.
I recognise the difficulty the Minister has and the need to ensure that this gains royal assent. However, this is a very significant issue with students left with accommodation that, frankly, they do not need anymore because the universities are no longer providing the education. It's a real issue in my constituency. Would he recognise that issue and would he commit to looking at proposals that might remedy this situation?
Kevin Stewart.
Can I say to Mr Johnson that I recognise the difficulties that some of his constituents face because they are difficulties that some of my constituents face as well. And what I will say is that we can look at this in the next emergency bill, but we have got to ensure that we get this absolutely right. If this bill does not gain royal assent, then that creates difficulties not only for me as a minister here or for the government, or for this Parliament, but it creates real difficulties for people right across this country in terms of keeping people safe and secure. We can look at this with the second bill, but I would ask Parliament today to reject this amendment. As I say, we recognise beyond doubt that there appears to be an issue in respect of some providers of student accommodations and their consideration of letting students leave their accommodation or tenancy early. However, we are aware as well that a number of the providers are changing their policies and they're agreeing to students being released from their agreements early. And the Minister for Further Education, Higher Education and Science has written to all of the university and college principals, copied to the networks involving student accommodation providers, asking that all of the institutions look sympathetically on any need for students to extend their stay beyond the existing arrangements. He has also asked that this be extended to those who have returned to the family home and are having to ask to break agreements, and that institutions continue to be as helpful as possible to avoid disadvantaging these students. So we are working with accommodation providers already on this to see how we can all work together to support students still in student accommodation. The proposed amendment, I'll take Mr Finlay.
Neil Findlay.
I wonder if we could help. The Minister mentioned a second bill. I wonder if we could elaborate on that because, you know, it might just be me, but I've not heard of that.
Kevin Stewart.
I actually never heard what Mr Finlay said there.
The Minister earlier mentioned a second bill maybe forthcoming. I wonder if we could elaborate on that.
Kevin Stewart.
Mr Russell will deal with all of that in his summing up, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, if I could ask members to reject Amendment 49. Presiding Officer, I am well aware that I'm asking Parliament to reject all of the amendments in this group. However, However, sorry, I've missed one. I beg your pardon, Presiding Officer. This is what happens when you have situations where you are dealing with things at the tail end. Mr Whiteman, Amendment 51, and I apologise for not mentioning this, around about unsuitable accommodation. This amendment does cause some difficulties, but I see exactly where Mr Whiteman is coming from in all of this, and I am willing to work with members to look and see what we can do to improve in terms of the unsuitable accommodation orders legislation. I would ask for patience and that we have the time to look at this for the future.
If Mr Stewart could speak to the front, please.
Sorry?
If Mr Stewart could address through the microphone.
Sorry, and we will, as I say, we will look at that for the future bill. As I said, I'm aware that we're asking Parliament to reject all of these amendments. However, I am more than willing to continue to talk to members around about some of the issues that they have brought to the government's attention. I can assure Parliament that I am doing all that I can to talk to stakeholders on a very, very regular basis in order that we get things right. And I'm more than happy to pinch any wise suggestions that come from any part of this chamber in order to get all of this right for the people out there who we must keep as safe and secure as possible. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Stewart. Can I call Graham Simpson?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, the Minister finished by saying he's prepared to work with other parties and take on board good ideas. Well, we've already been putting forward good ideas through my good friend Murdo Fraser, and we're well aware of the legislation that's going to follow after the recess. Some of those ideas, some relating to holiday accommodation, may well appear in that legislation. And for me, that's the way to do business in this Parliament. The way to do business, the way not to do business, is to fly kites and launch mini campaigns in stage 2 of what is an emergency bill. The number of amendments of that nature in this group today is frankly absurd. They should have. They deal with very technical issues, detailed issues that require proper scrutiny, and to throw them in at this point is absolutely ridiculous. So we will be. Yes, I'll take an intervention.
Andy Whiteman.
I hear what the member has to say. He says this is absurd. He knows as well as I do what parliamentary process is, and he knows as well as I do the timescales within which we're working on this particular bill. And he's also aware that there is a policy issue here about whether the government's proposals in the bill are adequate or not. We take the view that they need to go further. That's an honest difference of view with the government. I've made it very, very clear that we wholeheartedly agree with what's in the bill and will be supporting it, believe it needs to go further. So I'd ask him to just justify his remarks that these amendments, which have taken quite a bit of considerable work, are, in his words, absurd.
Graham Simpson.
Well, I'll be coming on to one of your most absurd amendments, Mr Whiteman, in a second. The way to do this is to actually. I'm actually surprised that the wee gnats have not talked to the big gnats more on this, and yeah, in a way that Mr Fraser has been doing, because we've.
Mr Simpson. Mr Simpson is normally a very polite member. I would urge him to stick to that, not to use even jokey terms across the table.
I do apologise, Presiding Officer. It's a joke I've used before and I got away with it. Now, we will we'll be opposing most of the amendments in this group, all bar 2. 55 and 58, which are in the name of Mr Russell, spoken about by Mr Stewart. Now, if I can just turn to a few of the amendments that deserve some comment. Minimal comment, indeed, quite right. Well, let's have a look at Mr. Whiteman's Amendment 50, shall we? That is a good one. Described as a dose of communism by Mr. Fraser on Twitter. And that's absolutely what it is, because it would effectively give councils the power to grab accommodation, grab holiday accommodation, should they feel the need to have it, requisition it. And that's, I go back to what I said at the start, presiding officer. If you want to introduce this sort of idea, you surely have to sort of go out to consultation on this, and it's just a step too far. Absolutely absurd. Mr. Greer's one on student accommodation. I agree with the Minister on this. There are human rights issues around this, and Mr. Greer, at the very least, should have been speaking to other parties for a number of days, if not weeks, if he wanted to introduce this kind of thing. Now, so we will, as I say, be opposing pretty much everything in this group. I go back to what I said earlier today, a long time ago, presiding officer. This bill, it's an emergency bill to deal with a crisis that we're facing right now to do with coronavirus. And that's what this is about. And when I spoke this morning, I made the point that we have people who are ill, people who are stuck at home because of that, people who have lost their jobs, people who will go on to lose their jobs. And that's what this bill deals with. And that's why we will be introducing, I hope, measures to prevent evictions in certain cases, but not in all cases, because that would be entirely wrong. That would be going too far. And what we're doing actually leaves some landlords in the position, or will leave some landlords in the position, of not getting any income on properties for over a year. Now, by discussing with the government, we've got an agreement to introduce a fund that would help out landlords in those cases. And some of them then, they don't have big property portfolios. I can hear Mr. Finlay muttering at the back, as he usually does. Most of the landlords in Scotland, 95%, have between 1 and 5 properties. These are not wealthy people. Often they're pensioners relying on the income to pay their way. So I think that given that we've got that agreement to have that fund put in place, then the measures that are in the bill are sensible, proportionate, and should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. And I call on Pauline McNeill to wind up in this section and to press or withdraw Amendment 1.
I seek to withdraw Amendment 1 and I won't be pressing Amendment 18. In summary, presiding officer, unlike Mr Simpson in this chamber, this side of the benches applaud the efforts of Andy Whiteman to bring some technical detail and some, I think, welcome scrutiny to this bill. Because the magnitude of disruption, and that's notwithstanding the support that we would give to landlords, and I've made that clear earlier, but the magnitude of disruption that has already happened to vulnerable tenants, and that isn't even considering what might be lying ahead. So I think it's unfortunate to reduce this to something as trivial as suggesting any member would come to the chamber, even if you disagree, and even if the Minister disagrees. I would like to think that he would get to his feet and support the idea that we scrutinise this, because we do not think the government have gone far enough. We've said that. But I also want to make this clear, that we have supported the government this morning. We'll support the government again. And whenever we can find consensus, we will be there with the government. But we demand the right to be able to challenge them on the areas where we think tenants will be vulnerable. And I will let the Minister in a minute, and I'd like you can answer this question. I already have a case where notice was given a week ago to a couple on the grounds that their family want to move in. Now, you can take a view about that, but they will be affected They will be evicted because this bill does not allow for them to be covered. That deeply concerns me. And it's not a comfort to my constituents that the tribunal is not sitting, because they will feel that they are breaking the law because the notice has been served. And I'll take
Kevin Stewart.
Presiding Officer, I want to work across Parliament in order to make sure that we get what we are doing absolutely right. And I've got absolutely no problem with scrutiny taking place on all of this.
Mr. Stewart, your microphone is just low, sir.
Sorry, we do have some differing views around about certain aspects of this. But I think there's one clear message in all of this. We all have to do our bit to protect people as much as we possibly can during all of this. There will be folks who, throughout this, will act in an absolutely magnificent way and will rise to the challenges and be as good as they possibly can be. But there will also be folks who do not behave during the course of this. I would point out again the criminal aspect of illegal eviction. £50,000 fine and possibly some time in jail. And I think we should all be pointing that out to those folks who choose or try to flout the rules that we have in place.
Polly McNeill.
Yes, indeed. And in conclusion, Presiding Officer, we're legislating here for what we can only guess the situation that people will be in. And I think that has to be borne in mind. But we know there will be direct consequences for tenants. I wholeheartedly welcome the Minister's assurances to me about those in temporary accommodations. I'm not going to press Amendment 18. I just wanted to say in conclusion that I think it's right. Andy Whiteman makes a very important point in relation to the directions given to property tribunals when the time comes, when the notice period is lifted and people will be brought before the tribunals for non-payment or rent or whatever. I think what the Minister has put on record is helpful. It must be clear that when a property tribunal is applying the test of reasonableness, they must consider that in the context of the coronavirus pandemic and that the loss of a job or circumstances which are clearly impacted on them, causing them to be in arrears, is directly relevant to the tribunal when they are considering all the circumstances. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Neal. Now, Ms McNeill wishes to withdraw Amendment 1. Does any member object? No, that's good. Can I call Amendment 2 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Now, this is the first division of the afternoon, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to ring the division bell and summon members to the chamber, and there will be a 5-minute suspension. 5-minute suspension.
Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
Well, it's lovely to be out on such a sunny evening in Edinburgh, but it's a shame that we have to be out tonight protesting against the two-child cap and the rate clause. Well more than a year since Alison Thulis, my colleague at Westminster, first spotted it in the small print of a Tory budget.
Very glad to see such a huge demonstration today and so many people still coming along 1 year after the rate clause came into force to show their opposition to this vile and despicable policy. The UK government have never been able to justify this policy, and we saw that this week with Esther McVeigh's pathetic attempts to say that the rate clause was somehow double support for women and that gives them some kind of chance to talk about the most appalling and disturbing experience of their life.
As you can see behind me, we're at the very beginning of the All Under One Banner rally. You can obviously hear the pipers behind me as events are about to kick off.
It's time to aim high, look resolutely outwards, and never, ever accept second best. Above all, it's time to believe that we can. We can build that better country we know is possible. And friends, we will.
If you enjoy watching our programmes, please help us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster by signing up to become a Broadcasting Scotland supporter.
Thank you, colleagues. Whoa. Thank you, colleagues. I think that members have had the chance to make their way to the chamber now. So the question is, we're going to move straight to the vote. The question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to, and members may vote now. This is a 30-second division. Amendment 2. The result of the vote on Amendment 2 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 24, no 57. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 3 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move.
Presiding Officer, I intend not to move Amendments 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11.
Thank you very much. That's very handy. Did Mr Whiteman stop at 11? In that case, can I call Amendment 12, Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 12. Members, be vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 12 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 24, no 57. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 13, Andy Whiteman, to move? That is not moved. Can I call amendment 14, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call amendment 15, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call amendment 16, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 16. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 16 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 24, no 57. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 17, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I confirm with Polly McNeill that she will not move amendment 18? Not moved. Can I call amendment 19, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call amendment 20, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call amendment 21, Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Thank you very much. The question is that Schedule 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The question is that Section 3, Schedule 2, Section 4, Schedule 3 and Section 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. We're going to turn now to the Justice section. Can I call Amendment 22 in the name of Stuart Stevenson, grouped with Amendments 23 to 27? And I would point out that if Amendment 25 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 26 as it will be preempted. Stuart. Hang on a second, I think Stuart McMillan.
Hi, Presiding Officer. Just, I'm doing this on behalf of Stuart Stevenson, who can't be here.
Stuart McMillan to move. Sorry, yes, Member. So Stuart McMillan is moving the amendments on behalf of Stuart Stevenson. Thank you very much, Stuart McMillan.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Stuart Stevenson can't be here, so he asked me to put this forward, speak on his behalf as a probing amendment. Just like to ask a question to the Cabinet Secretary as to whether they can confirm that, notwithstanding the reference to websites as giving permission, it's also the case that any printed notice, such as letterheads, giving an email address, can also give such permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hamza Youssef.
As a probing amendment, so therefore I'm happy to confirm, but I would say I would urge members to reject Amendment 2 if it's 22 if it's pressed, but I'm sure it will not be.
Can I call Monica Lennon to speak to Amendment 23 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The effect of Amendment 23 is to add the Mental Health Tribunal for Scotland to the definition of tribunal in the bill at Schedule 4. The reason for this is that the Mental Health Tribunal for Scotland has not been transferred to the first tier Tribunal for Scotland. It is not included in the interpretation provision in Schedule 4. Therefore, this omission needs to be rectified and this amendment is therefore necessary, and I thank the Law Society of Scotland for their assistance.
Thank you very much. And can I call Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef to speak to Amendment 24 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Amendment 23.
Amendment 24 in your name and the other amendments in the group.
Yeah, so I thought we were talking about mental health tribunals. In terms of Amendment 24, the amendment in my name, as Lord President has said in his written statement earlier this week, such a significant area as trial by jury is a matter for Parliament, and this chamber has been clear that there is need for further dialogue on these matters. I can understand the concerns raised, but I hope it's also accepted that this temporary measure was only being proposed to ensure that our criminal justice system could continue to operate effectively during these incredibly challenging times. We'll now begin a period of intensive and wide-ranging discussion with the judiciary, the legal profession, victims' organisations and political parties to find practical and achievable solutions to this impasse. I don't think there will be any easy answers, as was suggested at stage 1 debate, but I am equally going to, of course, take forward these consultations with an open mind and good faith. I think the delay in the cases that we may well see will be intolerable, so I hope we can find a resolution to this matter. With that, I look forward to the Parliament accepting my amendment, Amendment 24.
Thank you very much. And can I call Daniel Johnson to speak to Amendment 25 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I too would like to begin by thanking the Law Society, who have done an extraordinary amount of work in a very short space of time and provided us with a huge amount of detail on this bill. And indeed, my amendments address at least one of the points that they raise, in particular with regard to the extension of exemptions to provide for hearsay evidence in court. We've just heard from the Cabinet Secretary regarding the issues raised about jury trials. And while they received much discussion at the Stage 1 debate this morning, of equal concern are the provisions for extending hearsay in trials. Our system of justice relies on several principles. One of those principles is trial by jury, trial by one's peers, but the other is that evidence can be robustly tested in court. We do that through cross-examination. And while it is true that hearsay is admitted based on the exemptions which are provided for in the Criminal Procedure Act 1995, those exceptions were just that, exceptional. What we are looking at today will make those exemptions very much the norm, as people aren't able to attend court and aren't able to be cross-examined. So that was the intention behind my Amendment 25. However, there is a drafting error, and I will not be pressing it. But I do think those are issues that need to be considered very carefully, especially given that we have the opportunity of a further emergency bill when we return from recess. The other issue which I believe needs to be examined is that of remand and with regard to early release of prisoners. The bill that we have in front of us gives significant powers to ministers to provide for early release of prisoners, and I think that is sensible and it is prudent. It is important that we manage the prison population for two critical reasons. One, for the reasons of the capacity of the criminal justice system, but secondly, because the prisons themselves are very understandably a cause for concern in terms of them being centres of transmission of the virus itself. Remand constitutes 20% of our prison population and 50% of the daily comings and goings of prisoners going into and out from prison. And therefore, it stands to reason that is a significant issue and concern. But as it stands, this bill does not provide the powers to ministers to provide for early release for prisoners on remand. The second of my amendments, Amendment 27, sought to deal with that. However, I recognise this is a complex issue, and again, this is very much a probing amendment and one that I'd be keen to discuss and continue to raise as this situation continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I call Alex Cole-Hamilton to speak to Amendment 26 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I rise to move Amendment 26 in my name. But before I come on to that, I want to say a few words about Amendment 24 and my gratitude to the Government for moving so far on this. The changes made by the UK Government in their bill last week, one which we passed the LCM for, were the first of many difficult adaptations that we will have to make to our society in our response to this crisis. As a Liberal, it's very hard for me to accept that for the safety and protection of the most vulnerable in our society, we must surrender certain aspects of our freedom and our liberties for the time being, but I have made my peace with that around the measures introduced so far. We in this party could not have supported the introduction of new powers contained in Part 5 of Schedule 4 around the ability of ministers to remove juries in trials of indictment for the duration of the emergency. So I wholeheartedly welcome this amendment in the name of the government. The English Courts and Tribunal Service, as we heard this morning, are pausing all trials until such time as they can find measures to safely operate juries. And I believe that we should rise to that challenge and emulate it. Indeed, were we to have passed this, we would have been one of the only democracies in the whole world who, in just the second week of lockdown, would have ended a tradition that had lasted 800 years in Scotland, and I think that would have been a very sad day. The meat of this argument is around the balance of rights. As a Liberal, I can see the opportunity to be tried before a jury of your appeals almost as a human right. But to not have defendants languishing on remand as they wait for us to find a solution here is also a right we have to observe as well, and one that is justiciable under the terms of the ECHR. We do not suggest that those two rights are mutually exclusive, nor do we suggest delaying these trials in perpetuity. The bill gives latitude to extend the time bar. Let's take that for as long as we need to, but only for as long as we need to. The Lord Chief Justice in England is looking for solutions, and I mentioned some of those to the Cabinet Secretary in my speech this morning. I was deadly serious about the use of places of public gathering, such as cinemas or theatres, which provide much more space than traditional courtrooms. And I think they could be easily repurposed with the audiovisual technology that we need to do so. Proponents of Clause 11 outside of this chamber also point to a tremendous backlog of cases they imagine that might build up if we pause the system. But to them, I say again, we need only pause the system for as long as it takes us to find a solution to allow juries to sit safely. In any case, it's also true that during this period of lockdown, there could be a dramatic reduction in the number of solemn arrests being made due to the absence of people on our streets. The reduction of upstream workload could give ample space for courts to clear any backlog that did arise. I'm very grateful to the government for heeding the concerns of myself, other parties, the Bar Association and the Law Society of Scotland, and solicitors the length and breadth of this country in moving this amendment. So I'm very glad to see it. It's very welcome. It recognises that only in our second week of lockdown, Scotland has no cause to be the only country in the free world to dispense with the tradition of justice that has endured unbroken for 800 years. On Amendment 26, I should say by opening that I absolutely support Daniel Johnston's amendment. I understand he's not intending to press that, but we will be supportive of any moves he attempts to take this forward in later legislation. Presiding officer, as politicians, we don't like to be asked hard questions, but everyone in this chamber knows the power of asking questions. By asking questions, you can probe what is being said, draw out areas of agreement, and highlight inconsistency. The same is true in a criminal trial. A witness giving evidence in the witness box or in a court or by a video link from a remote site can be asked questions, have their evidence probed, and any inconsistencies addressed. They can be cross-examined by the defence. However, sometimes a witness cannot be in court. Sometimes a witness will have died since they gave a statement to police. The law now recognises that the evidence of witnesses who are abroad, who can't be traced or are unwell, might only be available if their statements are read to the jury. It's not ideal, but it is a necessary compromise, and we find the law in Section 259 of the Criminal Procedure Scotland Act 95. However, it is important to realise that following a decision of the High Court of the Justiciary in 2003, in NV HMA 2003, the trial judge has no discretion. If a witness statement meets the criteria of the section, then they have to admit the evidence of that witness by statement. Lord Gill, the then Lord Justice General, was clear that the judge can't choose whether to allow the statement into evidence. If the test in that section is met, then the statement is used. Our concern is that the proposal in the government's bill would result with statements being used instead of oral evidence for any witness for whom it is not reasonable or practical because of a reason relating to the coronavirus for the person who made the statement to attend the trial or to give evidence in any other competent manner. What does that even mean? Who fulfills that condition? Paragraph 256 of the policy memorandum explains that this is designed to ensure that witnesses who are unable to attend court to give evidence in person or to give evidence because they are self-isolating but do not have access to equipment required to give evidence via video link or lack the technical skills to operate that equipment can have their statement admitted in evidence. That sounds very sensible, but it's not what the government are proposing. What about a witness who is not at high or higher risk and would, if they had an essential job, still be working? Why could they not come to court and give evidence, or to a remote site to give evidence by video? Giving evidence is important. The prosecutor would not use the evidence of the witness if it was not essential. We understand that there will have to be a role for the good sense of prosecution service here, but we cannot support a proposal that makes the test so wide that almost any witness could claim they fell within it. Scottish Criminal Bar Association cannot support this proposal and have told us, we urge, and I quote, we urge that care is taken if the rule against hearsay evidence is to be varied as proposed. In that thought is given to how such an important step is taken securely and robustly. It cannot rely on the whim of the witness. Experience suggests that if it does, advantage will be taken of it. I'm coming to the end. You'll be glad to hear if the condition is as loose as the government proposal, then the court will have to admit evidence that involves a witness who says they haven't got the technology to give evidence from home and don't want to leave home, even if they are not at high or higher risk from the virus. Our proposal is designed, or my amendment is designed to tighten up the criteria. It would focus the test on whether there was a particular risk to the well-being of witnesses or others from them coming into the court, or the remote site of even having a court officer deliver a laptop with a video camera so they could give evidence from home. Judges would still have no discretion whether to admit statements in the new protective criteria in subsection 2A if it were met, but they would have to decide whether there is a particular risk of well-being attributable to the coronavirus. The intention of this amendment is that judges should decide whether there is a particular risk to well-being to the witness due to coronavirus or transmitting, and whether that risk outweighs the undoubted benefit to the interest of justice and the fair trial of having the witness examined on oath in the usual manner. And I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole-Hamilton. Can I call Liam Kerr?
Speak for long. Initially, we were inclined towards the Lennon Amendment at 23, as I too read the Law Society's note, and of course I attach weight to that, but I believe the President of the Mental Health Tribunal might say it's unnecessary, and I'll take an intervention from the Cabinet Secretary if he'd be able to give me more detail on that.
Secretary.
Can I thank Liam Kerr for doing so? Of course, I should have responded to the other amendments, which I hopefully will be able to do, hopefully after this, after Liam Kerr's amendment. Intervention. Can I say to Liam Kerr, we did get quite strong representations from the President of the Mental Health Tribunal. The President said that the Tribunal already has powers to deal with matters by electronic means. It does not need the benefit of the Bill's provisions on that subject, and including it is only likely to confuse matters, and of course we want to try to avoid duplication in legislation where necessary. So those powers already exist, they already have them, and there's no need to duplicate them in this legislation.
Liam Kerr.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for that clarification, which is very helpful. As stated this morning, I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 24. I'm glad that the Government responded to the considerable pressure, and of course we understand the concern that it sought to address, but as we heard this morning, the section is not necessary and there are other ways to address it, and I very much look forward to positive engagement in the near future on this. The Johnson Amendment 25 is interesting, and I was glad he brought it forward to be aired. Whilst we were sympathetic to the points raised, we would have had difficulty with the amendment, so I'm pleased to see he's not pressing it. And finally, having listened to the debate, I incline towards Alex Cole-Hamilton's Amendment 26. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Hamza Youssef.
Just most briefly on the amendments that I didn't touch upon. In terms of Daniel Johnson's Amendment 25, can again understand where he is coming from and understand his concerns that he, of course, raises legitimately, but I would say the coronavirus outbreak is likely to mean some witnesses will be unable to attend court to give evidence in person or to give evidence, in fact, in any other manner. So this new measure is intended to reduce the impact of the coronavirus on court business by allowing statement to be used in evidence in appropriate cases where there are no other alternatives, and that is the important part. But notwithstanding that, we do recognise a number of concerns that have been raised on this issue. The Law Society in Scotland, of Scotland in particular, raising those concerns. So I would invite Daniel Johnson not to move Amendment 25, but very happy to support Alex Cole-Hamilton's Amendment 26 for the reasons that he's really already outlined when speaking to his amendment. In terms of Daniel Johnson's other amendment, amendment number 27, can I first of all recognise a long-standing interest that Daniel Johnson has had in relation to our prison population, reducing it, but particularly those on remand. And he and I both agree we have too many remand prisoners here in Scotland. But what I would say in terms of his amendment, the prisoners on remand, of course, are very different to other prisoners that are in our care, because, of course, they are in there because of court-mandated decision in and around bail. It would not be right, I think, to go above the courts in this regard. There's a long-standing established role of the judiciary determining whether the accused of a criminal offence should be bailed or remanded. I think there would also be some operational issues if his amendment was to pass. For example, on what basis would remand prisoners be released? Would it be conditional? Would it be unconditional? Who would then set those conditions, for example? And the very last point I'd make to Daniel Johnson, to give him some reassurance, that there's already a mechanism in place for remand prisoners to review the refusal of bail where their circumstances have changed. The courts may well view, without prejudging of course, the courts may well view the coronavirus outbreak as a material change in circumstances. Indeed, the courts have confirmed they'll continue to give priority to bail reviews and appeals. So I'll look forward to continue to work with Daniel Johnson in order to see how we can seek to reduce the prison population, particularly those on remand, but I would suggest to him this would not be the way to do it, so I hope he doesn't move his amendment.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And can I call on Stuart McMillan to wind up in this group and to press or withdraw Amendment 22?
Just withdraw, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Mr McMillan wishes to withdraw Amendment 22 in the name of Stuart Stevenson. Does any member object? No. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 23 in the name of Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Thank you. There's been new information that's come from the President of the Mental Health Tribunal for Scotland. So on that basis, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. Amendment 23 is not moved. Can I call Amendment 24 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary to move formally?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 25 in the name of Daniel Johnson? I think Daniel Johnson indicated he did not wish to move this.
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call Amendment 26 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton? Alex Cole-Hamilton to move.
Moved, Presiding
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 27, again, Daniel Johnson to move or not move Amendment 27.
Moved.
That is not moved. Thank you. So the next question is that Schedule 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next question is that Section 6, Schedule 5 and Section 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We're going to turn now to the functioning of public bodies and in particular freedom of information. Can I call Amendment 28 in the name of Neil Findlay, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and I would point out that if Amendment 29 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 30 to 46 inclusive. If Amendment 36 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 37, 38 and 39. And if Amendment 42 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 43, 44 and 45, all due to preemptions, but I will outline those when we come to each vote. So Neil Findlay to move Amendment 28 and speak to all amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, thanks very much. I wonder if I could begin. I see the Cabinet Secretary, I think, has left. Maybe one of the ministers on the front bench could answer this question. There was I asked earlier about another bill coming forward. I wonder if it's possible whether the minister on the front bench could tell us whether that bill is only a justice bill or whether it will cover other elements. It would be very helpful before we proceed.
Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef.
So the initial offer of another bill was to look at the issue related to solemn proceedings, but there is an indication given by the Cabinet Secretary that depending on what is discussed here, and of course if other issues come forward by other members, then we will be open-minded to making the scope of that bill wider than that.
Thank you. Neil Findlay.
Okay, that's very helpful clarification. Presiding Officer, there are huge decisions being made by governments and public bodies and agencies across the world at this time of crisis. The decisions made by government and public bodies affect people's jobs, their businesses, their homes, their families. They will reverberate for years to come, impacting on every citizen of our country. And some of these are literally life and death decisions. It is the role of this Parliament, of members of this Parliament, of councillors, of the media, indeed the public, to hold the government and other public bodies to account. We cannot abandon key elements of scrutiny and transparency at this critical time. Indeed, the First Minister herself has said that transparency is vital and that she is committed to it. That is very welcome. Greater transparency gives the public more confidence in what has been done in their name. It was therefore surprising and disappointing to see what came forward this morning or yesterday from the government. It's in the interests of openness, transparency and accountability that I've submitted my amendments in my name and on behalf of the Labour Party. 28, this amendment seeks changes to the blanket approach to the coverage of this bill to those sectors under the greatest pressure. It limits new provisions of the bill to health boards, primary care providers and IJBs, and leaves existing legislation to apply to the other bodies. I have omitted local government in this section, and I would seek to remedy that at stage 3. Amendment 29 for me is the key amendment in this group. It would delete entirely Part 2 of the bill relating to freedom of information. It appears that no other jurisdiction across the Western world, including the UK government with its large parliamentary majority, have sought to use emergency coronavirus legislation to curtail access to information in the way that this bill attempts to do so here in Scotland. Scotland would stand alone with this very restrictive action. The Scottish Government has not provided justification for the necessity and urgency of this. An alternative, more considered and balanced approach is essential and in line with the commitments that we have on human rights and open government. I would therefore ask the Cabinet Secretary if he will engage with the Commissioner and follow the New Zealand Chief Ombudsman's approach, which is altogether more pragmatic and sensible, and which puts responsibility to act reasonably on both the applicant and the body subject to the FOI. The New Zealand Chief Ombudsman has been clear. The responding body will not be penalised for going over time if it is justified in the circumstances. Now, I would suggest that this non-legislative approach is a much more constructive way to go, and one that we should follow. And could I say to members, as an added incentive, if we support Amendment 29, it preempts another 16 amendments and would save us a lot of time. Amendment 30 refers to the restricted list of most pressured public bodies that I referred to earlier. 31 to 35, 37 to 39 seeks to change timelines on FOIs, amending the number of days. 47 refers to providing the Scottish Information Commissioner with additional finance, should that be required, to provide the public with information about their rights. 56 and 57 would restrict the length of time these changes would last to the 30th of June 2020. Any restriction on FOI should only be a temporary measure and should be clearly time limited so that the public can hold government and public bodies to account. The restrictions should not be kept on the statute book a day longer than they have to. Presiding Officer, the freedom of information system was hard won. It's a key part of our democracy, a key element of the openness and transparency of our society. It's there to inform. As I mentioned earlier, no other Western democracy seeks to impose such restrictions, even in these difficult times. It is essential, and it is in the interest of good decision-making and good governance that we maintain such a system.
Thank you very much, Mr Finlay. Can I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 36 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm moving this amendment and the others because I understand the immense pressure that some public bodies are facing during this crisis, but we need to strike a balance between the effective use of reduced resources and the need for transparency as a way to maintain faith in public institutions during a time of crisis. So I've proposed a group of amendments which I believe, as a whole, strike a reasonable balance here. But before I do that, I have a question for the Government about Schedule 6 as a whole and paragraph 7 specifically that a Minister might want to address either through an intervention or through their own contributions to this group. Paragraph 7 gives the Information Commissioner broad remit to take the virus and its impact into account when considering public bodies' response to FOI requests. So my question, and it's a sincere one, is why this section alone is not sufficient in providing flexibility for public bodies in their response times. But turning to my amendments, in combination they do the following. They would remove the extension of the review period from 20 to 60 days, and they would remove the additional 40 days discretionary extension for both the initial request period and the review. So that would reduce the total maximum period in which an FOI could be responded to from 200 working days to 80. Now, 80 is still quite long. The current 40 days, it's double the current 40 days between the initial request and conclusion. As someone who uses FOI extensively to hold this government to account and for whom the review process is a norm with obstructive public bodies, I don't relish this, but I recognise the strain that some public bodies are under. And on that point of this being some public bodies most directly affected, my Amendment 40 would provide that this section only applies to public bodies who are the most pressed by the crisis. Neil Findlay's Amendment 28 has similar intentions. The Greens believe that to be prescriptive now through primary legislation is not the best option. We'd rather give the government time. Yes.
Neil Findlay.
Thanks for doing so. Does he accept that the approach being taken in New Zealand is a much more pragmatic approach, and that I think one that we could all work with and live with? If we applied that here, it would be a non-legislative response.
Ross Greer.
Yeah, I was reading up on the approach in New Zealand this morning. I don't understand the freedom of information law in New Zealand that underpins what the Ombudsman's statement was. But yeah, it's exactly because of that and what the New Zealand Ombudsman said today that I posed that question to the government, because paragraph 7 of this section would give the Information Commissioner broad, flexible remit during this crisis, which draws into question why the rest of the section is necessary at all. But to the point of which public bodies this affects, there are a huge number of public bodies who can be subject to FOI requests, and I wouldn't want to have accidentally omitted public bodies that should be included in this because they are subject to pressure, but are not ones that we realise today, which is why we have proposed this approach. I've given the government dispensation to put this together via SSI with appropriate consultation of Parliament to ensure that that SSI is actually approved. Now, if my Amendment 42 is to fall and paragraph 6 remains, we're content to support the Minister's Amendments 43 to 46 to clarify that paragraph. Paragraph 6 is essentially redundant without paragraph 5, so I would urge members to remove both of them. We'll also certainly be supporting Amendment 47 in the name of Mr Findlay to ensure that the Commissioner's Office is sufficiently resourced given the additional responsibility that they're going to have during this period. That will be absolutely critical, and I'm grateful to Mr Findlay for having proposed it. To briefly go back to the extension to appeal times, I hope Parliament will support my amendment to simply remove this extension for the reasons that I've already outlined, and given particular consideration to what I've mentioned about the powers given in paragraph 7 to the Information Commissioner, which I believe make the sweeping extension unnecessary. But if my Amendment 36 is to pass, it would preempt Amendments 37 to 39 from Mr Findlay. If Amendment 36 were to fall, we would of course be content to support those amendments as well. And I'll finish at that point, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Greer. And can I call on the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, to speak to Amendment 43 and the other amendments in this group?
Presiding Officer, let me start by saying that the Government recognises that transparency is of paramount importance in the current circumstances. Nothing in what we have proposed would remove the right of people to make FOI requests and the duty of public bodies and the Scottish Government to respond promptly. I can also assure members that nothing in these proposals will restrict the normal channel of accountability of ministers through parliamentary questions and committee scrutiny. And as we have made clear, we are very open to looking at how scrutiny can be tailored for the current unique circumstances that we face. What we are proposing for FOI is timetable flexibility at a time when the absolute priority of the public sector has to be about protecting the safety of Scotland's people. Scottish public authorities are experiencing unprecedented pressures, and despite their best efforts, many are likely to miss statutory FOI time limits for requests for information during this pandemic. And as the Scottish Information Commissioner put it in his briefing yesterday to all MSPs, the circumstances that public authorities across Scotland currently face are unprecedented, and we are wholly sympathetic to the pressures that the COVID-19 pandemic will be placing on public institutions, structures, resources and on staff. Meeting the current 20 working day FOI timescales in circumstances where premises are closed, where information may be inaccessible, where staff are absent or where organisations face unprecedented demands for essential services will undoubtedly create significant challenges for many organisations. Presiding Officer, while we welcome that comment, the fact remains that unless we legislate in this bill, public bodies will be breaking the law if they miss FOI deadlines. The bill therefore... Yes, I will.
I thank the Minister for taking an intervention. The Public Audit and Post-Legislative Scrutiny Committee looked at FOI legislation. We were actually due to publish our report 2 weeks ago, but decided, given the national circumstances, to pause on that report being published until we were further down the line. One of the things highlighted in that report, though, in the evidence we received, both from external organisations but also from members of this Parliament, was the use of proactive publishing. If we were to proactively publish more information, that in itself would reduce the need for applications for freedom of information requests. Can the government look at proactive publishing as a potential solution rather than some of the provisions in this legislation?
Jenny Gilruth.
I thank Anas Sarwar for that helpful intervention. I see my colleague Cabinet Secretary nodding there. We are looking as a government at the moment at how we communicate our message in a different way. We are living through pretty unique circumstances at this moment in time, and so displaying documents, for example, online is exactly one of the ways that we would look to in the future share information with the public, which we might not have done in the past necessarily online. The bill makes provision for temporary modifications to FOI deadlines as a proportionate response to these unprecedented circumstances. There has been much discussion since we published our proposals on whether we should limit the proposals to frontline health services. And it is true, of course, that NHS boards, GPs and others in the healthcare sector are on the front line of addressing this pandemic. But a vast range of the public sector is involved in the response to the pandemic on matters including housing, transport, social services, education, in local and in central government and in agencies and public bodies. The current emergency affects all of the people of Scotland in a way which has never been seen before. Every public authority is affected. All but essential workers are working from home. As an example, within the Scottish Government, occupancy rates in our buildings are down at 97%. Many staff have caring responsibilities, and we know that levels of sickness... Can I just make some progress? Thank you. Yes, I will. We know that levels of sickness will increase as the pandemic progresses, and that this will affect organisations' ability to respond to requests. And this is not business as usual for the Scottish Government itself, far from it. Teams that deal with housing, with education, with food standards, with social security and with a wide range of other matters are now working together on our response to COVID-19. Essential services need to be delivered. A vast range of government policy and legislative work, not least on this bill and other emergency legislation, needs to continue, and it needs to continue at pace. Mr Finlay.
Neil Findlay.
Couldn't disagree with a word the Minister has said in relation to how public bodies are responding. But this is exactly the same response as happening in England, in Wales, in Germany, in France and all across our Western democracies, yet none of them are seeking to restrict in the way we are here. So therefore, I appeal to the Minister again. Can we take a balanced, sensible, non-legislative approach to this, rather than get ourselves tied into legislation that I would hope that none of us want to pass today?
Jenny Gilruth.
I thank Neil Finlay for that intervention. In terms of what we're doing, we are taking a balanced and sensible approach. We have looked at the recommendations from the Commissioner, and that is what has informed our amendments. With regard to the actions of other countries, some of those countries might yet take action in terms of FOI or comparable legislation. We don't yet know as the pandemic plays out. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to compare where we are right now to where the rest of the world is in terms of the pandemic and its spread globally. The proposals that we set out in the bill included extending the default FOI deadline to 60 days with an option for an additional extension of up to 40 days where the cases were particularly complex. But we have accepted the advice of the Scottish Information Commissioner, as I mentioned, that it would be better for the additional extension to be an option that can be targeted where bodies are under particular pressure. Government Amendments 43 to 46 therefore provide a power for ministers to make directions allowing public authorities to extend deadlines further. That power is designed to be used in a targeted way to areas of particular pressure. Before using these powers, ministers must consult the Information Commissioner, and the directions cannot apply to the Scottish Government itself. This provision would replace paragraph 5 to Schedule 6, and therefore we are happy to support Amendment 41 in the name of Ross Greer. I trust that this will reassure members and that they will be able to support these amendments. Turning to the other amendments tabled by the opposition, let me first say that I do appreciate we are all trying to find the right balance here. Amendments 28 and 30 in the name of Neil Findlay seek to restrict the flexibility to health service bodies alone, and we cannot agree to that. As I have explained, a vast range of public sector bodies are engaged in responding to the pandemic. We should recognise the effect that that is having on them too. Amendment 40 in the name of Ross Greer also proposes that these measures should only apply to certain public authorities and would require Scottish ministers to bring an affirmative instrument to this chamber to specify this. We recognise that this would allow for far greater targeting of these measures, but there are thousands of public authorities to which the 2002 Freedom of Information Scotland Act applies. Time is of the essence, Presiding Officer. It would not be feasible for Scottish ministers to assess all authorities for potential inclusion and to bring forward subordinate legislation in sufficient time to address the pressures being felt right now by authorities across the country. Accordingly, we cannot support this amendment. I'd like to make some progress. Thank you. Amendment 29 in the name of Neil Findlay would remove the entirety of Part 2 from Schedule 6. The bill would then make no provision whatsoever for freedom of information, and the current law would continue to apply. Again, we cannot accept this. The Scottish Government is clear that our hard-pressed public authorities need additional flexibility so that they can focus on dealing with this pandemic, and that this amendment would completely, therefore, deny them that flexibility. Amendments 31 to 35 and 37 to 39 in the name of Neil Findlay seek to reduce the new timescales proposed in the bill. Again, we are unable to support these proposals as we do not think they give authorities sufficient flexibility. I stress that authorities remain under a duty to respond promptly, and this will be, in many cases, mean that they will respond well in advance of the 60th working day in any event. On Amendment 36, in the name of Ross Greer, while we recognise Mr Greer's desire to make the bill more targeted, we are unable to support this proposal. We think it's important that authorities have time to reach the correct decision rather than a rush one. On Amendment 42, in the name of Ross Greer, that would remove the ability of ministers to introduce the ability to extend should the situation warrant it, as the Commissioner recommended. And we think that it's sensible to have such a power should circumstances change, as otherwise fresh primary legislation would be required. Mr Greer's amendment would cut across what the Commissioner has recommended, and so we cannot support it. Amendment 47, in the name of Neil Findlay, would enable the Commissioner to submit a revised budget to the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body for approval. While we would wish to ensure that the Commissioner is properly resourced, we observe that paragraph 4A brackets 2 of Schedule 2 to FOISA already allows the Commissioner to prepare a revised budget and submit it. We therefore think that FOISA already contains provision to achieve what Mr Findlay seeks, and so are not persuaded that his amendment is absolutely necessary. We therefore do not support it. Amendments 56 and 57 in the name of Neil Findlay would see all of these measures expire at the end of June 2020. We do not think that this would provide our hard-pressed authorities with the flexibility that they need right now. Accordingly, we do not support these amendments. However, Section 12 of the bill gives ministers the power to bring forward the expiry date of the provisions by regulations. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Ruth. And can I call Adam Tompkins?
Presiding Officer, we very much welcome the fact that the Government have moved on this issue since yesterday. But their concessions, while welcome, do not go far enough, and we will be supporting all of the opposition amendments in this group except for Amendment 47 in Mr Findlay's name, which we don't think is necessary. But all of the other amendments in this group we will be supporting, subject to the fact that we recognise that they are not perfect, as Mr Findlay did in his opening remarks, and we would certainly want to see Amendment 28, if it is accepted, extended at stage 3 to local authorities, as well as health boards, GP practices and the like. Last week, in giving evidence to the Finance and Constitution Committee, Mr Russell said that he wanted to see the Scottish Government placed under increased scrutiny and oversight during the coronavirus crisis because of the extraordinary powers that they are having conferred upon them, both by UK legislation and by legislation to be passed by this Parliament. And yet they seem now to have rather resiled from that bold position by being what appears to be, I'll give away in a second, Mr Russell, by being what appears to be the only country in the democratic world that is seeking to shield itself, the only government in the democratic world that is seeking to shield itself from increased scrutiny under freedom of information legislation. And if Mr Russell wants to intervene on me, I'm happy to give way.
I make two very quick points. One is that the recommendations we're bringing forward are the recommendations of the Information Commissioner. So it would be perverse if this chamber were to reject the recommendations of the person they entrust to bring forward and to monitor this legislation. It would be extraordinary. But the second point is this. Freedom of information is not the only instrument of scrutiny. I have made it very clear. For example, I will refer later on to a very helpful proposal from Anna Sarwar in terms of scrutiny by this chamber and by this chamber on behalf of the people of Scotland. I hope to bring forward in the coming days new arrangements to allow individual members to have in touch with government about specific constituency issues very quickly indeed. We have protected, the Bureau has protected, as I understand it, the issue of parliamentary questions. To behave as if FOI is the only scrutiny is simply wrong. And as far as other countries are concerned, sometimes in this chamber people are saying to the Scottish Government, go further, you must do what isn't happening elsewhere. But the moment we say this is required, in a very cogent explanation, they say, oh no, draw back. We can't go as far because nobody else has done it. That is also perverse.
Adam Tompkins.
It isn't perverse at all, Mr Russell, and Mr Russell knows that it isn't perverse. If a court rules that a certain measure is not necessary to comply with international human rights standards, but we as a parliament nonetheless wish to enact that measure, we're not acting perversely. Courts, regulators and commissioners, including the Scottish Information Commissioner, they set the floor. We set the ceiling. They set the floor and we set the ceiling. And we are not acting perversely in wanting to have additional protections that safeguard fundamental rights of freedom of information more robustly than has been recommended by the Scottish Information Commission. That isn't perversity at all, Mr Russell, and Mr Russell knows that full well. My view is that this doesn't require legislation at all. And I go back to the necessity test. We are prepared to work with the government to enact the legislation that the government needs in order to address the crisis that we all confront. On that, I think we are all agreed. But this doesn't require legislation at all. There's no equivalent to any of this in the United Kingdom's Coronavirus Act passed last week, because there a non-legislative solution has been found. And the non-legislative solution is that the Information Commissioner has simply put out a statement saying, and I quote, "We will not be penalising public authorities for prioritising other areas or adapting their usual approach during this extraordinary period." That's all we need, a bit of sensible, pragmatic, administrative flexibility to deal with what is undoubtedly the case, that health boards should be prioritising things other than processing FOI requests at the moment. The final point I want to make on this issue, Presiding Officer, is this. We are asking, indeed we are requiring by law, the people that we represent here to make extraordinary changes to their lives, to their businesses and to their lifestyles. We need to take the people with us. And the way in which we take the people with us is by being open and transparent and not secretive. These proposals are unnecessary, they are unneeded, and for these reasons we will support all of the opposition amendments in this group, except for Amendment 47.
Thank you very much, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I don't intend to add much more to what has been a very robust and full-throated debate. Continued scrutiny is essential when legislation is being sped through and parliamentary proceedings are being scaled back. As the Commissioner's Office told the Government, public interest in decisions made during this time is significant, and that is understandable. Services are refocusing to save lives, experiencing office disruption and dealing with staff absence. But not every public body and public servant is being occupied by the coronavirus or the response to that crisis to the same degree. Some might even have spare capacity as their normal operations are being scaled back and projects, including new legislation, are being postponed. So the bill, as drafted, went far beyond what was necessary. It was setting the FOI system up for paralysis and opening the door to suppression of scrutiny, particularly from journalists. The initial response and the first stage appeal need not take a combined 10 months. Such rules, coupled with the relaxed approach some organisations take to existing statutory deadlines, could see a request sent today, potentially not even answered before the next Scottish general election. As with the removal of juries, the Commissioner wasn't aware of any other countries adopting such measures in their emergency legislation, and like Adam Tompkins, we too will be supporting all opposition amendments.
Thank you very much. And can I call on Neil Findlay to wind up in this section and to press or withdraw Amendment 28?
Thanks, Presiding Officer, and we'll press the amendment. Can I say I think we've had a very good discussion on this. I think it's been got to exactly the right issues that people would expect us to be discussing at this time. I would make an appeal at this stage to my colleagues on the green benches to take a principled approach to this, that we can take a principled approach to this, support Amendment 29, we can get that section out of the bill, and then we move on to a non-legislative answer to this, which we would all take part in those discussions willingly with the Information Commissioner, and I think we would come out with a far better result than what we will do if this legislation is to proceed. I appeal to Parliament to make that decision. This is in the interest of our constituents, all of our constituents, and it's in the interest of good governance and reflects the view expressed by the First Minister that we want absolute transparency throughout this really difficult time for our country.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 28, and this will be a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 28 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 29 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 29. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 29 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 30. Neil Findlay to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 30. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 30 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 31? Neil Findlay to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 31. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 31 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 32? Neil Findlay to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 32. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 32 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 33? Neil Findlay to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 33. The result of the vote on amendment number 33 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 34. Neil Findlay to move. That is moved. The question is that amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 34. The result of the vote on amendment number 34 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 35? Neil Findlay to move.
Move.
That's moved. The question is that amendment 35 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. Let's move to a vote on amendment 35. The result of the vote on amendment number 35 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 35, no 47. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 36 in the name of Ross Greer? Ross Greer to move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 36. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 36 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 41, no 41. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore on a casting vote, and in convention the presiding officer casts against change. The Parliament has not made up its mind, so I vote against amendment 36. It is not agreed. Can I call amendment 37 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 37 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on Amendment 37. The result of the vote on amendment number 37 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 41, no 41. There were no abstentions. The vote is tied and therefore, again, following convention, I will vote against the amendment and amendment 37 is not agreed. Can I call amendment 38 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move. Move. That is moved. The question is that amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 38. The result of the vote on amendment number 38 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 41, no 41. There were no abstentions. The vote is tied. The Parliament has not made up its mind, therefore I will vote against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 39? Neil Findlay to move. That is moved. The question is that amendment 39 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 39. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 39 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 41, no 41. There were no abstentions. The amendment is tied, therefore I will use my casting vote against the proposed change. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 40 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move. Moved. That is moved. The question is that amendment 40 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 40. Members may vote now. Ah. Okay, that's, yes. 1 second, Mr. Greer. Yes, can I call this amendment again in the name of Ross Greer? Mr. Greer to move or not move?
Move, Presiding
Officer. That is moved, thank you. So the question is that amendment 40 in the name of Ross Greer be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No again. We are not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 40. Members may cast their votes now. I think what we'll do is we'll just reset. If members can just hold on a second, we'll reset the vote. Okay, this time, colleagues, I think my fault for throwing a spanner in the works. I'm going to call the vote on Amendment 40. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 40 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 41, no 41. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Therefore, on a casting vote, I will vote against the amendment. It is not agreed. Can I call amendment 41 in the name of Ross Greer? Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 41 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 42 in the name of Ross Greer? Ross Greer to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 42. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 42 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 41, no 41. There were no abstentions. The vote is tied. Therefore, I will use my casting vote against the proposal. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call amendment 43 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Previously debated. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call amendment 44, also in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary
Moved.
to move. Thank you. The question is that amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I call amendment 45, Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call amendment 46, Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call amendment 47 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. We move to a vote on amendment 47. The result of the vote on amendment number 47 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 23, no 58. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that Schedule 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is that Section 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to turn now to the section on social security. Can I call amendment 48 in the name of Pauline McNeill in a group on its own? Pauline McNeill to move and speak to amendment 48.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is a probing amendment. Thinking ahead about what the economy is likely to be looking like in the months to come, I think we're all concerned about a further crash in the economy and looking at the short-term gaps that might be, who might need help and what kind of help they might need, whether it be rent holidays, rent breaks. Obviously, that would have to be underwritten by government. And I think it's a matter we should discuss further, not proposing to discuss that today. My amendment explores setting up funds for the specific purpose of helping those who fall through the cracks. I want to emphasise this point. That's people who are not on welfare, who may have experienced a pay reduction, who may need rent relief or rent support because of the way they've been affected by the pandemic. My amendment in Schedule 7 allows local authorities who already do administer welfare funds to provide assistance for up to 3 months. So discretionary housing payments are designed for those who are already on universal credit or benefits, and welfare funds are not applicable for the purposes of rent. So I conclude, Presiding Officer, by saying I just wanted to probe the Government on thinking ahead just a little bit to where we might be should those who fall in between the cracks, who can't rely on discretionary housing payments or the welfare fund, to have some way in which they can have their rent supported should the economy crash in the future.
Thank you very much, Ms McNeill. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, to respond?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I thank Pauline McNeill for tabling this amendment, which, as she says, is a probing amendment, and she is absolutely right to probe on this issue. The issue of how people will make their way through and survive in these circumstances is absolutely central to the concerns, not just of the government, but right across the chamber. Of course, there has been initial response to that by the increase in the Scottish Welfare Fund, a very substantial increase of £45 million, but that will be, I have to say, by no means the end of it. There will have to be considerable help for people across Scotland and indeed across these islands and indeed across the globe if people are to be helped through what we are now facing. In terms of the specific issue on rent, of course, the right place and the appropriate place for that is universal credit. We know the difficulties of people getting through to that and accessing that at the present moment, but that is very much what it's for. People have paid into the system very often, and they are not only entitled to, but they must be in a position to get the support of the system, and that will be there for them. And we are told that, and we believe that that is the case. But I want to commit myself here and now to continued vigilance on this issue. And I think, as I said in my opening remarks, it seems hours ago now this morning, we are committed to continuing to keep legislation under review. Sorry, of course, if the member wants to go. Yep.
Thank you for giving way. I just wanted to come back to you on the point. What I'd asked the government just to consider is, the Cabinet Secretary is quite right that many people now will turn to universal credit. So if those who qualify, then they should have some support for their housing. But I'm concerned there might be some, for whatever reason, and some people will get something out of universal credit, but they might not get their housing support. So it was just to make that point.
I take the point, and I'm absolutely certain that the ministers responsible, the officials responsible right across government will be looking at this not just on a weekly but on a daily basis, and we will come back to it again and again. And as we come into, as I was saying, the next piece of legislation, undoubtedly there will be, as I indicated that this morning, then we will need to return to this issue. So if Pauline McNeill can take my assurances in those matters, what she has put here is extremely important. It may be possible to flesh this out into a solution, a wider solution in another piece of legislation, but she has marked the card, and she has done exactly the right thing by marking that card, and we will continue to work with her and across the chamber to try and make sure that people, when they do undoubtedly fall between the cracks, there is something there for them.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Pauline McNeill to wind up and to press or withdraw her amendment.
Nothing further to add, and I'm not pressing my amendment. I seek to withdraw.
Thank you very much. Ms McNeill seeks to withdraw Amendment 48. Does any member object? No. No one objects. Thank you. So move on to the next question, which is to call Amendment 49 in the name of Ross Greer, previously debated with Amendment 1. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. So the question is that Amendment 49 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 49. This will be a 1-minute division. And I call members to the chamber. Members may vote now. A 1-minute division. The result of the vote on Amendment 49 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 19, no 54. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 50 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move? No.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a vote. This will be a 30-second division on Amendment 50. The result of the vote on amendment number 50 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 19, no 55. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 51 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move.
Not moved.
That's not moved. So we're going to turn now to the next section, which is about other measures in relation to coronavirus. Can I call amendment 52 in the name of Pauline McNeill, grouped with amendment 53? Pauline McNeill to move amendment 52 and speak to both amendments in this group.
Thank you very much. This is an amendment that I submitted on the request of the Law Society. It amends Schedule 7, page 6 and line 6, and it inserts 10 working days. The amendment extends the period of effect of the advance notice under the Land Registration Etc. Scotland Act, and it tends to provide additional time for solicitors to prepare and submit applications for registration on application. Registers of Scotland temporarily suspended the application record to paper applications on the 24th of March 2020, and as at the 24th of March, the Registers of Scotland were unable to accept paper application for registration, and this includes some advance notices for first registration and transfer of part and application for registration of deeds, including disposition. In the context of the purchase of residential homes, an advance notice gives the purchaser protection that safeguards their purchase from a competing disposition granted to a third party entering the register for their own disposition for a period of 35 days. In other words, it does give the purchaser satisfaction that it has been properly registered and not open to challenge. Following the suspension, the immediate concern was that any deed that had not been registered would lose the protection of that advance notice, and the Register of Scotland it did not reopen the application record within that 35 period to allow the deed to be registered. The Law Society has worked closely with the Registers of Scotland to facilitate a way that transactions could proceed satisfying particular framework which involves extending the time period of the advance notice to provide sufficient time to register the deed. That is from the submission of the advance notice until 10 working days after the application record fully opens. The bill extends the period to 10 days. The Law Society believes that clarity is required as to the time period. By inserting this, it would also cover and take into account any bank holidays, weekends, where they would be unable to accept paper application. The Keeper has confirmed that she will consult with the Law Society as to whether she intends to reopen the application record. However, the emergency legislation may be required to provide that safeguard.
Thank you. Can I call Andy Whiteman to speak to Amendment 53 and the other amendment in this group?
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Members may be aware of many instances of land managers continuing to set the hills alight over the past few weeks. They do this for a variety of reasons under legal restrictions imposed by Section 23 of the Hill Farming Act 1946 that imposes a season from the 1st of October to the 15th of April or an extended season to the 30th of April. I commend the call by Scottish Land and Estates exactly 1 week ago for land managers to desist from moor burning due to the potential demands that this will place on the emergency services and others issues in relationship to the restrictions around work. However, it's clear that this call is not being heeded as evidence across the country demonstrates. And this is even more important as the latest fire risk assessment published this morning on behalf of the Scottish Wildfire Forum, is that the overall fire danger assessment for southern and eastern Scotland is officially very high this week coming, and in eastern Scotland is extreme on Saturday, the 4th of April. So my Amendment 53 brings the moor burning season to an immediate halt and does not allow any such activity during the emergency period. I move Amendment 53.
Thank you very much. Can I call Murdo Fraser?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to speak briefly to the two very disparate amendments in this group. In relation to Pauline McNeill's Amendment 52, I should declare my interest as a member of the Law Society of Scotland, and I very much welcome this amendment, which I know originated from the Law Society, that seeks to extend the time available to solicitors to submit applications for registration of title to the Keeper from 10 days to 10 working days. It's a very modest and very sensible change. I hope that the entire Chamber will support it. I don't think I'll be quite so generous about Andy Whiteman's Amendment 53, although I have no interest to declare in that respect. I'm not the owner of a grouse moor, sadly, at least not yet, Presiding Officer. Although I appreciate that it distinguishes me from some of my colleagues on these benches. Now, Presiding Officer, it is an important qualification for any legislation that it meets the test of necessity. And that is particularly the case when it comes to emergency legislation that has been passed by Parliament without the opportunity for proper consultation and scrutiny. This measure does not meet the test of necessity. It does not meet the test of necessity because, despite what Mr Whiteman says, there is no evidence that muir burning is currently taking place in Scotland. Scottish Land and Estates have been very clear in telling their members that muir burning should not take place. And in any event, the muir burning season comes to an end on the 15th of April, which is 2 weeks from today, and is likely will come to an end before this legislation is even enacted. And therefore, this measure is unnecessary. That's the kindest thing I can say about it. In fact, all this is Andy Whiteman once again on his favourite hobby horse of attacking landed estates and the people who own them. There are many other activities in the countryside that one could equally argue would present a challenge to the emergency services. Oh, Mr Whiteman, I'll give way.
Andy Whiteman.
I merely observed to Mr Fraser that Scottish Land and Estates have called for their members to desist. All this amendment is doing is to give that the force of law.
Well, where I disagree with Mr Whiteman is we should not be legislating unless there is a compelling need to bring in a new law. This proposal is not necessary because there is no social ill it is trying to cure. There is no evidence of muir burning taking place at the moment, and even if there was, by the time this bill is enacted, the chances are the muir burning season will be over. No, this is Mr Whiteman, again, taking his favourite subject, attacking people who earn a living from the countryside and from grouse moors. It is a vindictive move, and it should be opposed by this Parliament.
Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I find myself in a position of being contrary on both of these amendments. If you bear with me, I'll do my very best to explain why. There is absolutely no reason why we should not support Pauline McNeill's amendment, except there is apparently a reason within the registers in terms of how they operate their system, their computer systems. And we have worked hard today to see if we could accept this. The problem is that the computer systems work on days and not working days, and to change the computer systems will require substantial work at this stage. Now, I have a solution to this, which is, as Pauline McNeill suggests, there will probably be a need for emergency legislation to reopen the registers. That is what is being discussed. And if we can resolve that, then we will, of course, put this in, because we're entirely sympathetic to having as much time as possible. But it can't be resolved here today, unfortunately. And I wish it could, because there's no point in me objecting to this, for any other reason than there is a strong reason. I don't want to burden them. So I'll give way.
Pauline McNeill.
Yeah, I appreciate what the Cabinet Secretary is trying to do. I think we're probably at one in terms of the outcome. I just wanted to put on the record, and I'm sure that you know this, that based on case law that we've seen in the past, days can be quite critical for people when they register properties. So I realise that it may not be possible to bring, I don't know when you're thinking about bringing the legislation forward, but it's quite important just to make that point, that some people could be caught out by that.
I entirely accept that. Our intention will be to give the maximum time possible. This is for the registers to decide at the end of the day, but I don't want to put in statute something that then creates an additional problem for the registers. And I tell the Chamber that, in all honesty, I am by no means an expert on this. I had not heard of this before about an hour ago, but knowing it now, I feel it is my duty to share it in the Chamber, and I hope you will, the member will withdraw this. On Mr Whiteman, I shall be contrary, but this time to the Conservatives. I read this amendment with a sense of déjà vu. It brought back the happy days when I was Environment Minister and had heard neither of Brexit or coronavirus. And if only I could go back to those days, I would. I was familiar with muir burn regulations then. It is a sensitive issue. If any muir burn is taking place at this stage, it should stop, quite clearly. And given the forecast, it must stop. I can see absolutely no harm in putting this into statute to support Mr Whiteman, and therefore I would suggest that we do so. There is, of course, it is not simple enough to say it only covers till the 15th of April. There are circumstances in which muir burn can continue beyond the 15th of April for, I think, another fortnight, though I'm now dredging out of my memory regulations which I haven't thought about for a very long time. I think in those circumstances I would be happy to support that, but others may not be.
Thank you very much. So, Pauline McNeill to wind up in this section and to press or withdraw the amendment in her name.
I was looking across the chamber there to Murdo Fraser. I think you're probably minded the same way that I am, which is we want to fix this and we want to fix it correctly. And on that promise that the Cabinet Secretary, I believe, made, and on the understanding that some people could potentially be affected by this because your property is not wholly yours until your title is absolutely registered by the keeper, and hopefully no one will be affected by that, but we look forward to having that discussion. And I'm sure the Law Society will have picked that up, and I'm sure they will be in touch when they see the... So I'm happy, Presiding Officer, not to press for that reason.
Thank you very much. So Ms McNeill wishes to withdraw Amendment 52 in her name. Does any member object? No. No. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 53? Andy Whiteman to move Amendment 53 in his name.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 53 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 53. This will be a 1-minute division, and I summon members to the chamber for a 1-minute division on Amendment 53. Summon, yes. Summon them to the chamber. The result of the vote on amendment number 53 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 59, no 17. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. The next question is that Schedule 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Now we're turning to the next section, the last section, which is on equalities and human rights. Can I call Amendment 54 in the name of Ruth Maguire, grouped with Amendment 59? Ruth Maguire to move Amendment 54 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We know that those already facing inequality are most likely to be negatively affected by COVID-19, with increased risk of facing financial and physical insecurity. Women, for example, are affected in terms of their own health as frontline workers, as carers, but also in policies brought forward to manage its impact. Periods of isolation and social distancing can exacerbate women's experiences of domestic abuse, effectively trapping them in unsafe situations with limited access to vital support and escape. Presiding Officer, as of 31st March, 7 women have been murdered in their own homes. This is a serious matter. I want to praise the Scottish Government's decision to fund Scottish Women's Aid and Rape Crisis Scotland to ensure that key services they provide are maintained. And I want to thank Women's Aid and Rape Crisis for the important work that they do to keep women safe, which is always challenging, but it's probably been particularly difficult recently. I want them to know that they're valued, respected and supported. This amendment creates a duty on ministers to have regard to opportunities to advance equality and reflects mainstreaming obligations under the Equality Act 2010. It does not introduce any additional reporting obligations during this period of crisis, but what it does do is ensure that Scotland's efforts to eradicate gender inequality lose as little ground as possible during this crisis. I move Amendment 54 in my name.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms Maguire. Can I call Monica Lennon to speak to Amendment 59 and the other amendment in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The purpose of this amendment is to ensure proper monitoring of the use of emergency mental health powers. Amendments to the 2003 Mental Health Act by the UK Bill could have significant impact on vulnerable adults. The Scottish Human Rights Commission has suggested that local authorities and health boards should be required to report on where and how they have used these powers in relation to mental health, and that if appropriately resourced, the Mental Welfare Commission would be an appropriate body to receive these reports. While we accept this bill to be necessary, the significant implications for the safeguarding of human rights for those who are mentally ill is of concern. That's why increased power for mental health professionals and for the potential increase in periods of detention must only be undertaken where necessary and must be properly monitored. The powers must only be applied with this in mind rather than solely as easing administrative burdens on health and social care staff. Reporting of when and how powers have been used will be an important check and balance. Notwithstanding what I've just said, Presiding Officer, a short time ago I've had an email from the Scottish Government, which if I'd had prior sight of, would have perhaps resulted in different drafting. But I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary to clarify that he can give further assurance about what measures can be put in place to ensure proper scrutiny of additional powers, especially for those vulnerable groups. This relates back to some of the timing of what's not already been implemented. But I've looked at that email, accepted it in good faith. If I can get further clarification, I won't need to move the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On the amendment from Ruth Maguire, can I welcome the amendment? It is very much required, and she has drawn attention to very considerable issues that are arising and regrettably will continue to arise during this very difficult period. I think the insertion of the new preamble to Section 9 will be of great importance, but it must have importance if it drives our minds and our actions towards making sure that we are mindful of these matters. And I make that commitment on behalf of the Government. I thank Monica Lennon for her remarks. The difficulty with this amendment, as she knows, and I'm sorry it has taken time to come back to her, but we have been sort of running to stand still for part of this afternoon in terms of the detail of these amendments. But I want to make a number of points, and I very much respect the point she has made, and indeed in my own conversation this week with the Scottish Human Rights Commission, the position of the Mental Welfare Commission was raised. And I make a commitment to ensure that the Mental Welfare Commission is involved in the reporting process. But the problem with the amendment is really twofold. One is that the reporting period is actually longer than the reporting period that we've already decided upon in this Act. So in actual fact, it would be a slightly worse set of circumstances than it would otherwise be. But the second one is that there is very little in this Act, a tiny subset in this Act, that would be affected by it, because it would be a tiny subset of the adults with incapacity. The real target of this is the legislative consent motion we gave to the UK bill, which has substantial powers under the Mental Health Acts. Now, I made a commitment during the LCM process, I'm quite sure it's on record, and I'm glad it is, to say that we will report in detail upon the use of those, and we will make sure that reporting covers the whole country, and we will engage the Mental Welfare Commission in that. But this amendment, in actual fact, it doesn't help, and in actual fact would put burdens upon people which would be utterly irrelevant because they didn't refer to this Act. If I can, Presiding Officer, just say a word or two about the reporting issue, because I think it's an issue of wider concern to the Chamber. It is very important that we have as much reporting as we possibly can have. Now, there is a proposal that I know Anna Sarwar has written to you about, which has been circulated to members. I want to indicate the Scottish Government is happy with that proposal. And if that proposal were to move forward, and I'm grateful to Mr Sarwar, who has done us all a service by making a concrete proposal about how things should go forward. If that is to go forward in either completely or in some variation from the Bureau, then the Scottish Government will work hard to work with that group, with that special committee. And indeed, I've said to Mr Sarwar today that I'm quite happy if the committee is to come into existence very quickly. I commit myself to taking part in a video conference or some other conference with it as soon as it is established. We are already in the process of looking at the reporting guidelines, and I'm commissioning work on that now. I would want that work to be influenced by that structure, or whatever structure came into place, so we were all clear of what the reporting guidelines were, how the information was brought together, and how that information was then disseminated. In addition to that, I am looking, and I told Mr Finlay this at lunchtime today, and I repeat it now, I am looking with colleagues at the way in which we can give a more direct and faster access for individual members to common issues or complaints that are raised by them. In common with everybody in this chamber, I've been deluged this week from constituents who have concerns, genuine concerns. Some of those have been dealt with very rapidly in terms of PPE issues. Others of them have had to sit on one side because we needed answers from elsewhere. I do appreciate that that is difficult. So we are looking to see what we can do in that regard, and I would hope to have something to bring forward in that within the next couple of days. There is also, as I've mentioned earlier, the enhanced issue of ensuring that questions are answered rapidly, and we will do our very best to provide as much information as possible and to respond and also to take part in the scrutiny structures that this Parliament puts in place. So I make those commitments, but I do say to Monica Lennon that this amendment, actually I'd be grateful if it was withdrawn because it will not enhance the situation. Presiding Officer, I don't know when we come on to it, but I'd like to say a word or two about the Stage 3 process when we conclude this, just to ask members for some help with that.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Can I call Ruth Maguire to wind up and to press withdraw in this section?
Happy to just press, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 54 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 55? So the next question is that Section 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 55 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This was previously debated with Amendment 1. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 55 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The question is that Section 10 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Can I call amendment that is agreed? Can I call Amendment 56 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 56 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 56. This will be a 1-minute division. Members may vote now on Amendment 56. The result of the vote on amendment number 56 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 32, no 45. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 57 in the name of Neil Findlay? Neil Findlay to move.
Move.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 57 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to a vote on amendment 57. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 57 in the name of Neil Findlay is yes 32, no 45. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 58 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you very much. The question is that amendment 58 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is that section 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is that sections 11 to 14 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 59 in the name of Monica Lennon? Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. That's not moved. The question is that sections 15 to 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The question is that the long title be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. Thank you very much. Now that ends stage 2 consideration of the Coronavirus Scotland Bill and concludes this meeting of a committee of the whole Parliament. Now I was going to say a few words, but I think the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, wishes to make a few comments about stage 3. Cabinet Secretary.
I just want to make 2 points, Presiding Officer. This has been a very full and detailed debate this afternoon. It is not my intention to bring any amendments at stage 3 to this bill. Quite clearly, there are always small matters you can deal with, but I think that given the detailed debate that we've had on almost every item, then I think that would be the appropriate response. Members, of course, are entirely free to do so, but it does seem important for us to give a lead and to say we think that it would be possible to move on now, to have a brief debate about the overall bill, but to make sure the bill was passed and on its way.
That's very helpful. What I was going to suggest is that I'm going to shortly suspend Parliament just for a few moments, and I was going to ask the Cabinet Secretary, and I'll do this, ask the Cabinet Secretary and the business managers all to join me in Committee Room 3, the Adam Smith room, and we'll just confirm whether or not there are any plans to move amendments. At that point, I'll come back and I'll inform members of when we can move to the next stage, either stage 3 deadlines or the stage 3 debate. So we'll suspend probably for 5 minutes. I would ask members to loiter around the chamber for 5 minutes. Can I ask members to keep a social distance, if at all possible? Please keep a social distance. Thank you, colleagues. I'm just going to resume Parliament to let you know that following consultation with the Cabinet Secretary and business managers, we're going to allow 5 minutes for any member. We have no indication that any member wishes to lodge an amendment for stage 3, but we're going to allow 5 minutes for any member who wishes to do so. So I'm going to suspend now for 5 minutes. If there are no amendments lodged at that point, we will resume with our stage 3 debate. So Parliament is suspended until 7:30. Till 7:30. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Parliament resumes, and now I can confirm that no amendments have been lodged at stage 3, so we will shortly move to the stage 3 debate. Point of order, Sir. Minister Kevin Stewart.
Sir, during today's debate, I got some legislation mixed up in terms of illegal evictions, mixing up the fines with the landlord registration and letting agent legislation. And I'd like to correct the official report, please. The summary conviction and maximum fine for an illegal eviction is £10,000. So I want to set the record straight on that front, and I apologise to Parliament. It's been a day where things have happened very, very quickly, and I'm mixing up legislation, and I do apologise for that mistake, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Stewart. I'm sure members are very grateful for that very quick and speedy clarification. Now, before we move to the stage 3 proceedings, I have a determination to make, which is, as members will be aware, I am required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of the Coronavirus Bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it modifies the electoral system or the franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, my view is that no provision of the Coronavirus Scotland Bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, it does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. So we turn now to stage 3. And this is a debate on motion 21371 in the name of Michael Russell, the Cabinet Secretary, on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill. And before I invite Michael Russell to open the debate, could I call on him to signify Crown consent to this bill?
Crown consent has been received.
Thank you very much. I can also suggest to members that decision time will be either at 10 to or 5 to 8. Around 10 to or 5 to 8, we will ring the division bell 10 minutes before and then again 5 minutes before to give members an indication of when the vote will be. I can now call on Michael Russell to speak to and move the motion in his name.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will be very brief indeed. This has been a long day. I don't express any pleasure at having spent this day passing this bill. It would be far better if none of us had been called to do so, but we have been, and we've had to face up to our responsibilities. I was a member of the first parliamentary bureau in this chamber. I think the last founding member of the bureau who is still a member of this parliament. It was a great privilege to move some of the early points of order, to be involved in the setting up of the structures and to be a first in lots of different ways. But I didn't ever think that I would be the first to bring forward this type of emergency bill in this way and in these circumstances. And it is not something I would have anticipated or wished for. Nor, I have to say, would I have anticipated or wished for some of the outcomes that we've had today. There's no great pleasure in winning debates and votes in this particular piece of legislation. We operate according to what we believe to be true. We operate according, as our First Minister has constantly said in this matter, according to the best advice that we have. We try to be honest about that advice, and we also try to be transparent about that advice. Of course.
Daniel Johnson.
I thank Mike Russell's reflective tone, because this is a serious moment in time for the Parliament. I wonder if he'd also reflect on the fact that the government won a number of votes, especially on the amendments dealing with FOIs, on the basis of a misunderstanding, as I understand it, or certainly an alteration in the provisions that have been made in this chamber under the circumstances we find ourselves. And I would just wonder if the government would reflect on the fact that some of the things which are in this bill are there because of those circumstances, and whether it will proceed with that in due consideration.
Michael Russell.
I don't want to enter into any type of dispute about this. I've spoken to our business manager, and I do know that payers have been honoured, but that's not really the issue. The issue really is we have a bill, we're going to operate that bill. I can give a commitment to Mr Johnson and to the rest of the chamber. We will operate it with great sensitivity, and we will always be mindful of the fact that there are elements in this bill that were not unanimously agreed, and therefore we will operate in that way. But I don't think it would help any of the people of Scotland if we were to start to go back and to say, well, that bit wasn't really approved by such and such, or that wasn't approved by such and such. You know, I made a commitment that I wouldn't bring things back at stage 3. But I also decided mid-afternoon that if, mid-evening, essentially where we are now, that if we had lost items, I would not have brought those back to change at stage 3. Because I did believe that if it was the will of the Chamber, it was the will of the Chamber. We have a decision made on a whole range of issues, and now we will press forward and implement them. But we will do so with great sensitivity. And I say here to Neil Findlay, I think the point he's making, the point he made and Adam Tompkins made, and I've often fallen out with both of them, sometimes at the same time, but I have to say that I do believe that the point they've made about action short of legislation is worth considering. And I hope all of the things we do, we will try and make sure we operate in a way that does not require the legislative sledgehammer if we can do so. And I would make that commitment, and I'm happy to have that discussion. In addition, I've made the point about Anna Sarwar's proposal, we will work very closely with that, and that in itself may help the flow of information and make sure that people get what they want. I repeat the point I made on that. I think there are many ways in which information can come out, and I want to see all of them used. Presiding Officer, at the start of this debate, my colleague Jenny Gilruth, and I want to reflect that this is the first bill that Jenny Gilruth has been involved in this chamber. There can be nobody, I suspect, who will ever have quite that experience again. I'm grateful for the work that she's done. She will do a great deal more work on this whole issue as we move forward. But she said in her opening remarks that these are dramatic and unprecedented measures for dramatic and unprecedented times. Of course, these times are not totally unprecedented. Many generations have lived through this challenge and have survived this challenge, the challenge of a global pandemic, the challenge where people are nervous about their future and their lives, people are frightened, people are concerned. But we have a job as leaders, political leaders, leaders in our community, to encourage, to support, to guide, to legislate, yes, where we have to, though that is not the first resort that we have, and in the end of the way today to work alongside our fellow citizens so that we can come through this challenge together. So we will do so. There is no aspect of our lives that will be left untouched, and we will take all the measures necessary to control and limit the transmission of the viruses. But in the end, it will be collective action that makes the difference. And we have added to that collective action today. It has not been easy. We've had differences of opinion, but we have in the end done it together. And I hope when this bill comes to vote in a few moments' time, we will do it unanimously together and indicate to the people of Scotland that we are leading. Their Parliament is leading, and their Parliament intends to lead and to deliver for them, no matter the difficulties. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Paul Murdo-Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm just going to make a few brief comments around the bill, about the process and about some of the aspects of it. First of all, in relation to the process, and this point was made by colleagues during the Stage 2 debate. I think when we're dealing with Stage 2 of emergency legislation, it's very important that we bring forward amendments which are not pursuing a particular political or policy agenda, where there's not been proper opportunity for scrutiny, for consultation, for engagement with stakeholders. And I think we need to reflect on that. It's important in any bill, but particularly important in emergency legislation, where literally we are dealing with amendments in a matter of minutes and trying to understand what their legal import is. And I think we need to reflect on that for the future. There were some quite significant policy issues we looked at in the course of the day, in the morning, which feels like a long, long time ago now. We were facing this whole issue of the removal of trial by jury, which was an issue that caused a great deal of concern, not just in this chamber, but across a wider Scottish society. And I'm pleased that the approach the government took, that was to take this away and say they will look at it again, and they have promised to bring it back in a new bill. And I hope the government does some serious work around this, and we don't find ourselves back here in 3 weeks facing just the same proposal where the government says we've looked at the alternatives and we don't think they work, because I think it's clear that across the chamber there's a great deal of disquiet with the removal of jury trials, notwithstanding what the Lord President has said. I think what we want to see is the government doing some serious work, looking at the alternatives, use of alternative premises where spacing might be permitted, use of video links, perhaps testing of jurors before they assemble. And I think that's the... Yes, of course I can wait. Yeah.
Hamza Yousaf.
Can I thank Murdo-Fraser for his comments? Murdo-Fraser will accept that there has been some serious work, of course, done in relation to alternatives. This was not a decision taken lightly. But nonetheless, we will work constructively, but we may get to a position where if absolutely fundamentally we may have to make a choice between either going down the route that was suggested today, and if not, we may have to go down the route of halting solemn proceedings altogether until public health guidelines allow jury trials to take place. And in that case, we'll all have to go in eyes wide open about the implications and effects of a potential backlog.
Murdo Fraser.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention, which was very helpful. But I think it's clear where many of us in Parliament are about ending jury trials. So we will continue that debate in a few weeks. We've talked about during this legislation about how there will be points we will have missed, and there's talked about another bill. We've put forward some ideas already that might go into a subsequent bill. My colleague Graham Simpson has suggested things around property rentals, whereby we recognise that there are properties currently which are designated for self-catering lets, which will not be taken up as self-catering lets at any point in the near future, and therefore might be available to enter the private residential rental sector, and that would require some changes around legislation to allow that to happen, and that's something I would encourage the government to look at. One other very minor point that's been raised with me, which I think is important, is that current licensing laws prohibit the purchase of alcohol in supermarkets before 10 a.m. And that means for people who are in vulnerable groups or NHS workers who have given allocated time to do their shopping before 9 in the morning can't then purchase alcohol. Now, that might seem not an important point to many people, but actually for those individuals it is an unreasonable restriction. So I would encourage the government to look at that as well. We are granting new powers to ministers. We are seeing more powers granted to the police. I think it's very important that these powers are exercised in a proportionate manner. I think there has been concern about some actions taken by police forces down south which have been disproportionate. We believe in policing by consent, and that means the police acting in an appropriate and proportionate manner. And so far, we have not seen any concerns about this from Police Scotland, but we did keep an eye on that. And finally, Presiding Officer, we look forward to engaging with the other parties around how we properly scrutinise the government. Can I just close by thanking again the Bill team for all the work they've done, thanking the Cabinet Secretary for his engagement and the open way he has approached this. We are in exceptional times. I never want to see again a situation where we are having to deal with legislation like this, responding to a crisis of this nature. There's a huge impact on people's lives, a huge impact on their health, a huge impact on the health service, and we're already seeing a huge impact on the economy. And who knows what the consequences of all this will be. Presiding Officer, everybody should stay at home, stay safe, and save lives. Thank you.
Paul Alex Rowley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll aim to be brief as well. I would firstly want to acknowledge the approach that the Government have taken to this bill. Last week, when we debated the consent motion, I was pleased that the Scottish Government had built in accountability to a far greater level than was in the bill that went through Westminster, and that was important. And in looking at this bill, my view has been that the fact that we do have the 6-month review for this Parliament to be able to make that decision. We have the 2-monthly reporting back where any of these powers are used, and now we're moving towards a system. It may be the one that Anna Sarwar's put forward, but certainly some kind of system that will hold the government to account. And I think we can therefore be satisfied. Certainly Labour will be supporting this bill tonight. I would only want to make a couple of other brief points. I said in opening up that we'd had 10 years of austerity in this country, and therefore we have to be realistic that the impact that austerity has had on frontline public services, and it is those very public services that are now being expected to be on the front line supporting those communities and those people in communities that will need support at this time of great crisis. So my thinking tonight, and I think we should all be thinking about those frontline workers. Yes, the frontline workers in health and social care, and that includes everyone in those hospitals and in the community providing that social care. They need the PPE, they need the social distancing, and they need to be able to access tests. But remember also the refuse collectors, the frontline workers that are maintaining an emergency work in terms of housing, right across the public sector and local government. There are workers on the front line. The organisation that's going on behind that to make sure that where people are trapped in their houses, they're going to get the food and the support. So never in my lifetime have we needed frontline public services more than we need them right now. And as parliamentarians, we should be sending out a clear message. One, to say that we're with them and supporting them, and two, that we will do whatever is necessary to get the support and the resources to them. Thank you.
Call John Finney.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I also thank the many people that's got us to this point, not least the government staff and everyone for their briefings. And one of the briefings that came in very early was from the Scottish Human Rights Commission. Indeed, it came in blind. It was in advance of this legislation. And I'd like to quote from it, please. And it said, "The state has a positive obligation under Article 2 of the European Convention of Human Rights to take reasonable steps to minimise the risk posed to life posed by the current outbreak." And I think, and the Scottish Greens will be supporting this legislation at decision time, I think this revised legislation is proportionate. And if we go right back to the opening statement from the Cabinet Secretary, he talked about it being solely to address this issue. He talked about the necessity of it. He talked about working together. And I think the collaborative working that we've seen is very positive. And I hope, like others, that that will continue with the singular aim of saving lives. Now, much has been made of the monitoring of this extensive suite of powers that's been made available, and I think it's very important that we have detailed discussions on that. The Scottish Green Party unashamedly focused on one element, and that was housing, and very grateful to Minister Kevin Stewart for his very positive engagement on that, and my colleagues Andy Whiteman and Ross Greer have been very active in this, and they were addressing concerns that I know were shared across the chamber. Indeed, the Minister himself said it's essential to keep people in their homes. Absolutely, that's the case in ordinary times, but in these stark times, it's more compelling than ever. Now, I would like to associate myself with the remarks that Alec Rowley made about the ordinary people, as they might be referred to, who are absolutely the bedrock of our communities. The people who drive our buses, the people who clean our hospitals, our shop workers, they're absolutely fundamental. It's maybe hope going forward that there's a greater level of appreciation. There's a number of significant justice measures, some of them haven't even been touched on in the course of the small period. Fiscal fines, the alteration to fiscal fines, very, very positive. I hope it will continue through. Diverting people from prosecution, keeping them out the system and offering alternatives. Cases appearing from custody and the changes there, very, very minor in one respect, coupled in with the national custody hubs that the Scottish Police are putting in place. I hope that doesn't become the de facto situation, because we do need people detained in their own area and appearing in their own area. So I'm sure we'll be alert to that. Extensions to time limits and the phraseology intended to prevent in so far as possible. I think there was a lot of positives in there, particularly when it talked about depleted judges, sheriffs, prosecutors and defence agents. And the policy memorandum outlined an anomalous situation that goes to address. The release of prisoners was touched on by some, and I've had many exchanges with the Cabinet Secretary for Justice on this, and I've expressed my somewhat frustration about the risk aversion that's part of the process of home detention. I see him shaking his head. I know he agrees that there's benefits that can come from that, and indeed he shared that with me. Of course, everything is subject to risk assessment, and the key element of this that was mentioned in debate was that it wouldn't apply if anyone posed an immediate risk of harm to an identified person. Now, that, of course, is crucial in domestic violence cases, and it's crucial that there's awareness of controlling and coercive behaviour and how that might manifest itself in these circumstances. There was a whole suite of things covering corporate parents, which we have responsibility for, and child assessment protection order. So, just to conclude, the Scottish Green Party will be supporting this, and we do believe that these are reasonable steps to deal with a crisis that confronts us. Thank you, President Officer.
Call Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start by offering my thanks to Mike Russell and the Bill team and all the officials who have made this possible and for their patience. This is not my natural sphere of operation. I also want to associate my remarks with everyone who's mentioned those people who are also doing their bit today, and that's in the front line, whether it's in our critical care wards, in our pharmacies, even in the hubs. My own wife Jill will be teaching at one of the childcare hubs tomorrow. Today's been really important. Today has shown that Parliament still matter, and that's a really important message to send out to the people that we all represent in our communities, that even at time of crisis we have a functioning legislature which still knows how to exercise that function. It is at times of great national peril that democracy is at its most threatened, and it is often seen in other countries where governments will overreach in terms of the civil contingencies and the powers they pull back towards themselves to ensure that, under the guise of protecting their nations, that they begin down the path towards tyranny. And we can see some of that in countries like Hungary. I'm very glad that this Parliament today has asserted its supremacy and that the government has worked closely with Parliament to recognise and build that sense of consensus. 3 weeks ago, Presiding Officer, if you'd told me that we'd be living in a Scotland now where members of the public would have to account for their movements to the police, I would have been appalled. But today, I accept it without question. Coronavirus pandemic has completely altered the rules by which we play. It has changed our sense of reality, and that can be typified in the fact that we are seen cheering on police officers appending a barbecue in Essex or shouting at a pedestrian on Perth High Street for violating quarantine restrictions. So changed is our reality. Policing by consent, as we heard from Murdo Fraser, is one of the principles of our free society. Police follow rules determined by democratically elected parliamentarians, and that hasn't changed. The powers of lockdown are clearly limited to the duration of this emergency and are ones that I know from my discussion with my friends in the force, they are keenly looking forward to handing back. It is policing by consent is part of our social contract, and today we protected another part of our social contract, and that is trial by jury. I am very grateful for the movement that the government have made on that today, and I look very much forward to joining with them and members of other parties and the judiciary to work towards workable solutions. I am still wedded to my cinema idea, Mike Russell. That sense of national urgency is why we meet today, and I applaud the government for the spirit of consensus that they have sought to build, and not least in the jury trials, but in the other amendments that they have moved on today as well. Particularly, I think, around things like my amendment, which was accepted unanimously, which will make it clear that we still want witnesses to give evidence in real time, that statements, written statements, are no substitute for the ability to cross-examine witnesses to get to the truth, the heart of the matter in cases that come before our courts. I still think that the freedom of information provisions in this bill will cast a long shadow, and the even division on Ross Greer's amendment, split as it was between 82 members equally, will sound a hollow ring in our democracy. And I very much hope that subsequent opportunities to legislate on an emergency basis as this crisis develops will see that remedied. But for now, Presiding Officer, I'm quite happy to offer the full-throated support of the Liberal Democrats tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr Cole-Hamilton. And could I call on the Cabinet Secretary to conclude our debate?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I want to be very brief. I had an opportunity to speak at the beginning of this debate, so I want to make just 3 points. One is, I take the point about working across parties. In a sense, we have all learned from that. I have, in the past, worked with Alec Rowley very well, many years ago. I have on occasion worked with Patrick Harvey. I've worked with a variety of Liberal Democrats. It is an entirely new experience for me to have close engagement with Murdo Fraser. I'm not sure it's something I ever aspired to. It's not something that I particularly wish to continue forever, but in an emergency, you have to take exceptional action. So I look forward to working with Murdo Fraser and others to make sure that we get this right. And there is a serious point in that, which is that we have learning to do on this. We have learning to do on exchange of information, and there will be other bills coming along and other work coming along and scrutiny coming along. I look forward to doing so. I even look forward to close engagement with Murdo Fraser. Secondly, we are the public tip of a very, very large iceberg. Alec Rowley made a very important point about all the people working in Scotland to maintain essential services, of course in the National Health Service, but also in shops, trying to keep essential services going, those who are trying to make sure that those who have to go to work get supported in public transport and in other ways, and in this Parliament. And I want to pay a particular tribute to three groups of people. First of all, to the Parliament staff led by David McGill. It has been an extraordinary experience, I know, for them as for everybody else to do this today. I'm very grateful to every single one of them. And having to cope with over 50 amendments at stage 2 in the time they did a remarkably good job. Secondly, I want to pay a tribute to all our own staff who work for MSPs in our local offices or here. They have also taken a tremendous burden upon themselves in the last period, particularly with the enormous increase in inquiries, and I want to thank every single one of them. And finally, I want to pay a tribute to our officials, to the civil service, who have worked so hard on this bill and who are working across the civil service to support the effort of this government at every level, in every department. There's been an extraordinary bill team on this who took a bill from nowhere 8 days ago to what I hope will pass very shortly. They have done an exceptional job, and they've carried on today supporting individual members across the chamber who have had amendments. But there are civil servants and officials in every part of the Scottish Government and every part of the public service who are doing this day in and day out at the moment. We owe them a great deal, and we will not forget them. And finally, Presiding Officer, as I drive to Argyll tonight, which I intend to do so, I know I shall pass roadside signs that have 3 messages on them, and I want to repeat those messages now as the core messages. Stay at home. Protect the NHS. Save lives. That's what we're doing today, and that's what we will have to go on doing for a period to come. Stay at home. Protect the NHS. Save lives.
Thank you very much, Minister and colleagues. That concludes our debate on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill. It's now time to put the question on the bill at stage 3. So the question is that motion 21371 in the name of Michael Russell on the Coronavirus Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on motion number 21371 in the name of Michael Russell is yes, 80. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the Coronavirus Scotland Bill is passed. The next item of business is consideration of business motion 21364 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Bureau setting out a business programme. Could I call on Graham Day to move this motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No member has indicated they wish to speak. Therefore, the question is that motion 21364 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next item is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau motion 21368 and approval of an SSI. Again, could I call on Graham Day on behalf of the Bureau to move this motion?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on this will come at decision time. The next item is consideration of 5 SSI. Again, SSIs. Could I call on Graham Day to move motions 21372 to 21375 and 21380 on approval of an SSI?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So we come to decision time. The first question is that motion 21368 in the name of Graham Day on approval of an SSI be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And I propose to ask a single question on the 5 government motions. Does anyone object? No. No. So the question is that motions 21372, 21372, 21372 to 21375 and 21380 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Now, just before we conclude, I'm conscious of members' forbearance throughout the day. It's been a long day. I just wanted to say a few words about the importance of maintaining our democracy in the face of this public health crisis. And I want to assure the Chamber, and indeed the wider public, that the Parliament is exploring with colleagues from all parties every avenue to determine how the Chamber and committees can continue to undertake their crucial scrutiny role at this unprecedented time. The Bureau and the corporate body have been meeting online. The conveners group have been discussing issues remotely, and they will continue to do so over recess to look at the most effective options for both Chamber and committees. Now, the Minister for Parliamentary Business assured the Bureau earlier, and I'm sure many members will have heard the Cabinet Secretary, Mr Russell, indicate at the end of the Stage 2 amendment period to the emergency bill that the Government is looking again at how members' written questions over this period can be answered as promptly as possible, and at further steps ministers may take to adapt to the current circumstances. I trust that the Government will use all methods available to inform Parliament of key decisions and activities to full effect during this time, including writing to committees and Government-initiated questions. I know we all recognise the need for Parliament to continue to be able to hold Government to account. I would draw members' attention to the service also provided by SPICE, which provides an authoritative, accurate and up-to-date source of information on all matters to do with the coronavirus. And I'm very grateful to colleagues for their assistance. Don't want to cast a pall over members, I do have powers of recall should they be required. However, we are keeping the situation under daily review, and I hope I can assure you that we'll be prepared to respond however the situation resolves. And on that note, I'm going to close this meeting, and we'll meet again on Tuesday, the 21st of April. I close this meeting.
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balance stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.